1,000 years ago, all demonic beasts were under the dominion of the dragon clan. The leader was known by the title of demon god. With boundless ambition, the demon god sowed chaos, leading his army of demons to lay waste to the human world. His insatiable greed aimed to plunge every corner of the world into eternal darkness. At that moment, as humanity faced destruction, their potential was released, and some exceptional individuals awakened the ability to control demonic beasts. They were called beast masters. A beast master is roaring orders to his war beast to launch a devastating attack meanwhile. An urgent alert sounded saying that the demonic beasts in the residential area north of Chinfeng City had been attacked. The wounded demonic beast fell directly onto the residential area, and the rescue team was requested for emergency medical help. Amidst the chaos, a student named Xiao Xingyu from Shangnan High School was terrified. The dragon demonic beast was seriously injured, dying among the rubble, its blood splattered, staining Xiao Xingyu's stunned face. He stood frozen in the middle of the fire, his entire body covered in the monster's blood. Suddenly, an ancient memory surfaced, and he whispered about a pact made with heart's blood to summon souls from nothingness. Taking blood as an oath and words as a bond, Xiao Xingyu shouted the command to summon the fire lion. Immediately after, the report confirmed that the demonic beast had died. They also confirmed that there were survivors among the rubble. Fortunately, no casualties were recorded. An unknown woman smiled, handed him a card, and said that the Qinglong Academy would take care of the aftermath and compensate for the damage while she and her companions left on their powerful war beasts. Xiao Xingyu realized in astonishment that they were beast masters. Upon returning home, Xiao Xingyu sank into thoughts about his dream of becoming a beast master, but despaired of having no money to buy a demonic beast suddenly. He noticed a husky puppy pulling at his leg. The little puppy with blue eyes and a red mark on its forehead looked very adorable. It jumped happily and licked Xiao Xingyu's face with affection. Standing in the middle of the rec room, he realized with wonder that this puppy might have entered here with the dragon and wondered if it was a companion demonic beast, Xiao Xingyu. He remembered that the textbook mentioned the house wind wolf, a species of weak lineage, and was glad that he now had a demonic beast to become a beast master. But he worried because the National Beast Master exam was only 3 days away. Despite this, he picked up the puppy with enthusiasm, shouting the soul-awakening motto. Then Xiao Xingyu stood in front of a beast master shop in Chinfeng City, looking sadly at the puppy in his hands, thinking that he should give it to someone qualified to raise it. He felt that he could not provide it with a future. A man with a bandana opened the shop and complained, asking why he was there so early. Xiao Xingyu took out the puppy and asked the owner if he wanted to buy this demonic beast. The shop owner flatly refused, scolding him and saying that no one would buy a house wind wolf of inferior lineage with no possibility of evolution. Insulted, Xiao Xingyu turned away with resentment, hugging the whimpering puppy suddenly. His eyes widened in wonder at a strange blue light. A system screen appeared before his eyes. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Xiao Xingyu rubbed his eyes, trying to confirm again. The system screen was still there, clearly showing a hidden evolution path. Just then, an unknown young man with purple hair approached and mocked. What hidden evolution path? House wind wolves have no evolution path. Leave, Xiao Xingyu. He realized with amazement that only he could see the demonic beast system screen suddenly. A young man named Su Su, son of a tycoon, approached and mocked Xiao Xingyu for daring to show up. Su Su looked at the dog in Xiao Xingyu's hands and asked if he had already obtained a demonic beast. I don't care, shouted Xiao Xingyu, but Su Su only laughed with disdain and said contemptuously, House Windwolf. Su Su continued provoking him, saying it seemed Xiao Xingyu's girlfriend was right to say he wouldn't dare take the exam. He laughed arrogantly, claiming that even if he tried, someone like Xiao Xingyu could never pass. Xiao Xingyu asked, dazed about Lina, and Su Su twisted his lips, preparing to reveal a cruel truth. Su Su declared triumphantly that Xiao Xingyu's ex-girlfriend, Yang Lina, had been dating him for a long time. Just then, Yang Lina appeared, took Su Su's arm, and asked him where he had gone. Yang Lina looked confused to see Xiao Xingyu, but in her heart, she secretly despised him as a pathetic failure. Xiao Xingyu pointed at her angrily, recalling the past and boldly declaring that he was the one who left her. He turned away defiantly, ignoring Su Su, who was shouting threats about crushing him in the exam. Looking at the hidden system screen of the House Windwolf, Xiao Xingyu secretly decided who would dare say that the House Windwolf is useless. 3 days later, at Silent Square, the exam. The National Beast Master exam officially began, and candidates were asked to enter the examination area. The exam was officially opened. Xiao Xingyu's appearance made other candidates mutter, mocking him for not having money to buy a demonic beast and still daring to take the exam. Xiao Xingyu ignored the whispers. When they learned he had even dared to enroll in the prestigious Qinglong Academy, his eyes shone with determination. Unwavering, he approached the supervisor's desk and said firmly, "Good morning, teacher. I have come to take the exam." The supervisor, named Chen Xinyan, a recruiter for Qinglong Academy, asked for Xiao Xingyu's identity. Chen Xinyan thinks to himself that this student is the only one enrolled in the academy from Qinfeng district. Suddenly Su Su appears and mocks Xiao Xingyu for not knowing his own limit. He shouts that in the last 5 years, no candidate from this city has been admitted. Su Su challenges arrogantly, declaring that he will kneel and call Xiao Xingyu dad if he is admitted. Xiao Xingyu responds coldly, telling him to prepare to fulfill his promise. He turns to the supervisor and asks for the test to begin, ignoring Su Su, who is furious behind him. Chen Xinyan seriously warns Xiao Xingyu about the difficulty of the exam and the grave consequences of failure. Despite the taunts of other candidates echoing in his head, Xiao Xingyu insists on starting. Chen Xinyan announces that the first test is to measure spiritual energy. Xiao Xingyu places his hand on the crystal sphere, which begins to glow while the supervisor prepares to announce the result. The initial number that appears on the sphere is 316. Su Su laughs loudly, mocking Xiao Xingyu for not even reaching the minimum level. Chen Xinyan looks disappointed and prepares to call the next candidate. But suddenly he is stunned to realize that Xiao Xingyu's spiritual energy is changing. The number on the sphere jumps to 621 and continues to increase. It quickly passes the 700 mark and then the 800 benchmark. The number 802 clearly appears on the surface of the sphere. The crowd, including Su Su and Yang Lina, gasps when the number reaches 956, assuming the meter is defective. Finally, the sphere stops at the staggering figure of 1028. Chen Xinyan stares intently at the measurement sphere, which shatters with the final number stopped at 1028. The crowd is stunned, wondering what kind of monster Xiao Xingyu is. The narration explains that spiritual strength determines the number of demonic beasts a beastmaster can make a pact with. Every 100 points corresponds to 1 demonic beast. With a score of 1028, this means Xiao Xingyu has the potential to become a 10-star beastmaster. Chen Xinyan mutters to himself about the title of 10-star beastmaster in awe. He remembers that in recent decades, only a few people in all of Longhua have reached this level. Chen Xinyan announces that Xiao Xingyu's score is 1028, only 2 points less than last year's genius, Jiang Jinyan. Yang Lina sneers, saying that despite that, he will never pass the demonic beast lineage test. When Chen Xinyan prepares to announce the second test, a staff member calls him. The staff member whispers that the meter had an error. Xiao Xingyu's real score is 1032. Realizing that this score is even higher than Jiang Jinyan's, Chen Xinyan decides to keep it a secret and asks the staff member to report that the machine is defective. He announces in a loud voice that the second test is to examine the quality of the demonic beast's lineage. Chen Xinyan asks Xiao Xingyu to summon his demonic beast. Xiao Xingyu confidently calls the name of his demonic beast, Black Fong. It's your turn. A summoning circle glows brightly on the ground as it prepares. Su Su and Yang Lina watch breathlessly, waiting for a powerful demonic beast to appear. Instead, the first thing that appears is a pair of soft, furry ears. A puppy sleeping soundly, drooling, lies comfortably in the summoning circle. The whole crowd laughs out loud, realizing it is just a lowest-level hound, Chen Xinyan. He thinks to himself that the lineage of the demonic beast is an important factor, and Xiao Xingyu's demonic beast is clearly of very low quality. With regret, he prepares to announce the result. Xiao Xingyu, I am very sorry, but your demonic beast. Suddenly a candidate in the crowd shouts, "Wait, look, that's not a hound." The puppy's eyes suddenly glow red, and the seal on its forehead also lights up. To everyone's surprise, it begins to evolve amidst dark energy, even though everyone knows that hounds do not have an evolution path. Before Qin Xinyan's eyes, a giant wolf appears, and its status panel shows its name. Galehound, epic lineage. Qin Xinyan looks at the majestic wolf with wonder and interest. He smiles and thinks to himself about Xiao Xingyu, believing that this young man is truly special. Qin Xinyan solemnly declares that Xiao Xingyu has passed the exam and welcomes him to Qinglong Academy. Su Su cannot believe the result. He pulls at Xiao Xingyu angrily and prepares to leave. Xiao Xingyu, along with the giant Galehound, blocks his path and asks sarcastically, "Where are you going? Aren't you going to say hello to Dad?" Su Su shouts furiously, defying that he will never call him that. Xiao Xingyu coldly orders his demonic beast, Black Fong. Su Su is startled by Xiao Xingyu's murderous intent immediately. Black Fong uses its giant claws to crush Su Su against the ground. Completely subdued, Su Su grits his teeth and humiliatingly calls out, "Dad." Xiao Xingyu turns around and leaves, saying coldly, "I don't have a son like you, go away." Young Lina rushes to follow him, trying to hold him back, saying she has deep feelings for him. Xiao Xingyu firmly rejects her. "Sorry, I don't go back to the past." He simply walks away, leaving young Lina kneeling on the ground, desperately pleading in regret. Xiao Xingyu happily holds his phone, planning to give his sister the good news that he has been admitted to Qinglong Academy. He calls excitedly, but on the other side, he only hears his sister calling him in panic. A large explosion echoes through the phone. The call cuts off abruptly, leaving Xiao Xingyu paralyzed with horror. In a farmer's market on the outskirts of Qinfeng City, a horde of demonic beasts suddenly invades, making civilians scream and flee in panic. Amidst the chaos, a little girl sobs in the arms of an adult. An unknown white-haired woman hugs the child tightly, calmly reassuring her, "Don't be afraid." They hide behind broken rocks while a giant demonic beast paw appears right next to them. The woman raises her head, her eyes full of determination and caution, a giant scorpion-shaped monster. Purple in color and with multiple bloodshot red eyes, it looms over them, dripping venom. Xiao Xingyu finally arrives at the scene, asking in wonder and despair, what on earth has happened? He frantically searches through the devastation and fire with only one question in his mind. Where's my sister? The giant scorpion raises its pincers, preparing to unleash a devastating attack. Xiao Xingyu and Black Fong run desperately, shouting his sister's name incessantly. A memory flashes through someone's mind. With glowing blue eyes and a whisper, "This is happening again." A system interface appears. Xiao Xingyu tries to order Black Fong to use a skill, but then realizes with despair that it doesn't work at all. Black Fong also looks at his master in bewilderment, not understanding why the familiar command does not work. The scorpion monster launches its poisonous tail towards the white-haired woman, who can only scream helplessly, "Stop." At a critical moment, Xiao Xingyu remembers the image of the woman from the academy. He remembers that when they appeared, they recited some kind of spell to summon power. Gathering all his courage, Xiao Xingyu decided to experiment. He began to recite a blood oath, causing Black Fong to be enveloped in a bright red light and begin to transform. Xiao Xingyu recites a blood oath to bind and release the latent power of Black Fong. He orders the wolf to attack, and it gathers a ball of glowing energy in its mouth and roars, unleashing a torrent of destructive energy towards the giant scorpion. Standing before the monster's corpse, Xiao Xingyu wonders in amazement if he has really defeated it. Suddenly he wakes up, realizing with horror that his sister is still near the monster. Xiao Xingyu rushes towards his sister, who is protecting a little girl, calling her name worriedly. He is glad to see his sister safe while she is still stunned by his appearance. Xiao Xingyu proudly boasts that he has been admitted to Qinglong Academy and has become a beastmaster. Black Fong, in his puppy form, unexpectedly jumps towards his sister, startling Xiao Xingyu. He happily introduces his packed pet while it affectionately licks her hand. Xiao Xingyu solemnly declares that its name is Hellfire Windwolf, Black Fong. The surrounding civilians realize in astonishment that the giant monster has actually been destroyed. Xiao Xingyu confirms this while his sister is still in awe, both standing with the girl and Black Fong. The girl's mother runs toward them, thanks them, and calls to her daughter with joy. After the mother and daughter reunite, Xiao Xingyu and his sister leave, heading toward the monster's corpse. He invites his sister to inspect the loot from the dead scorpion. A system interface appears showing an object called a beast core from the creature's corpse. Xiao Xingyu holds the basic level poison attribute core in his hand, reflecting. He decides to throw the core to Black Fong, believing that even the smallest benefit will help it evolve. Standing next to Black Fong, Xiao Xingyu boldly assures everyone that the monster is dead. After the battle, the survivors happily surround Xiao Xingyu, praising him as their hero. The rescued girl looks at him with admiration and says that she also wants to become a Beastmaster. Xiao Xingyu smiles, pats her head, and encourages her, saying he believes she will definitely make it. That night, after a long day, a crescent moon hangs in the sky. Xiao Xingyu has sunk into a deep sleep. Suddenly his sister appears, stands silently by the bed, and looks at her younger brother. The sister reflects on something. Her blue eyes glow with intense concentration. On Xiao Xingyu's back, a glowing blue dragon-shaped mark lights up, revealing a sealed power elsewhere. The sister speaks on the phone, reporting that the dragon's ancient language curse is still there and the seal of the Dragon King's essence remains intact. She wonders in bewilderment why Xiao Xing. You can still make a pact with demonic beasts, considering this to be absurd. The person on the other end of the line believes this is fate and orders her to keep a close eye on him with a determined expression. She responds that she has understood and will continue to monitor her younger brother. At the Chinfeng City train station, the two siblings prepare to leave, sent off by a large crowd of residents. Kind neighbors bring Xiao Xingyu a basket of salted duck eggs and red envelopes with money. The two siblings are on the platform, waiting for the train to depart. Xiao Xingyu happily greets everyone, promising to visit again when he has free time. Once on board, he politely invites his sister to sit down. A few hours later, an announcement sounds warning passengers that the train is about to pass through an area with demonic beasts. However, shortly after, another announcement confirms that the train has passed the dangerous zone safely. Xiao Xingyu sighed in relief. As the train approached Longjing City, his sister smiled at him and asked him to study hard. Suddenly, a violent jolt made the entire carriage stagger, startling Xiao Xingyu and the other passengers. An emergency warning sounded, alerting about a pack of three-eyed apes ahead, terrifying everyone who thought they had passed the danger zone. Immediately after, the wall of the carriage was smashed amidst the desperate screams of the passengers. A giant three-eyed ape destroyed the carriage, charging at a man who was screaming in terror. Amidst the chaos, Xiao Xingyu firmly decided his sister should hide, despite her concern. The sister knelt, desperately begging her brother not to leave as he stepped forward to face the danger. Xiao Xingyu stood alone in front of the fierce, giant, demonic beast. Just as the monster raised its fist, a golden fox shot out and miraculously stopped the attack. A girl with red hair appeared wielding a spear, shouting at Xiao Xingyu to get back, and was recognized as Qin Yinran, the daughter of the Heaven Guild president. Qin Yinran concentrated her energy, the spear in her hand glowed, preparing for a powerful skill. She and her Thunder Fox unleashed the attack, Lei Wan Gishan, charging forward at an astonishing speed. Xiao Xingyu's eyes focused intensely, activating his special analysis skill. He immediately identified the demonic beast as a bloodthirsty level 3 three-eyed ape with epic quality. The passengers recognized Qin Yinran and cheered with hope, believing they had been saved. However, Xiao Xingyu had a look of doubt, feeling that something was wrong. He realized the horrible truth. Three-eyed apes lived in packs, and the presence of one foreshadowed that an entire pack was nearby. As expected, outside the carriage, there was a pack of three-eyed apes growling furiously. Without hesitation, Xiao Xingyu summoned Black Fong, deciding to join the battle to help Qin Yinran. Qin Yinran struggled to defend herself against the pack of demonic beasts, annoyed by their large numbers. Suddenly, two more three-eyed apes charged from behind, and a voice sounded warning her to be careful. Xiao Xingyu shouted an order to Black Fong in his evolved form. Infernal Bind. Black Fong's burning chains instantly bound the pack of apes, preventing them from escaping. When the battle ended, Qin Yinran looked surprised at Xiao Xingyu and Black Fong, who had returned to his puppy form, realizing that he was also a Beastmaster. She smiled, thanking him for his help, but Xiao Xingyu humbly replied that any Beastmaster would do the same. He looked closer and seriously asked Qin Yinran about her demonic beast condition. With his abilities, Xiao Xingyu clearly saw that the bloodthirsty Thunder Fox was suffering from post-battle trauma and also saw the healing method. He accurately described the fox's symptoms, which made Qin Yanran ask in amazement how he knew. Xiao Xingyu lied, saying he had read it in a book, secretly thinking he couldn't reveal his ability to see the status of demonic beasts. Qin Yanran was happy to have understood her demonic beast problem and excitedly gave Xiao Xingyu a heavy pat on the back to thank him. She put her arm around him intimately and declared that from now on, he would be her younger brother. From the end of the carriage, Xiao Xingyu's sister approached, witnessing the intimate scene. Her face darkened. Her blue eyes flashed with a look of anger and possessiveness. With a polite smile, his sister approached and told Qin Yanran that Xiao Xingyu was nobody's brother. She gently pulled Xiao Xingyu toward her and stated, "He is my brother." Qin Yanran's eyes narrowed defiantly at that statement. Then she took the other hand of the stunned Xiao Xingyu and smiled mischievously. Qin Yanran pulled him toward her while saying that from now on he would also be her brother, starting a dispute with his sister. Caught between his sister and Qin Yanran, Xiao Xingyu cried out miserably as both pulled him in opposite directions. Later, in the central plaza of Qinglong Academy, the head of the academic affairs department, Lin Kong, welcomed all the new students. In the crowd, Xiao Xingyu and other students were told to wait patiently for the director. He secretly thought about saying goodbye to his sister and Qin Yanran, so he could enroll without problems. Suddenly, a roar echoed as a giant white lion with purple wings appeared in the sky. The students recognized in awe that it was the censure of Director Su. Director Su, riding on her demonic beast, flew over the heads of the new students. The lion landed on the stage with great power. Su Dian descended from the back of her beast. Lin Kong handed her the microphone, inviting her to say a few words. Xiao Xingyu realized in astonishment that she was the woman who had fought the dragon demon before and didn't expect her to be the director. Su Dian began her speech by congratulating the students on being admitted to the academy. She solemnly declared that regardless of whether they came from influential families or humble origins, everyone had to follow her rules, especially rule number 8. The students began to whisper, curious about this mysterious rule. The director explained that rule number 8 stipulated that all conflicts must be resolved through a duel in the arena, and the loser must apologize to the winner. Xiao Xingyu realized that this rule, although strict, guaranteed justice, allowing common students to use their fists to seek fairness. 2 hours after the opening ceremony, in the classroom, another student pointed directly at Xiao Xingyu and growled, unable to believe they were in the same class. The classmates shouted in amazement, recognizing that Xiao Xingyu was the person with a spiritual strength close to that of the senior student Jiang Jinyan just at that moment. A man who appeared to be a professor entered, solemnly asking the whole class to sit down to begin the lesson. Given the professor's solemnity, the student remained standing while Xiao Xingyu was already seated in his place. Suddenly, the boy turned to Xiao Xingyu, his attitude changing 180 degrees, and declared he would follow him from now on. The professor cleared his throat to quiet the class and wrote his name on the blackboard, Chen Qinyan. He introduced himself as the tutor professor and began the first lesson on the theory of companion beasts. Chen Qinyan explained that the power of a beast is determined by 2 factors. The first is the evolution stage. Known evolution stages include the birth stage, the growth stage, the complete stage, and the supernatural stage. The second factor is the quality of the beast's bloodline, ranked from lowest to highest. He emphasized that higher-level bloodlines would naturally have a suppression effect over lower-level ones. Furthermore, the attributes of the beasts can also create mutual counter-effects, such as the incompatibility of the 5 elements. In addition to the 5 basic elements, there are other mutant attributes like wind, thunder, and many more. As the lecture continued, the words on the blackboard gradually became blurry. Xiao Xingyu had fallen asleep without realizing it, with a smile of satisfaction on his lips. Chen Qinyan angrily threw a piece of chalk at Xiao Xingyu's head and shouted at him to wake up. Upon waking Xiao Xingyu stood up dazed, and the professor interrogated him about the weakness of the sky demon lizard. Chen Qinyan threatened that if he did not answer, Xiao Xingyu would be expelled from the class immediately. He repeated the question and the threat, declaring that he would not have to come to class the next day. Contrary to expectations, Xiao Xingyu smiled confidently and answered correctly, the venom sac under its belly. Unfazed, Chun Xinyan continued asking about the habitat of the ice vulture crocodile, and Xiao Xingyu answered correctly again to the astonishment of his classmates. Determined to test further, Chun Xinyan posed a hypothetical situation about encountering a sky-rending tiger, and Xiao Xingyu replied that he would bite his ID card and then find a shaded place to lie down. Both the professor and the student were stunned by the strange answer, and Chun Xinyan had to ask the reason. Xiao Xingyu explained that the sky-rending tiger is a king-level mutant beast, and only beast masters of level 6 or higher would stand a chance against it, while newcomers like them would surely die. He continued, saying that biting the ID card was so his family could easily identify the corpse, and looking for a shaded spot was to slow down the decomposition process. Chun Xinyan was stunned by this response, which was as realistic as it was unexpected. He slammed the table hard and shouted, declaring that the answer deserved a perfect score and revealed that he had asked questions from later chapters. Xiao Xingyu smiled. He took out several books and said he had already studied them all. The other students in the class could only gape in wonder, asking themselves what kind of monstrous prodigy he was. Chun Xinyan asked the whole class to study on their own, and then called Xiao Xingyu to go with him. Walking into the hallway, Xiao Xingyu hastily apologized for falling asleep, but Chun Xinyan dismissed it and said that wasn't the problem. He expressed his amazement that Xiao Xingyu had mastered an entire semester's theory in half a class, and the clever student replied that it was thanks to the professor teaching well. Chun Xinyan dismissed the compliment, saying that since he had already finished the theoretical part, it was time to explore more advanced materials. That said, he handed Xiao Xingyu an Azure Dragon Academy library card. Xiao Xingyu received the card with wonder and learned that he could freely enter and leave the library and borrow books for free. Chun Xinyan patted the student on the shoulder and said he had nothing left to teach him. The scene shifted to the vast library of the Azure Dragon Academy. One of the books Xiao Xingyu chose was titled Care Before Childbirth. Despite this, Xiao Xingyu sat on the floor surrounded by piles of books, reading absorbedly. Wang Yin, the son of the vice principal, entered the library with his arrogant henchmen and declared that the place belonged to them today. He arrogantly dismissed all the male students, paying no attention to Xiao Xingyu, who remained sitting on the floor reading. Then Wang Yin turned to the female students with a sinister smile, asking them to stay and study with him. A group of students cowered in fear, and one of them begged Wang Yin to spare them. The noise bothered Xiao Xingyu, who closed his book firmly and shouted for them to keep quiet. The book flew directly at Wang Yin's head, leaving him dazed by the unexpected impact. Wang Yin shouted angrily, looking for the culprit, and a henchman immediately pointed at Xiao Xingyu. Xiao Xingyu stood up to face him, criticizing Wang Yin's bullying, but the latter dismissed him as someone who liked playing the hero. The female student who had just been saved hastily pulled Xiao Xingyu's hand, worriedly advising him to leave because he couldn't offend the vice principal's son. Xiao Xingyu only mocked that his lineage explained his arrogance, which made Wang Yin feel even more provoked. Wang Yin exploded in anger, ordering Xiao Xingyu to kneel and apologize immediately. Dream on. Xiao Xingyu replied with a direct punch to Wang Yin's face. Wang Yin fell to the ground, and his henchmen rushed to help him, panicking. Still dazed, Wang Yin pointed up, stuttering, and asking his opponent if he knew who he was. He stood up with eyes full of resentment, roaring that he would not let Xiao Xingyu leave the library alive. Xiao Xingyu remained calm, challenging him back, saying that today he would let him know who really had the voice in the Azure Dragon Academy. Just at that moment, an authoritative female voice echoed from the door, commenting on the boy's arrogant tone. Director Su Dian and Professor Chun Xinyan appeared, mocking that they didn't know the academy was under his control. Wang Yin turned pale, sweat broke out as he recognized the director, and he was secretly horrified, not understanding why she was there so fast. Director Su Dian declared that she understood the situation and would resolve the conflict according to Article 8 of the school regulations. The regulations stipulated that all conflicts between students must be resolved through a one-on-one match in the arena, and the loser must apologize to the winner. The news of the match between Xiao Xingyu and Wang Yin spread quickly, and students flocked to the arena square to see it. One worried because Wang Yin's beast was an ice leopard beast of legendary quality. While another student wondered if Xiao Xingyu could win, his friend firmly stated that he was invincible. In the distance, Professor Chen Xinyan watched with concern, secretly hoping that Xiao Xingyu would not disappoint him. The referee invited both to enter the arena, and Wang Yin immediately began to threaten Xiao Xingyu. Wang Yin squeezed Xiao Xingyu's hand threateningly while a magic circle appeared behind him. Xiao Xingyu only smiled in response, saying he would wait for his apology, which infuriated Wang Yin. The referee declared that the match had officially begun. Wang Yin acted immediately, shouting to summon his ice leopard within a frozen magic circle. A giant six-clawed, sky-rending ice leopard with blue fur and glowing red eyes appeared fiercely from the summoning circle. Xiao Xingyu's eyes turned bloodshot as he activated his analysis skill. An information panel appeared revealing that Wang Yan's beast possessed a legendary lineage with dual ice and wind attributes. Xiao Xingyu was secretly surprised to realize he was facing a rare dual-attribute magic beast. However, he confidently declared it was his time to take the stage. Xiao Xingyu summoned Black Fang, who appeared in the form of a giant wolf roaring amidst a stream of black and red energy. All the observing students were amazed by the magic beast's imposing appearance, considering it completely surpassed Wang Yan's leopard in terms of aura. A red energy barrier enveloped the arena where Xiao Xingyu and Wang Yin prepared to face off. Even director Su Dian watched closely, thinking to herself that she had never seen Xiao Xingyu's magic beast before. Director Su Dian realized in astonishment that Xiao Xingyu's magic beast was an evolved form of the House Wind Wolf. Another spectator was also flabbergasted, wondering how Xiao Xingyu could have evolved a magic beast considered useless. Wang Yin roared, claiming his opponent was just showing off and vowed to defeat him completely. Following the command, the ice leopard lunged, launching the ice void-breaking claw. Xiao Xingyu calmly ordered Black Fang to use the snake step to dodge. With amazing speed, Black Fang glided through the sharp ice fragments with ease. The two magic beasts clashed, their sharp fangs impacting in a direct confrontation. Black Fang, despite being covered in frost, resisted tenaciously with his fire energy. From the stands, Professor Chen Xinyan muttered an analysis of Black Fang's wind-fire dual attributes and the ice leopard's ice-wind attributes. Professor Chen realized Black Fang was at an attribute disadvantage when the ice leopard launched a claw attack. Wang Yin shouted, ordering the ice leopard to release all its power to disable Xiao Xingyu's magic beast. The ice leopard launched its ultimate sky-breaking technique, creating a gigantic frozen storm that engulfed Black Fang. Immediately, Black Fang was completely frozen inside a solid block of ice. The wolf's entire body was imprisoned in the thick layer of ice, unable to move. Wang Yin laughed triumphantly, mocking Xiao Xingyu that his magic beast would soon freeze to death. Director Su Dian and Professor Chen Xinyan looked down with concern, wondering what Xiao Xingyu would do. Contrary to expectations, Xiao Xingyu only smiled with a confident smirk. He shouted, ordering Black Fang to use the fiery devouring Fang and Night Walker skills, causing the ice block to crack from within by a stream of glowing red energy. The ice block shattered, but Black Fang had vanished without a trace, leaving everyone stunned. Both Chen Xinyan and Su Dian were dumbfounded, not expecting the Hellfire Wind Wolf to possess the dark attribute. In the arena, Wang Yin searched frantically, wondering where Black Fang had disappeared. Suddenly, Black Fang appeared from the air, lunging to attack the stunned Wang Yin, revealing that what had been frozen was only a shadow. Ice Leopard lunged in time to intercept the blow, and the two magic beasts clashed violently in front of Wang Yin. Xiao Xingyu stood tall beside Black Fang, declaring he would show his opponent his true power. He ordered, Black Fang, Silent Claw, and the wolf lunged at terrifying speed. The Ice Leopard could not dodge and received a critical hit. Immediately it was attacked, continuously by traces of invisible claws, while Wang Yin could only shout in helplessness. From afar, Su Dian realized that the Silence Claw skill had caused a silence effect, completely neutralizing Wang Yan's magic beast. Xiao Xingyu raised his hand, deciding to deliver the finishing blow to end the match. He shouted, Black Fang, Roar of Hell, and a sphere of destructive energy formed in the wolf's mouth. A massive torrent of power was fired, submerging the defenseless ice leopard. Wang Yan's magic beast was sent flying, completely losing its fighting capability. The referee immediately raised Xiao Xingyu's hand and declared him the winner. The crowd of students erupted in cheers, enthusiastically shouting Xiao Xingyu's name. Wang Yin knelt in the arena, muttering dazed that this was impossible. Xiao Xingyu approached him and stated coldly, "You've lost," just at that moment. Director Su Dian appeared, demanding that Wang Yin apologize according to school rules to end this farce. Her stern gaze clearly showed unquestionable authority. Wang Yin gritted his teeth in a burst of extreme fury. Under Xiao Xingyu's gaze, he was forced to bow and offer an apology. Even so, Wang Yin secretly harbors intentions of revenge while Xiao Xingyu leaves with the director. Su Dian praised Xiao Xingyu, saying he was the second student to impress her and that she looked forward to his performance in the rookie ranking competition in 3 days. Xiao Xingyu thanked her for the compliment, and then asked curiously about the first person who had caught the director's attention. Su Dian revealed it was a young genius with spiritual power over 1,000 named Jiang Jinyan, Xiao Xingyu. Suddenly remembered hearing that name during the entrance exam. To reward his talent, Su Dian handed him a spatial ring as a prize for the victory. Xiao Xingyu was completely amazed by the unexpected gift. It is a spatial ring, a high-tech device that can store everything a Beastmaster needs. He happily accepted the valuable gift from the director. Xiao Xingyu thanked Su Dian once more as the ring settled in the palm of his hand. Leaving the Qinglong Academy, he thought of his sister waiting for him at home and rushed back. He walked the path home with a determined expression. Suddenly, a blue-haired girl bumped into Xiao Xingyu. He hurried to hold the dazed girl and asked if she was okay. After warning the girl to be more careful next time, Xiao Xingyu gently patted her head. Unexpectedly, the girl suddenly clung to his legs, pleading that she had nowhere to go and asking him to take her in. Meanwhile, in the family dormitory area, Jiang Jinyan was excited about her first day in Longjing City. As soon as he got home, Xiao Xingyu was grabbed by his sister and interrogated for kidnapping a child. He hurried to clarify it was a misunderstanding, but his sister was still very angry. A few minutes later, when everyone had calmed down, Xiao Xingyu explained that the girl's name was Shimeng, that she was afraid of beasts, and that her parents mistreated her, so she had run away. He said he only wanted to help Shimeng overcome her fear. Shimeng also pleaded with Xingyu's sister, whom she called Ruoxiu, to let her stay, and Xiao Ruoxiu was moved and agreed. However, she put on a serious face and said, but Xiao Ruoxiu suddenly gave him a critical warning, telling her brother that he must never choose women from the Yi family. Meanwhile, at Qinglong Academy, teacher Chen Xinyan was conducting an attack test for the students. His sister's warning words still echoed in Xiao Xingyu's mind. A friend named Wu Xingyu asked curiously about the Yi family, but Xiao Xingyu shifted the conversation to the lesson topic on battlefield positioning. He explained that beast masters needed to cooperate in different roles and positions in battle. The illustrated roles included a long-range attack marksman and an area control mage. Another beast master was shown with his huge white bear. The tank role was illustrated with a beast in heavy armor. This was followed by the roles of agile assassin and support who buffed teammates. Finally, the image of a giant, glowing butterfly appeared. Wu Xingyu seemed to understand and asked enthusiastically which position his store butterfly fit into. Just then, teacher Chen Xinyan appeared and sternly reminded Wu Xingyu not to talk in class. Teacher Chen Xinyan solemnly announced the start of the test to determine each student's combat position. The first was Sun, who with his giant bull beast of strong defense. He was classified as a tank. Then, Wu Xingyu's storm butterfly demonstrated its area attack capability, allowing it to be identified as a mage. After that, it was Xiao Xingyu's turn, who stepped forward with confidence. Teacher Chen Xinyan asked him if he was ready for the first attack power test. Xiao Xingyu made a calm gesture to begin, and Black Fong immediately appeared in his powerful combat form, following his master's orders. Black Fong unleashed his Hell Roar attack, creating a terrifying explosion. The system board appeared, announcing that this was a critical hit with a triple damage effect. The final damage figure displayed was 6,371, an unimaginable number. The other students fell silent, and one exclaimed in amazement that he could only achieve 1.5 times the damage. Teacher Chen Xinyan was also stunned, secretly thinking that this power was far beyond the standard of an initial beast. Xiao Xingyu asked if he was suitable for the assassin role, but the teacher interrupted him. Chun, Chun Xin asked him to continue, wanting to see how far this student's potential went. In the long-range test, Black Fong fired a torrent of hellfire at 800 meters, leading Wu Xingyu to suggest he be a marksman. In the defense test, Black Fong easily resisted the attacks, making Wu Xingyu admire him once again. In the control test, Black Fong summoned infernal chains, leading Wu Xingyu to suggest again that he should be a mage, finally. The enhancement test showed that Black Fong could buff his teammates within a 10-meter radius, Wu Xingyu. And other students asked the teacher in confusion, as Xiao Xingyu seemed capable of playing any role. With an enigmatic expression, Chun Xin declared that there was a special role that truly suited Xiao Xingyu, a beastmaster with the title of all-rounder. At the academy, Wu Xingyu asked Professor Chen curiously about the meaning of that title. Mr. Chun Xin explained that all-rounder is a title for beastmasters whose combat beasts are excellent in all combat positions. He smiled and stated that Xiao Xingyu was the only all-rounder in the new student class. This news made Xiao Xingyu the center of attention for his classmates. Wu Xingyu and others surrounded him, endlessly praising the boy's talent. Faced with everyone's admiration, Xiao Xingyu could only scratch his head shyly. Mr. Chen recalled that although rare, an all-rounder is not something that has never existed, and Xiao Xingyu is only the first in the rookie court so far. He also mentioned outstanding second and third-year students like Jiang Jinyan to encourage them. At the end of the class, Mr. Chen encouraged all students to keep striving. When class ended, Xiao Xingyu walked alone along the familiar path. He planned to buy some nutritious medicine for his combat beast to prepare for the upcoming ranking exam. Suddenly, a group of people led by Wang Yin blocked his path. Xiao Xingyu cautiously asked for the identity of the strangers. The muscular leader arrogantly introduced himself as a member of the Black Tiger Guild and said that Xiao Xingyu was looking for trouble. Wang Yin ordered the leader, President Lei, to break one of Xiao Xingyu's legs. President Lei and his henchmen surrounded and threatened Xiao Xingyu for daring to mess with young Master Wang. Xiao Xingyu realized that his opponents were all 3- and 4-star beastmasters. He asked coldly, "Are you taking advantage of your strength to bully a 1-star beastmaster like me?" Wang Yin admitted it arrogantly, while President Lei mocked him, ready to act on behalf of his master. President Lei summoned his combat beast, the Thunder Tiger, Xiao Xing. You also ordered his combat beast to charge. Black Fong charged and grabbed the Thunder Tiger's neck, to the opponent's surprise. With his glowing red eyes, Black Fong completely took the initiative. The giant wolf easily pinned the Thunder Tiger to the ground. President Lei was stunned, unable to believe that Xiao Xingyu's combat beast was so strong. He wondered in amazement how a House Wind Wolf could dominate an enraged Thunder Tiger. President Lei decided to face the 1-star new student himself. He and the Black Tiger Guild members summoned more combat beasts, planning to overwhelm him with numbers. A pack of tigers growled, ready to attack at the command. Suddenly, a voice echoed, challenging the power of the Black Tiger Guild. Qin Yanran appeared with the members of the Heaven Guild, declaring their superiority. Xiao Xingyu and Black Fong stood beside the newcomers, and the situation changed completely. He shouted with joy, recognizing the person who had arrived as Sister Qin. The members of the Black Tiger Guild panicked, realizing they had been surrounded by the Heaven Guild. President Lei was speechless, realizing he was facing the second strongest guild in Longjing City. He immediately changed his attitude, servilely asking Qin Yinran the reason for her presence. Qin Yinran put her arm around Xiao Xingyu, called him her brother, and questioned President Lei. She declared loudly that Xiao Xingyu was her recognized sworn brother. With cold eyes, Qin Yinran warned that anyone who bullied him would be going against her. Faced with the power of the Heaven Guild, President Lei of the Black Tiger Guild trembled quickly. He waved his hands, stuttering that it was all a misunderstanding. A member of the Black Tiger Guild immediately betrayed him, pointing at Wang Yin and accusing him of being the instigator. Upon being exposed, Wang Yin clumsily tried to clarify that he had no intention of targeting Xiao Xingyu. Qin Yinran ordered President Lei coldly, telling him that he knew what he had to do. Immediately, the Black Tiger Guild gang turned to attack Wang Yin, ignoring his screams of despair. Later at the Heaven Guild headquarters, Qin Yinran asked Xiao Xingyu why he was getting into trouble. Upon learning he was going to buy supplements for combat beasts, she said confidently that he only had to ask her. She generously offered to provide them for free, which surprised Xiao Xingyu to learn that she was the only daughter of the guild president, Qin Yanran, began showing him the guild's state-of-the-art training facilities. She showed him the luxurious entertainment area where beast masters could relax after missions, then a strategy room on the top floor where they planned important missions. Finally, she introduced the medical area equipped with advanced technology and rare herbs. Most importantly, she emphasized a team of expert beast master doctors who specialized in treating wounded combat beasts. Hearing this, Xiao Xingyu took her hand and asked urgently if he could join the guild as a beast master doctor. A firm female voice echoed from somewhere, flatly refusing. Vice President Lu Yu appeared, crossed her arms, and looked at Xiao Xingyu with skepticism, considering his request ridiculous. Qin Yanran hurried to explain to Lu Yu that this was the one who had helped her on the train and her sworn brother. Unexpectedly, a staff member rushed in urgently to inform Lu Yu that the medical area had just received several seriously injured combat beasts. The staff member said frantically that they needed personnel and didn't know what to do. A staff member urgently informed Lu Yu that the demonic beasts were seriously injured and could not hold on much longer, so Xiao Xingyu offered to take charge. He resolutely told Lu Yu that there wasn't much time left. Inside the Heaven Guild, medical staff rushed to push an injured demonic beast on a stretcher. They announced that the green-eyed mastiff on operating table number 3 was losing a lot of blood and urgently needed a reserve blood bag. The owner of the demonic beast shouted in terror, asking everyone to move out of the way quickly. That person desperately pleaded with the doctor to quickly save his demonic beast. The medical team was helpless as common hemostatic measures were having no effect. A doctor admitted that the traditional method of stopping the bleeding was completely ineffective. Xiao Xingyu narrowed his eyes, activating his analysis ability. The system table appeared, revealing that the wound was caused by the toxin of the golden beetle poison queen bee, preventing it from healing itself. He explained that the green mucus was the special toxin preventing the recovery process. Xiao Xingyu told the owner he had a way to stop the bleeding, and the owner immediately begged him to intervene. He recited a recipe that included poisonous herbs and a poison-type demonic beast core, which amazed the doctors. Xiao Xing, you warned in a stern voice that if they missed the crucial moment, the green-eyed mastiff would undoubtedly die. Hearing the blunt insistence, the doctors rushed to find the ingredients. 5 minutes later, a doctor returned panting with a freshly prepared medicine jar. Xiao Xingyu calmly put on a pair of blue medical gloves. He took the medicine jar, preparing to begin the treatment. He carefully applied the medicinal solution directly onto the wound oozing poison. The green-eyed mastiff roared loudly as its body emitted a powerful flow of healing light. Under the effect of the medicine, the demonic beast's wound stopped bleeding and began to recover rapidly. Xiao Xingyu proudly declared that he had saved the animal and asked Vice President Lu if she was satisfied. Deeply impressed, Lu Yu admitted she had underestimated him and solemnly invited him to join the Heaven Guild as a special pharmacist. Xiao Xingyu happily accepted the offer and shook her hand. Upon arriving home, he was immediately questioned by his older sister, Xiao Ruoxue, about why he was late after signing the contract. Xiao Xingyu timidly confessed to his sister. Xiao Ruoxue asked sadly if perhaps he had found a sworn sister and forgotten his biological sister, which made Xiao Xingyu rush to deny it. Then Meng naively asked about the new job, and Xiao Xingyu explained that he would be paid. He promised cheerfully to invite everyone to a big feast over the weekend, which made Meng cheer excitedly. Meanwhile, in his private room, Wang Yin was lying in bed with his injured leg. He furiously shouted Xiao Xingyu's name, swearing that he would make him pay. Wang Yin tearfully begged his father, Wang Yongshun, to help him get revenge, but only received a scolding for being useless. Wang Yongshun was furious because his son had embarrassed the clan by losing to a nobody, Wang Yin. Would you like me to translate the next set of subtitles for you? He sobbed, explaining that he didn't expect Xiao Xingyu to possess a triple attribute demonic beast. He also feared that Xiao Xingyu now had the backing of the Heaven Guild, a force that even Wang Yongqing admitted they couldn't mess with. However, Wang Yongqing flashed a sinister smile, planning for Xiao Xingyu to die in an accident during the upcoming Jinan Mountain test at Jinan Mountain. The test for new students officially began, and it was announced that it would be broadcast live. Wang Yongqing explained the rules, stating that the students' bracelets would record the entire combat process. The achievement leaderboard was announced based on the number of demonic beasts eliminated, with the highest level being S plus 480 or more kills. A teacher suggested to Vice Principal Wong that he reveal the identity of the all-rounders of his class before starting. A man on stage announced that among this year's new students, there were 3 all-rounders. The first was Murong Yinzhou from Class 1, the eldest son of the Murong clan. The second was also from Class 1, Murong Xin, which surprised the other students since both came from the Murong clan. The last all-rounder was Xiao Xingyu from Class 3, who quietly repeated the name of the Murong clan. He remembered that in China, there were the 4 great beast tamer clans, among them the Murong clan. Meanwhile, at the Academy's broadcasting station, a group of commentators was ready for live coverage. The host, Yang Su, introduced himself and began the commentary on the test. A teacher asked Vice Principal Wang Jiansheng how many demonic beasts he predicted Xiao Xingyu would kill, and he replied that 50 was already a very high figure. Chen Qinyan immediately objected, believing that with Xiao Xingyu's talent, he would reach at least 80 kills. Another blue-haired commentator believed that he would break Jiang Jinyan's record and create a miracle. The test officially began, and the new students entered the challenge zone one by one. In less than half an hour, Class 2 had eliminated the short-tailed bear, bringing their total kills to 10. Sun Tianhao from Class 5 also had an excellent performance, as his kill count exceeded 20. Most amazing was that after only 1 hour, Murong Yinzhou had eliminated 43 demonic beasts by himself, sparking admiration from other students. Commentator Yang Su explained that his white griffin was the only demonic beast with superpowers and the ability to travel through space. The white griffin easily dominated a silver fang snake that possessed a strong recovery ability. Following its owner's command, it finished off the prey quickly. Murong Yinzhou calmly approached to collect the demonic beast's crystal core. The leaderboard suddenly appeared. Murong Xin was leading with 50 kills, followed by Murong Yinzhou with 49 and Xiao Xingyu with 48. After Murong Yinzhou's performance, all eyes were now on Murong Xin, who was facing a skeletal dragon. All attention turned to Murong Xin and her skeletal dragon beast of legendary lineage. Her target was the bloodthirsty lion, a level 2 beast of epic lineage with extremely strong attack power. Commentator Yang Su announced that if Murong Xin defeated it, she would reach a total of 51 kills. Murong Yinzhou looked at the leaderboard and was confident that his sister would take first place. But immediately after, he shouted in shock upon seeing that someone had surpassed Murong Xin a minute earlier. Murong Xin's skeletal dragon was flying over the head of the bloodthirsty lion, the skeletal beast, launched a blast of purple destructive energy toward its prey. Murong Xin smiled triumphantly, believing she had secured one more kill. Suddenly she realized something and shouted in terror. She attacks. Xiao Xingyu's black fang lunged, stealing the lion kill right from under her nose. At a place called Jinan Shan, Xiao Xingyu was riding black fang in front of Murong Xin. He thanked Murong with indifference. Xin for giving him that kill. Murong Xin was speechless with rage, letting out a burst of curses in her mind. Yang Su announced that Xiao Xingyu had successfully stolen the kill and risen to first place. Suddenly the ground shook, and a gigantic three-eyed demon ant emerged from the depths. Yang Su felt an intense desire for victory from both contestants. He wondered, who would be the one to bring down this demon ant? Xiao Xingyu acted first, ordering Black Fang to use the infernal restraint technique. Black Fang's chains of fire bound the ant, inflicting true damage that ignored its tough defense. Xiao Xingyu resolutely ordered Black Fang to finish off the monster. Black Fang roared, launching the infernal roar directly toward the demon ant. Suddenly, Murong Xin ordered her beast to attack, launching a supersonic wind blade that intercepted Black Fang's attack. Immediately after, her skeletal dragon spat cold fire, successfully finishing off the three-eyed demon ant. Would you like me to continue with the next part of the translation? The bright red beast core fell from the defeated monster's body. Murong Xin picked up the loot, prompting Xiao Xingyu to comment that she still held a grudge. Commentator Yang Su excitedly announced that with a newly stolen kill, Murong Xin had tied the score with Xiao Xingyu, both at 51 kills. With only 1 hour left in the test, the race for the champion spot became extremely tense. Elsewhere, Xiao Xingyu signaled Black Fong to prepare to attack a gigantic porcupine beast. The porcupine beast growled, ready to defend itself from predators. But then Murong Xinxin and Xiao Xingyu met again, aiming for the same target once more. It seemed Murong Xinxin was determined to follow Xiao Xingyu to the end, putting them both in an awkward situation. Half an hour later, Yang Su shouted, announcing that Murong Xinxin had taken the lead with 89 kills thanks to her aggressive kill-stealing tactics. Xiao Xingyu looked exhausted and asked Murong Xinxin if she really needed to follow him like this, but only received a cold snort in return. On the live stream, viewers lively discussed Murong Xinxin's talent and bravery. Finally, Xiao Xingyu declared through the screen that he would start fighting seriously, which surprised the commentator. With only half an hour remaining, Xiao Xingyu also summoned the Fire Lion, and along with Black Fong, they launched at breakneck speed. As time passed, both rivals broke the test records in an incessant hunting race. The competition was so fierce that they faced countless powerful demonic beasts together. Murong Xinxin challenged Xiao Xingyu as she lunged toward a flying beast, confident that he couldn't steal an aerial target. But she was wrong. A surprise attack from Xiao Xingyu's side brought down the flying beast before she could even act. After Xiao Xingyu stole her prey, Murong Xinxin screamed furiously, "Thief!" She glared at Xiao Xingyu while the commentator announced that he was about to win. Xiao Xingyu felt annoyed, thinking to himself if that was the only word she knew. Suddenly, a gigantic lava lion beast appeared behind the rocks. It roared, facing both groups of contestants. Xiao Xingyu realized with horror that it was a perfect level 3 demonic beast. He was thrown from Black Fong's back by the monster's force. The lava lion lunged directly at Xiao Xingyu at a terrifying speed. The eyes of Xiao Xingyu flashed with a mixture of determination and surprise. Both he and Black Fong were thrown into the air by a powerful blast of energy. Murong Xinxin screamed Xiao Xingyu's name in horror. He was sent flying off the cliff, managing to grab onto a tree branch. Murong Xinxin quickly extended her hand, urging him to grab it while the demonic beasts continued fighting. While hanging, Xiao Xingyu was surprised to see Wang Yin standing on a nearby ledge. The branch under his weight began to creak, it broke, and Xiao Xingyu fell into the abyss before Murong Xinxin's desperate gaze. Meanwhile, in the broadcasting station, Chun Qinyan and Wang Yongchun followed the situation. Chun Qinyan anxiously suggested to the director that she allow him to go rescue the student, but Su Dian assured him she would handle it. When the director and Professor Chun left to deploy the rescue, Wang Yongchun was left alone. The vice director flashed a sinister smile, silently rejoicing that his plan to harm the genius had succeeded. At the foot of the Nanshan Cliff lies a dense and humid forest. Xiao Xingyu woke up slowly, unable to believe he was still alive. Fury ignited when he remembered Wang Yan's sinister smile. He clutched his head in anger, swearing he would never forgive that bastard. Then he realized in amazement that he was on top of Black Fong. It pained him to know that. Black Fong had used his own body as a buffer to save him without hesitation. Xiao Xingyu took out a bottle of nutritious potion. He gave it to Black Fong carefully, hoping it would help his companion ease his pain. Just then, heavy rain suddenly began to fall over the forest. Xiao Xingyu struggled to carry Black Fong on his back, determined to find shelter. He quickly discovered a cave and carried Black Fong inside. Standing at the cave entrance, he looked at the rain and wondered when it would stop. Xiao Xingyu began to worry, thinking that his older sister would surely be very restless. Would you like me to translate the next part of this story for you? He also remembered the moment when Murong Xinxin tried to save him and wondered if she was okay. Suddenly, a strange noise echoed from the depths of the cave's darkness. Xiao Xingyu was startled and became alert, realizing that someone else was there. Immediately, a hand from behind grabbed his throat. A woman with beast ears, filled with rage, squeezed him, threatening to kill him for having seen her face. Attacked by surprise, Xiao Xingyu's eyes shone with a blue light. A system panel appeared, revealing that the attacker was a Beast King-level demonic beast called Ninetails. Ninetails was surprised that Xiao Xingyu knew her identity, but he admitted he was no match for a Beast King. Determined not to let him live, Ninetails tightened her grip, but Xiao Xingyu quickly shouted for her to stop. He revealed abruptly, "You were wounded by a pure dragon. You will definitely die in half an hour." Ninetales was stunned, not understanding how a human could know her secret. Taking advantage of the opponent's confusion, Xiao Xingyu seized the opportunity and firmly grabbed her wrist. A mysterious seal glowed brightly on the back of his hand. He used that seal to push directly against Ninetales, taking her by surprise. Using his strength, Xiao Xingyu threw the Beast King some distance away. He explained that since he knew she was Ninetales, it wasn't strange to know about her wound while she spat blood. The system panel confirmed that Ninetales was seriously injured, and Xiao Xingyu thought he must first calm her down. With a determined expression, Xiao Xingyu declared, "I can save you." Ninetales broke into a sweat, thinking that a one-star beast master like him couldn't possibly heal her. She explained weakly that her wound was caused by a pure dragon, and that even the best human doctors could do nothing. "It's not hard," Xiao Xingyu replied confidently. "I can save you," but he set a condition, asking Ninetales to sign a blood contract to guarantee his own safety after saving her. Outside, the rain continued to fall over the dark entrance of the cave. Ninetales became enraged, roaring that a great emperor like her would never submit to being a demonic beast for a brat. Xiao Xingyu remained unfazed, stating firmly, "If you want to die," Ninetales shouted. In her peak fury, she lunged to attack Xiao Xingyu once more, her hand glowing with demonic energy. With his throat squeezed, Xiao Xingyu warned that if he died, she wouldn't be able to survive either. Ninetales gritted her teeth, struggling internally with the idea of having to submit to a human. Intense pain hit her, making her cough. The dragon's power was devastating her body from within. Xiao Xingyu pointed out that the dragon's power had invaded her heart core and urged her to sign the blood contract before it was too late. "No!" Ninetales shouted desperately. She couldn't die since she still had her older sister's mission to complete. Her hand that was squeezing Xiao Xingyu's throat finally loosened, exhausted. Ninetales finally accepted. "Fine, I will sign a blood contract with you." Xiao Xingyu began the ritual. He bit his finger and declared, then, from this moment on, fresh blood welled from the tip of his finger. He pressed his bloody finger onto her forehead. Completing the contract, "You are my demonic beast," under Xiao Xingyu's command. Ninetales murmured his name and then immediately demanded to be healed as promised. Xiao Xingyu promised to protect her and began to take off his clothes, making Ninetales ask alarmedly what he was doing. He replied coldly that it was to heal her, holding a dagger. Having said this, Xiao Xingyu stabbed himself directly in the chest to obtain blood. He pointed to the bleeding wound and urged Ninetales to drink it quickly. Ninetales blushed and protested vigorously, saying that a great emperor like her would never do such a thing. Xiao Xingyu pulled her close, shouting that only his lifeblood could protect her heart core. Ignoring all pride, Ninetales closed her eyes and accepted her fate. She leaned in and began to lick the blood flowing from the wound on his chest. To save her heart core, Ninetales felt a surge of power enveloping her body. Xiao Xingyu announced that her wound had stabilized and asked her name, confirming he was now her master. She replied coldly that the great emperor was named Dalu. Dalu turned around and solemnly asked Xiao Xingyu something. "Would you like me to translate the next section for you?" She questioned how he knew her wound was caused by a dragon's power. Xiao Xingyu secretly thought that Dalu's connection to the extinct dragon clan was not simple and that perhaps she knew his secret. He decided not to hide it and told her that 2 months ago his eyes had been soaked in dragon blood. Since then, when he concentrated his consciousness, he could see an information table about beasts like a system. He explained that it was thanks to that table that he knew about her wound, while Dalu was surprised to recognize that those eyes were identical to the eyes of the demon god of legend. She reasoned that the demon god's eyes had the ability to see through all beasts, but this power was only inherited by the demon god of the dragon clan, something a human could not obtain. Dalu stared fixedly at Xiao Xingyu, wondering about his true identity, which bewildered him by her silence. After considering it, she accepted that he was her owner and that if they really were the demon god's eyes, they could benefit her. Dalu smiled and told Xiao Xingyu that he had won the lottery. She explained that his eyes might have mutated due to the dragon blood, becoming the legendary eyes of the demon god, which left Xiao Xingyu stunned. Dalu mocked the idea of a system, saying he should read fewer novels and that the data table was only the external manifestation of the demon god's eyes. Xiao Xingyu still doubted, wondering why he had heard that voice speak before. He remembered a mysterious voice that had instructed him to collect a crystal to awaken his beast bloodline. He recounted that the first time was after the Shadow Dragon attack. It guided him to find a crystal for Black Fong, and then, during the Qinglong Academy test, he gave Black Fong that crystal to awaken the bloodline. Xiao Xingyu remembered how Black Fong had evolved into Hellfire Windwolf and passed the Academy test. He reflected, not knowing when he would hear the system's voice again. Suddenly, a violent roar echoed, interrupting his thoughts, in front of Xiao Xingyu and Dalu. A giant flaming beast was blocking the entrance to the cave. The monster lunged to attack, and Dalu shouted hastily to calm the stunned Xiao Xingyu. Both were cornered inside a damp cave. Xiao Xingyu realized with horror that it was the lava tiger-lion beast that had pushed him off the cliff. He didn't expect it to have pursued him this far. The beast delivered a devastating blow, throwing Xiao Xingyu. He fell to the ground, clutching his chest in pain. Facing the growling beast, Xiao Xingyu could only curse silently in despair. Suddenly, bolts of purple energy flew, attacking the lava tiger-lion beast. Xiao Xingyu looked in amazement at the scene before him. Dalu, despite being injured, stood up and emitted a terrifying aura of demonic energy, declaring that no one could provoke an emperor. The lava tiger-lion beast roared in response, showing no apparent fear of her presence. A violent explosion of energy occurred when the two sides clashed. However, Dalu was quickly overwhelmed, and the beast crushed her against the ground with its paw. Humiliated, Dalu roared in extreme fury. She concentrated all her strength in her eyes, activating a supreme skill, True Eye of Heaven. Dalu roared, releasing all the power of her eyes, creating a huge ball of energy that engulfed the lava tiger-lion beast. In a dark cave, an exhausted Xiao Xingyu looked at Dalu, who had shrunk and was unconscious, thinking that although he was safe, he wasn't doing well either. Before losing consciousness, he heard Dalu desperately shouting his name. Xiao Xingyu woke up in a cosmic space where a giant dragon announced that this was the consciousness space. The dragon revealed that his power was the eyes of the demon god, which made Xiao Xingyu frantically ask who was speaking. He questioned the identity of the mysterious entity, and it responded that it was the one who guided his beast's evolution. Xiao Xingyu realized in amazement that this was the voice that had guided him to find the crystal to awaken the bloodline. The dragon explained that it was awakened by the power of the bloodline, but didn't remember who it was, which made Xiao Xingyu think about the dragon blood from before. It promised to help him reach supreme glory, but Xiao Xingyu doubted what an amnesiac could do. To prove it, the dragon showed him Black Fong's stats table, making Xiao Xingyu realize that what he saw was not a game system. Through a mental dialogue, the dragon explained that it could appear because Xiao Xingyu had become stronger after making a pact with two beasts. When Xiao Xingyu asked how he had gotten there, the dragon said it took advantage of his unconsciousness to meet and that it was time for him to wake up. Xiao Xingyu's figure began to fade, and he hastily asked when they would meet again, receiving the promise that it would always be by his side. Xiao Xingyu opened his eyes, found himself in a hospital, and wondered what had happened. Director Su Dian and Professor Chen Qinyan entered, happy to see him awake, and said they had been very worried. He asked how he had gotten out of the cave, and Su Dian explained that the rescue team had found him unconscious. She looked at him inquisitively. Would you like me to continue translating the next part of this story for you? Saying that they had found the corpse of a lava tiger-lion beast not far away, and she asked if he knew anything. Xiao Xingyu feigned innocence, saying he had been unconscious, and asking if she suspected a one-star beast master like him could kill it. Su Dian set aside her suspicions and promised that the academy would investigate thoroughly, while Xiao Xingyu happily expressed his absolute trust in her. Chen Qinyan announced that Xiao Xingyu and Murong Xinxin had reached S rank together, breaking the academy record, and then told them to rest to prepare for the ranking competition. As soon as the director and professors left, Xiao Xingyu clenched his fists and the seal on the back of his hand began to glow. 9 tails suddenly appeared from the seal, surprising Xiao Xingyu. She crossed her arms and asked him where he had run off to. She scolded the young man for having risked his heart's blood to provide it to her, explaining that was why he was exhausted and had fainted. 9 tails recounted that when the rescue team arrived, she had to hide to avoid being detected by humans. She turned to interrogate Xiao Xingyu, doubting his claim to the director that the fall down the cliff was just an accident. Xiao Xingyu smiled with disdain, thinking to himself an accident. Already knew who the mastermind was from the start. With determined eyes, he swore that he would not let them escape this time. Meanwhile, in his private office, Wang Yin was sitting quietly on the sofa. But the peace vanished quickly when he screamed in terror, calling for his father after seeing something on his phone. Wang Yin ran toward his father Wang Yongchun, but the latter shouted coldly for him to calm down. He frantically showed the phone to his father, giving the shocking news that Xiao Xingyu was still alive. Wang Yin feared that Xiao Xingyu would take revenge with the backing of the Heaven Guild, but Wang Jianxing indifferently denied any involvement. The vice principal said confidently that even if Xiao Xingyu suspected, there was no evidence against them. When asked about the next plan, Wang Jianxing firmly stated that he would do nothing. But then his expression turned malevolent as he whispered the second part of the plan, not to stop until Xiao Xingyu died. Wang Yong Chen placed a glowing object in his son's hand, ordering Wang Yin to eliminate him himself. At the same time, in the family apartment, night had fallen. Xiao Xingyu had just arrived in his room when his phone rang. It was a call from his friend Wu Xingyu. Wu Xingyu shouted through the phone, delighted that Xiao Xingyu was alive and had won first place in the competition. Smiling at everyone's concern, Xiao Xingyu remembered that Jiang Jinyan had been at his side in the hospital. He suddenly realized when Wu Xingyu mentioned that the freshman ranking competition had been postponed. Wu Xingyu explained that his disappearance had caused a commotion, forcing the school to postpone everything to search for him. The ranking competition was the most important annual event of the Azure Dragon Academy. Freshmen would draw lots to determine the match order, competing for the top 3 spots. Wu Xingyu said excitedly that this was a fierce battle that would decide the future of the freshmen. After reminding his friend to rest, Xiao Xingyu ended the call. He looked at his phone screen, reflecting on the upcoming ranking competition. He understood that to use a beast's skills, the beast master had to provide enough spiritual energy. The higher the beast's level, the more spiritual energy it would require. Xiao Xingyu was determined to avoid being drained of energy by Dalu like last time. To destroy the Wang family, he knew he would have to rely on Dalu's power, but using her skills consumed too much energy, making him worry about finding a way to increase his power before the competition. Lying in bed, a bold idea occurred to Xiao Xingyu, to ask him. He entered his consciousness space, facing the mysterious dragon entity. Standing amidst the bright light, Xiao Xingyu was ready for dialogue. The giant eye of the dragon entity opened, asking him if he was looking for a shortcut. Xiao Xingyu responded with a confident smile, thinking that with such a powerful ally, why not take advantage of it? The dragon entity agreed. As long as Xiao Xingyu helped her recover her memories, she would help him in return, and he happily accepted the agreement. She explained that to communicate he needed to meditate deeply and that she had created a control panel based on the human gaming system. She pointed to the shop section where Xiao Xingyu could buy necessary items. To ensure he wasn't lazy, she would periodically assign him tasks through the system, and Xiao Xingyu looked enthusiastically at the rewards. His fingers slid across the interface and stopped at a red pill called the Dragon Spirit Pill. Information appeared describing that the Dragon Spirit Pill could increase spiritual energy tenfold for 5 minutes, but would later cause weakness. Xiao Xingyu held the pill in his hand, and the dragon warned him to be careful of the side effects, considering it a welcome gift. She taught him the incantation to summon the system and asked him not to disturb her unless it was an emergency. Xiao Xingyu agreed to let the dragon entity rest. Would you like me to translate more of this story for you? The entity's giant eyes slowly closed, carrying away one last thought full of expectation. Returning to reality outside the apartment complex, Xiao Xingyu waved to his sister to go to school. Xiao Ruoxue told him to be careful, while Shiming also wished her brother a good trip. Xiao Xingyu walked down the street, thinking that today was the freshman ranking competition and he didn't know if Wu Xingyu would remember him. Suddenly he stopped, looking in amazement at the paper in his hand. It was an arrest warrant for 9 taels, with a reward of 3 billion for stealing the golden core, and the person in the photo was Dalu. Just at that moment, Wu Xingyu called, shouting into the phone asking everyone to support Xiao Xingyu's return. Xiao Xingyu frowned and pulled the phone away, thinking that his ears were about to burst from his friend's screaming. The scene shifted to a deserted alleyway. Xiao Xingyu cornered Dalu against the wall, angrily asking Dalu, "Are you deceiving me?" Xiao Xingyu angrily interrogated Dalu while holding the arrest warrant. "Why didn't you tell me the royalty was looking for you?" He emphasized that it was an arrest warrant from the queen herself, but Dalu challenged him, telling him to turn her in and collect the reward if he regretted it. Xiao Xingyu stated seriously, "Dalu, I am your master now. I hope you trust me." Faced with his sincerity, Dalu appeared confused and hesitant. Finally, she took a deep breath and decided to tell the truth. Dalu summoned a purple crystal and revealed that this was the reason Shangguan Lan had offered a massive reward to capture her. She explained it was one of the treasures of the Dragon Clan, which greatly surprised Xiao Xingyu. That treasure is called the Dragon's Tear. She recounted that the Dragon Clan has 3 treasures, of which the Reverse Scale Sword and the Dragon King's Whip are powerful combat weapons. However, the Dragon's Tear has no offensive capability, as it was created from the tears of 10,000 pure-blood dragons. Xiao Xingyu was speechless upon hearing Dalu reveal that its ultimate power was to invert time and space, returning to the past. He immediately questioned, assuming the Dragon Clan had gone extinct 300 years ago. He continued asking why dragons had repeatedly appeared recently. Xiao Xingyu interrogated her about the truth of the Great Dragon Annihilation War, but Dalu didn't know. Just then, a familiar voice called his name. He was startled and turned, seeing a flash of red energy pass by. Murong Yanzhou and Murong Xinshin appeared. The older brother asked why Xiao Xingyu was there. Murong Yanzhou dropped a sarcastic comment, advising him to be careful not to die again, while Xinshin thought to herself that her brother was just awkwardly showing his concern. Inside, Yanzhou angrily remembered how his sister had tormented herself to the point of stopping eating due to Xiao Xingyu's accident. A flashback appeared showing Yanzhou trying to convince his sister to eat, but she flatly refused. In a dark room, Murong Yan-dash. Zhou recounted that his sister only started eating and drinking again after seeing the news on TV that Xiao Xingyu was still alive. He warned Xiao Xingyu to be careful, otherwise his sister would stop eating again, while Murong Xinshin covered his mouth in embarrassment. Xiao Xingyu smiled and agreed to be more cautious so that Murong wouldn't worry, then invited them to join the freshman ranking exam. But Yanzhou coldly refused, saying their relationship wasn't close enough, especially after Xiao Xingyu stole his sister's credit. Xiao Xing, you felt awkward and confused by the direct rejection. Yanzhou called his sister, and both turned and left, leaving Xiao Xingyu alone. Xiao Xingyu thought to himself, not understanding why Yanzhou had approached him just to say those words. The scene shifted to Qinglong Academy, where fireworks exploded brilliantly in the sky. In a large arena, the host Yang Su welcomed all the staff and students present. Yang Su officially declared the start of the annual freshman ranking exam, where everyone would draw lots to determine the match order. The freshmen began to line up to take turns drawing from a wooden box. Among the crowd, Wang Yin recognized Xiao Xingyu and was secretly shocked that he was still alive. He gritted his teeth, holding a small box with a skull symbol, and swore that this time he wouldn't give Xiao Xingyu any chance to survive. Wang Yin stepped forward arrogantly, making the crowd part, many recognizing him as the vice principal's son. Other students began whispering about Wang Yan's bad reputation as a bully who was an embarrassment to the academy. Wang Yin didn't care. His mind was only filled with the intent to take revenge for the humiliation Xiao Xingyu had inflicted on him. With a sinister smile behind his mask, he drew his slip and declared he would make Xiao Xingyu pay 100 times over. The slip in his hand clearly showed the pairing of fate, Wang Yin versus Xiao Xingyu. In another scene, Xiao Xingyu and Dalu anxiously asked the readers to support them with votes and comments. The result of the draw shocked the audience when the archenemies Wang Yin and Xiao Xingyu faced off. Wang Yin squeezed the slip, silently promising his father that he would not disappoint him. Would you like me to translate the next part of this story for you? Before the fight, Wang Yin and his henchmen blocked Xiao Xingyu's path to provoke him. He threatened to personally destroy Xiao Xingyu's beast. Xiao Xingyu only curled his lips into a smile, calmly responding that he would wait and see. Both entered the center of the arena, ready for battle. Xiao Xingyu walked with a completely confident and calm expression. In the stands, Murong Yanzhou wondered why his sister Murong Xinshin couldn't stop staring at Xiao Xingyu. Murong Xinshin explained that since the fall from the cliff, Xiao Xingyu's aura had become much stronger. A blue-haired teacher also noticed the change, wondering what had happened to Xiao Xingyu in just a few days. The referee stood between the two opponents and announced the 7th match of the first round between Xiao Xingyu and Wang Yin. He waved the flag decisively and shouted to signal that the fight had officially begun. Wang Yin charged immediately, while Xiao Xingyu maintained his defensive stance. Xiao Xingyu summoned Black Fang, and Wang Yin also called his Ice Leopard. The electronic screen displayed the information. The Ice Leopard had a legendary lineage, while Black Fang only had an epic lineage. Murong Xinshin felt that something was not right with Black Fang's aura. Although the meter showed that Black Fang's level was at the initial stage, his actual aura far exceeded that level. Murong Xinshin reflected, and a hypothesis began to form in her mind. She suddenly realized Xiao Xingyu was deliberately suppressing Black Fang's level to use this battle as an opportunity to break through. In the arena, the Ice Leopard and Black Fang lunged at each other, beginning a fierce exchange. Black Fang dodged the sharp ice spears of the Ice Leopard. The Ice Leopard roared and used its skill. Ice Break, creating a blast of extreme cold. Black Fang responded by using Shadow Dodge, his body dissolving into the darkness. The icy air spread throughout the arena, even covering the stands. The spectators shivered from the piercing cold that suddenly hit them. The Ice Leopard stood firm in the cold mist, searching for its opponent. The two beasts faced off, one enveloped in flames, the other in ice. Black Fang roared thunderously with the Hell Roar skill. The fiery shockwave sent the Ice Leopard flying backward. This time, the spectators felt a surge of heat emanating from the arena floor. The referee commented enthusiastically, "What an exciting match. Sometimes ice-cold, sometimes hot as fire." Xiao Xingyu raised his hand, the mark on it glowing as he gave the command, "Black Fang, Dark Cloud." The referee was surprised to realize that Xiao Xingyu was the first to use a Dark Attribute combat skill. A huge Dark Claw shot toward the Ice Leopard. The attack sank into space, bringing with it a silence effect. The Dark Claw struck the Ice Leopard, making it roar in pain. The students cheered, seeing that the Ice Leopard had been hit by Dark Claw and could not activate its skills. Wang Yin shouted angrily, "Xiao Xingyu, do you think I'll fall for the same trap twice?" He gave a secret command to his beast. The Ice Leopard sensed a sphere of blue energy. It began to condense in its mouth, and the ice on its body shattered. The Ice Leopard's back erupted in frozen flames. It bared its sharp ice fangs. Its paws with sharp claws struck the arena floor heavily. Immediately after, it fired an extremely powerful torrent of frozen energy. The beast roared, releasing an explosion of ice around it. It stood in the middle of a wall of ice rising from the earth. Xiao Xingyu narrowed his eyes, wondering why his opponent had suddenly become so strong. Using the eye of the demon god, he suspected that Wang Yin had made his beast use some kind of forbidden drug. He accused Wang Yin of cheating out loud, but he simply growled at him not to meddle in others' business. Wang Yin ordered his beast, Ice Flame, to use the Ice Blade storm attack. Black Fang charged bravely directly into the approaching ice storm. Ice fragments sharp as knives hit him, leaving him with many cuts. "Would you like me to translate the next part of this battle for you?" Xiao Xingyu shouted, encouraging Black Fang to endure. Wang Yin mocked him, declaring that the fight wasn't over yet, and ordered Ice Flame to use Shattered Ice Hammer, a giant ice hammer, formed in the air and lunged directly at Black Fang. Black Fang only had time to look up at the deadly block of ice descending. The hammer struck the arena floor heavily, creating a terrifying sound. Black Fang was left completely frozen inside a massive block of ice. Wu Xingyu and his friend were horrified, worried that Xiao Xingyu was at a disadvantage and about to lose. Wang Yin declared smugly that the previous time he had let him win, but this time he would show him his true power. In the observation room, Vice Principal Wang Yongchun smugly asked Director Su Dian if his son's talent was comparable to Xiao Xingyu's. Su Dian looked on with silent contempt, knowing that the sudden power surge of the Ice Leopard beast was due to the schemes of this pair of idiot father and son. In the arena, the Ice Leopard beast launched the Winter Tail strike attack, surrounding Black Fang with sharp ice pillars, putting Xiao Xingyu's situation in danger. The stands became tense. Murong Xinshin and Wu Xingyu were worried, wondering if Xiao Xingyu still had a chance to turn the situation around, but Xiao Xingyu maintained a determined expression. thinking silently that Black Fong had been tempered through hundreds of battles and would not be easily defeated. He pointed resolutely forward and shouted, giving orders to Black Fong. In response to the command, Black Fong unleashed a never-before-seen skill, Hellfire Lotus, a giant fire lotus that exploded, shattering the ice, imprisoning him. Wang Yin fell into extreme panic and quickly shouted to his ice leopard beast to flee quickly. The ice leopard beast tried to jump to escape the spreading fire explosion. Meanwhile, Black Fong stood firm with hellfire swirling in his mouth. He raised his head and howled a cry that echoed in the sky, concentrating all his power into the fire lotus. The teachers were shocked. Chun Qinyin recognized this was a skill of a fully evolved demonic beast, while Wang Yongshun conceived murderous intentions. The glowing fire lotuses chased the ice leopard beast, which was fleeing in terror. The referee shouted in amazement, announcing that Xiao Xingyu had unleashed a skill of a fully evolved fire attribute demonic beast. He continued commenting that despite still being in his initial form, Black Fong had mastered an advanced technique. Xiao Xingyu extended his hand, confidently controlling the Hellfire Lotus, believing this was the mark of a top-tier genius. The giant fire lotus exploded with destructive power. The shadow of the ice leopard beast was completely submerged in the sea of fire. After the fire dissipated, the ice leopard beast lay unconscious on the ground, while Xiao Xingyu stood firm. The entire arena fell silent. Everyone was stunned, and the referee raised his hand, preparing to announce the winner. The referee raised his hand and loudly announced the winner, Xiao Xingyu. The arena erupted in cheers. Everyone was horrified by the power of the Hellfire Lotus. Everyone turned their gaze to the display screen. Someone shouted that Black Fong's stats had changed. The information appeared clearly. Black Fong had jumped directly from level 1 early stage to level 3. Wang Yin knelt on the ground, admitting in a daze that Xiao Xingyu had just set an unprecedented record. Standing next to the giant Black Fong, Xiao Xingyu was recognized as the only one to achieve the miracle of ascending 2 consecutive levels in a single battle in the Academy's history. In the arena, Black Fong roared triumphantly next to the fallen ice leopard beast. Xiao Xingyu smiled and praised Black Fong, silently recalling the life-or-death battle against the lava tiger-lion beast on Jinan Mountain. He remembered the moment when Black Fong, after countless life-or-death trials, had reached the threshold of a breakthrough. He revealed his strategy, having deliberately used the ice leopard to drive Black Fong into a dead end, forcing him to break his limits and be reborn. Unexpectedly, Wang Yongxin spoke from the judges' table demanding proof, which made Xiao Xingyu alert to his plot. Xiao Xingyu narrowed his eyes, deciding to remain silent and observe what trick the other party would play. Wang Yongxin pointed to the corpse on the ground, asking loudly that according to the rules, the death of the ice leopard beast was the clearest proof of a violation. Other teachers joined in, demanding Xiao Xingyu's expulsion for being considered too cruel, but Director Su Dian stopped them. She resolutely faced Wang Yongxin, declaring that she would not allow anyone to defame her students before the truth was revealed. Su Dian immediately summoned the guards, ordering that the corpse of the ice leopard beast be taken to the veterinarian for examination. The Academy's medical team quickly set to work examining the demonic beast's corpse. Under the supervision of the teachers, Su Dian asked the head veterinarian to report the exam results. The vet reported that the leopard died of severe internal bleeding, apparently caused by the Hellfire Lotus, Wang. Yongxin secretly rejoiced because he had bribed the vet beforehand, and then turned to pressure Su Dian with a false conclusion. Xiao Xingyu interrupted Wang Yongxin, questioning that no perpetrator would act in front of so many witnesses. He pointed out the contradiction that Black Fong's Hellfire Lotus was a spiritual attack, while the ice leopard beast clearly died of internal bleeding, an argument other teachers supported. Xiao Xing, would you like me to translate the next set of subtitles for you? He turned to directly confront the veterinarian, asking if the doctor's diagnosis was truly accurate. He whispered a warning to the vet not to ruin his career for a little gain, making the vet realize in terror that the plot had been exposed. Wang Yongxin hastily urged the director to perform a leopard blood test to confirm it, and Su Dian immediately agreed. 10 minutes later, the doctors finished taking the blood samples under everyone's supervision. The vet tremblingly approached to report the results, but was interrupted by Su Dian, who asked him to speak the truth directly. Under pressure, he shouted that the ice leopard beast died from having used a rage drug. Wang Yin charged frantically, accusing the vet of defaming him, but was stopped by other teachers. He knelt and pleaded with Su Dian while the vet presented the analysis results and explained that this type of drug increased strength, but caused side effects. Su Dian looked coldly at Wang Yin, declaring that the evidence was irrefutable. Wang Yin turned desperately to ask his father for help while the teachers whispered about the cruelty of the vice principal himself. Wang Yongchen had to humble himself and ask Su Dian to give his son another chance. But Su Dian sternly reminded him of his position as vice principal of the Qinglong Academy and gave an ultimatum, if they wanted. To cover it up, both father and son could leave the academy together, cornered. Wang Yongchen became so enraged that his eyes sparked. He had to publicly announce that Wang Yin had violated the academy rules and would be expelled. Wang Yin stood stunned, unable to believe that his own father had decided to expel him. Wang Yongchen leaned into his son's ear, explaining they had no other choice but secretly promising to take revenge for him later. He loudly ordered the guards to remove Wang Yin from the academy amidst his desperate screams. When the freshman tournament ended, the final list of the top 8 was announced. Among the crowd, students murmured about Xiao Xingyu, the big underdog of the class, a nobody who reached the top 8 because no one dared to fight him. Morong Yin Dash. Zhou told his sister that Xiao Xingyu had reached the top 8 and that he would take revenge for her the next day because he had stolen points from her in the Jinan Mountain test. But Murong Xinxin dismissed him. Staring at Xiao Xingyu's name in the rankings with determined eyes and declaring she wanted to defeat him herself. In the midst of this, Wu Xingyu ran happily to give the good news to Xiao Xingyu. Xiao Xingyu responded calmly that reaching the top 8 was no big deal, but Wu Xingyu insisted they should celebrate. In the distance, Vice Principal Wang Yongchen watched the two from behind with hatred, thinking to himself that Xiao Xingyu shouldn't celebrate too soon. He thought maliciously, let's see if Xiao Xingyu can still laugh when he returns home where his room has been trashed. After the celebration with Wu Xingyu, Xiao Xingyu finally returned home. He stood stunned seeing his front door destroyed and furniture scattered everywhere. A panic attack washed over him and he ran inside, calling for his sister and Shiming. He found Shiming sitting in a corner, sobbing and calling brother. The crying girl pulled at his clothes and told him that Sister Ruoshua had been kidnapped by a masked man and that he had left a letter. Xiao Xingyu tried to calm the sobbing Shiming, promising her that Sister Ruoshua would be fine. He opened the letter and read it. The content demanded he go to Jinan Mountain if he wanted to save his sister. Without hesitation, he immediately headed to Jinan Mountain under the silence of the night. On the way, Xiao Xingyu gritted his teeth in indignation, wondering who would dare mess with his sister. He found Xiao Ruoshua unconscious leaning against a tree and hastily called out to her. A figure wrapped in a black robe appeared amidst blue lightning and said coldly that his sister was not dead. Xiao Xing Dash. You roared, demanding they release his sister. The stranger smiled smugly and asked if he was curious about his identity. Xiao Xingyu analyzed the situation and decisively pointed to the culprit behind it all. You are his father, Wang Yongchen. The masked man did not deny it. He smiled smugly and admitted, Haha, you truly are worthy of the name Xiao Xingyu. Wang Yongchen expressed his sick regret. If you were my son, I would have trained you to be the youngest and strongest beastmaster in Long Country. But then he growled, his eyes glowing with murderous intent. But you are not, and furthermore you hurt my son, so you must die. Wang Yongchen began to summon. A powerful aura exploded as he shouted, Earth Power, Rock Guardian. A giant flaming bear appeared, and he proudly declared, Naimushin descend. My Naimushin is a beast king. He continued boasting of its power. It can always be in a state of invincible body, immune to all enemy control skills. Facing the imposing Naimushin, Wang Yongchen laughed smugly. A one-star beast master fighting a beast king? Xiao Xingyu, your life ends here. Contrary to expectations, Xiao Xingyu simply smiled smugly in a defiant manner. Vice Principal Wang, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Wang Yongchen mocked, what? Are you going to let your little wolf be bait for my Yin Dash? Xingyu stood confidently in a beam of light, raising his hand toward the sky. Who said I only have one beast? Lulu, it's your turn to shine. The sky suddenly darkened, black clouds swirled, and lightning began to streak across the sky. Would you like me to translate the next part of this confrontation for you? Sensing the terrifying aura, Wang Yongshun lost his smugness. His face changed. Inside the summoning circle, Ninetails appeared. She stretched lazily and asked, "Why do you summon me, mortal, breaking my eternal sleep? How do you plan to compensate me?" Xiao Xingyu pointed at the enemy and ordered, "Lulu, finish off that bear." Ninetails asked distractedly, "Can I go back to sleep after dealing with him?" "Yes, you can sleep all you want," Xiao Xingyu agreed. Ninetails winked suggestively. Wang Yongshun broke into a cold sweat, thinking, this beast's aura is too terrifying. I must act immediately. Nianmoxing immediately brandished its giant weapon, unleashing a devastating blow upon Ninetails. At that precise instant, Ninetails' eyes shone with a strange light as she activated her gift. The Taiyan Madden power unlocked. Nianmoxing stopped just before the mace reached its target. The attack of Nianmoxing stopped abruptly in midair. The giant beast's entire body petrified, motionless in the stance of wielding its weapon. Wang Yongshun was left speechless, pointing his finger forward in extreme shock. He realized with horror that Ninetails was a beast king being hunted across the country. Wang Yongshun muttered about the unpredictable consequences if it were discovered that Xiao Xingyu had made a pact with a criminal. However, Xiao Xingyu simply smiled smugly, declaring that summoning Ninetails meant he wouldn't let Wang Yongshun leave there alive. Wang Yongshun roared in anger, asserting that the gap between a 1-star beast master and a 6-star one was insurmountable. Just at that moment, the stone covering Nianmoxing began to crack from within. The giant bear roared toward the sky, breaking the state of petrification. It continued unleashing its power, releasing a burst of violent energy. In the middle of the forest, the two sides faced off in a tense atmosphere. Nianmoxing had completely freed itself from control. Wang Yongshun laughed out loud, mocking that no matter how powerful Ninetails was, Xiao Xingyu was still just a weak 1-star beast master. He gathered his strength, declaring he would show him the insurmountable level gap. Immediately, Nianmoxing was enveloped by a terrifying dark aura. Waves of black energy swirled around its body. A powerful wave of dark energy spread everywhere. Xiao Xingyu frowned, recognizing that this was a dark attribute beast. He knew these creatures existed, devouring the flesh and blood of humans and other beasts. Xiao Xingyu immediately connected the events, shouting to expose Wang Yongshun as the culprit behind the beast disappearances in Longyan City over the last 5 years. Wang Yongshun laughed maliciously, declaring that dying under Nianmoxing's claws was a privilege. Xiao Xingyu was horrified to recognize that the symbol belonged to the Red Skull Guild, an evil terrorist organization. Este es uno de los 5 gremios oscuros más notorios especializado en maestros de bestias de atributo oscuro. Wan Ronseng amenazó con que dado que su verdadera identidad había sido expuesta no permitiría que Xiao Xingyu saliera vivo de esta montaña. Ninetails advirtió preocupada a su amo que su energía era demasiado baja para que ella pudiera luchar, pero Xiao Xingyu respondió con confianza que nunca lucharía si no estaba seguro de ganar. Inmediatamente Xiao Xingyu tragó una píldora de energía rosada. Exhaló una poderosa ráfaga de magia. Una columna masiva de energía de color rosa púrpura explotó desde el cuerpo de Xiao Xingyu. Enfrentado a este nuevo poder, Wan Ronseng todavía gritó con arrogancia que el fin de Xiao Xingyu había llegado. Cargado de energía, Xiao Xingyu con los ojos brillantes y el sello ardiente en su mano llamó a Ninetails. Ninetails respondió de inmediato, lista para servir a su amo él. Nianmoxing rugió ferozmente y se abalanzó directamente hacia los dos. Xiao Xingyu rugió y ordenó a Ninetails que se transformara. La energía envolvió a Ninetails mientras comenzaba su proceso de transformación. Se transformó en una gigantesca 9 colas demonio, zorro cargando hacia adelante con un poder asombroso. El zorro gigante levantó la cabeza y aulló hacia el cielo. Un ojo mágico gigante de color rojo apareció en el cielo acumulando energía. Un rayo de poder destructivo fue disparado directamente hacia el Nianmoxing. El ataque dio en el blanco, dejando una marca de energía en el pecho del oso demoníaco. El rayo destructivo de Ninetails atravesó el pecho del Nianmoxing. La bestia rugió de dolor y Wan Ronseng también gritó de desesperación. No podía creer lo que veía cuando una ráfaga de energía oscura del gremio oscuro estalló de su cuerpo. Wan Ronseng was completely consumed by the dark flames and vanished. That was a massive showdown. Wang Yongshun finally got what was coming to him. Would you like me to translate the next chapter of Xiao Xingyu's journey? From a distance, Xiao Xingyu and Ninetales observed the energy remnants left after the explosion. He clutched his chest, realizing that this was the aftereffect of using the Dragon Spirit pill. Xiao Xingyu's vision faded. He only heard Ninetales' worried voice before collapsing. While he was unconscious, Ninetales held him while a resonant voice suddenly ordered her to stand up. A pair of high heels approached, announcing the arrival of a stranger. Ninetales was startled when a hand unexpectedly grabbed her chin. The person was Xiao Ruoxue, Xiao Xingyu's older sister, on the mountain. At Jinan, Xiao Ruoxue confronted Ninetales, who was being controlled. Ninetales felt a malevolent aura, while Xiao Ruoxue recognized that she was a nine-tailed demon fox. Ruoxue was surprised that a demon emperor like Ninetales had made a pact with her younger brother. Ninetales exclaimed in horror upon sensing Xiao Ruoxue's dragon power. A powerful burst of blue dragon energy erupted around Xiao Ruoxue. With her neck squeezed, Ninetales frantically asked how Xiao Xingyu's biological sister could use dragon energy. Xiao Ruoxue signaled for her to be quiet. With glowing eyes, she warned that her identity was not something Ninetales needed to worry about. Xiao Ruoxue stopped Ninetales and said that for now, she was just Xiao Xingyu's sister. She knelt beside her unconscious brother and began to use her energy to heal him. A soft blue light enveloped Xiao Xingyu's body. Ninetales asked worriedly about his condition. Xiao Ruoxue explained that Xiao Xingyu had used a drug to boost his spiritual power and was suffering from side effects. She reassured her, saying the injury was not serious and that he only needed 3 days of rest to recover, which made Ninetales sigh in relief. After finishing the healing, Xiao Ruoxue stood up. Ninetales was still suspicious and asked about her true identity. Instead of answering, Xiao Ruoxue's eyes glowed as she began to sing an ancient melody. She unleashed a wide-area skill called Dragon's Whisper, and the magical notes spread throughout the forest. The melody's energy caused the vegetation devastated in the battle to begin recovering. Ninetales realized in horror that this was the dragon song, a combat technique belonging only to pure-blood dragons, capable of regenerating all things. Xiao Ruoxue's power enveloped the entire area, restoring everything to its original state. She confidently declared that she had erased all traces of the battle, ensuring the secret would be kept. Ninetales suddenly remembered that among pure-blood dragons, only one bloodline possessed platinum scales. She realized in horror that the name of that legendary dragon was Chaos. A giant chaos dragon entity appeared, warning Ninetales that she must be absolutely loyal to her brother. Xiao Ruoxue, with dragon scales appearing on her cheeks, ordered Ninetales to dedicate herself entirely to supporting Xiao Xingyu. She threatened to cut off Ninetales. Ninetales if she dared to betray her, which made the demon fox tremble and swear loyalty immediately. Xiao Ruoxue threatened her not to say a word about her identity to Xiao Xingyu. Later, at the hospital, Xiao Xingyu woke up and saw his older sister and director Su Dian by his side. Xiao Ruoxue happily hugged her younger brother, making him complain that she was squeezing him too hard. She began to explain what had happened that night. Xiao Ruoxue recounted that she woke up on Jinan Mountain, saw Xiao Xingyu unconscious, and took him for emergency treatment. Xiao Xingyu thought to himself that his sister didn't notice anything unusual, so Lulu must have cleaned everything up perfectly. Su Dian announced that Xiao Xingyu had been in a coma for 3 days, missing the semifinals and the final of the new student tournament. She said that Murong Xinxin and Murong Yanzhou had won first and second place respectively, and that he was considered disqualified. Su Dian smiled and said there was still something else. Xiao Xingyu sat up and asked the director directly why she wasn't curious about the reason for his presence on Jinan Mountain. Su Dian remained silent for a moment and then sighed. She revealed shocking news. 2 days ago, Vice Principal Wang had also disappeared. Xiao Xingyu became tense, secretly fearing his secret had been discovered. Su Dian remembered Xiao Ruoxue's fierce protection, thinking to herself that if anyone dared to harm Xiao Xingyu, that girl would eliminate them immediately. Su Dian affirmed that she believed in Xiao Xingyu's innocence and declared it was time to change the position of the academy's vice principal, Xiao Xingyu. He was surprised to realize that the director had chosen to protect him. Su Dian said she had also come to announce a new tournament called the New Talent Tournament, which piqued Xiao Xingyu's curiosity. It was a major competition between the four most important Beastmaster academies: Qinglong, Baihu, Shizuku, and Xuanwu. Su Dian recounted that Jiang Jinyun, the most talented student at Qinglong Academy, took second place in last year's New Talent Tournament after being defeated by Li Mukin of Baihu Academy. Therefore, she hoped that Xiao Xingyu could represent the academy and compete to reclaim their glory. Xiao Xingyu sat up in the hospital bed, asking about the requirements to participate in the tournament. Su Dian explained that there were two requirements: being a 2-star Beastmaster and possessing at least 2 beasts. He remembered her words of encouragement and felt grateful for her constant concern. With burning eyes, Xiao Xingyu decided he would not let the director down and also wanted to test himself against the Baihu Academy. He confidently declared to Su Dian that first place in the New Talent Tournament would be his. After being discharged from the hospital, Xiao Xingyu went to Jinan Mountain, thinking about how last year's contestants had at least 2 beasts. He realized that he also had 2 beasts, but Dalu was a nationally wanted criminal and could not be summoned publicly, while Black Fong was not yet strong enough. Standing in the middle of the forest, Xiao Xingyu decided to help Black Fong break through that very night. He summoned Black Fong, who appeared in the form of a giant wolf, roaring amidst bright red energy. Xiao Xingyu performed a hand seal, creating a light array and a burning mark on his hand. He thought to himself that fortunately he had been prepared, taking out the fire evolution materials he bought with his salary from the Heaven Guild. A portion of them were also the rewards he had received from previous competitions. Standing before a pile of valuable materials, Xiao Xingyu felt confident they were enough and ordered Black Fong to devour them all. Black Fong opened his great mouth, beginning to absorb the powerful energy from countless items. He devoured a torrent of glowing golden energy, officially beginning the evolution process. While Black Fong was enveloped in a ball of explosive energy, Xiao Xingyu watched and encouraged him to be certain. Xiao Xingyu summoned Lulu and asked her to protect him, and she agreed. Xiao Xingyu shouted in his mind, trying to calm Black Fong, who was submerged in the chaotic evolutionary energy. Ninetales quickly directed an energy barrier to contain the explosive force. Through the contract, Xiao Xingyu felt the extreme pain that Black Fong was suffering. He stood up. He gathered his strength and recited a phrase to guide Black Fong's evolution process. He hurried to check, and Black Fong's evolution progress bar jumped from 50% to 99%. But then the progress bar stopped abruptly, making Xiao Xingyu fear the evolution had failed. Suddenly, a powerful giant wolf paw emerged from the energy curtain. Black Fong had successfully evolved into Hellfire Gale Wolf, with a completely new stats table appearing. Xiao Xingyu shouted with joy as he looked at the screen, realizing that Black Fong had awakened a new attribute. The detailed system table showed that he now possessed the epic bloodline with the fire, wind, darkness, and demon attributes. Even Ninetales was surprised to see Black Fong awaken the powerful demon attribute. She secretly admired him, recognizing that Xiao Xingyu was truly a unique beast master. Xiao Xingyu happily hugged Black Fong, while Ninetales reminded him of the need to find a new beast. He reflected on his next move. Xiao Xingyu remembered the offer from Qin Yinran, who promised to buy him everything necessary for the New Talent Tournament. She affirmed that his problems were also hers because he was her sworn brother. Qin Yinran generously took Xiao Xingyu to the Miao Miao Beast Market, telling him to choose whatever he wanted. As soon as they entered, an employee recognized Qin Yinran and gave them a warm welcome. She politely asked if Miss Qin needed to look for elixirs or thunder crystals today. Qin Yinran explained to the employee that in 1 month her brother would participate in the tournament, so they had come to find a suitable beast. The employee turned confidently to Xiao Xingyu and asked what he thought of this beast. She presented the red demon spider, a beast with a much higher attack power than others of its level. Then there was the shadow tigress, an extremely agile beast with the ability to deal extra damage from stealth state. When she was about to present more, Qin Yinran interrupted her. Qin Yinran said frankly that they didn't want cheap options and asked to see the highest level beasts, stating she would pay for all expenses. Upon hearing this, the employee smiled and promised to show them the best beasts in the shop. She led them to a special area where powerful demonic beasts were kept in capsules and asked if any caught their eye. She began listing the subterranean pangolin with great stats, the 3-eyed fire lizard with impressive fire damage, and even the icy bone bird wasn't bad. However, Xiao Xingyu secretly thought that none of them had a hidden bloodline, which made the employee wonder. She politely asked Xiao Xingyu what kind of demonic beast he wanted and was willing to make a special order for him. Just then, another employee informed her that a new shipment had just arrived. The burly man brought a golden cage inside, which was a pair of small creatures, and smiled, saying they were some of the best demonic beasts he had seen. Qin Yanran was surprised to see the two small spirits inside, exclaiming, "Spirits?" Xiao Xingyu commented that as far as he knew, these types of demonic beasts were considered useless, which made the employee ask in confusion why he wanted them. He explained that if they sold them as combat demonic beasts, no one would buy them, but if they sold them as pets, they would sell out immediately. Xiao Xingyu's eyes glowed with a red light as he activated the eye of the demon god to check. An information panel appeared revealing that this water spirit had a hidden mythic-level bloodline, the angel bloodline. Suddenly, the water spirit in the cage spoke, while Qin Yanran also worriedly called out Xiao Xingyu's name. Xiao Xingyu firmly told Qin Yanran that he wanted to buy the water spirit. Both Qin Yanran and the employee were stunned by his decision, but Xiao Xingyu stood firm. He looked at the water spirit in the cage, thinking about her hidden bloodline, and determined to make her his demonic beast later. In the Nanjian Mountains, Xiao Xingyu took the cage containing the water spirit to a forest and gently reached out his hand, assuring the frightened little spirit that he would not harm her. Xiao Xingyu gave the water spirit an energy gem, saying it would heal her wounds. After eating the gem, the water spirit was enveloped in a bright blue healing aura. Once she recovered, Xiao Xingyu extended a finger and formally proposed that she make a blood pact to become his demonic beast. The water spirit remained silent for a moment, carefully weighing his offer in her mind. An image appeared of Xiao Xingyu resolutely choosing her and kindly comforting her. Looking at the small wound on her paw, the water spirit seemed to have made a final decision. She flew happily in front of Xiao Xingyu to confirm, and he affirmed that from this moment on they would be partners. A drop of blood from Xiao Xingyu's hand fell, and the water spirit extended her hand to receive it and complete the pact. Meanwhile, in the observation room, Su Dian informed Chun Xinyan that Xiao Xingyu had entered the Blood Mist Gorge. Chun Xinyan explained that the first challenge for the candidates was to overcome the pack of Iron Fang crocodiles. He continued talking about the second danger, the blood web spiders in the Dragon Cave, some of which had even evolved to the mature stage. Additionally, yesterday's rain had made the Red Swamp extremely dangerous. Standing on a cliff, Xiao Xingyu was surprised to see the pack of Iron Fang crocodiles waiting below. He immediately used the eye of the demon god to analyze, discovering they were level 3 demonic beasts with an elite bloodline and poison attribute. From the control room, Chun Xinyan was confident that as long as Xiao Xingyu summoned Black Fang, he wouldn't be in danger, but Xiao Xingyu shouted a name, completely different, Freya, while the seal on his hand glowed. He dove directly into the gorge by parachute, where the pack of iron-fanged crocodiles waited greedily. Unexpectedly, a blonde-haired angel with white wings appeared in the air in a rain of feathers. Chun Xinyan was stunned to see that it was not Black Fang. Director Su Dian was also surprised, wondering if it was his second demonic beast. The angel descended and used the Holy Light Shield skill to create a brilliant golden shield that protected Xiao Xingyu. Department head Lin Song frantically reported that Xiao Xingyu had made a pact with a Holy Light Angel of the mythic bloodline. While Chun Xinyan couldn't believe it, Su Dian speculated it might be the water spirit he had just bought. She remembered that Black Fang used to be just an ordinary windhound. Chun Xinyan admired him, admitting that Xiao Xingyu always made the impossible possible. That was being a true beast master. Down in the gorge, Xiao Xingyu gave orders to Freya. Freya immediately launched a destructive light attack, sweeping away the pack of crocodiles. Witnessing that power, Chun Xinyan confirmed in amazement that she was indeed a holy light angel of the mythic bloodline. Xiao Xingyu ordered Freya to carry him across the swamp. However, Freya unexpectedly extended her hand toward the stunned Xiao Xingyu and picked him up in a princess carry, leaving Xiao Xingyu completely bewildered. Freya flew into the sky while Xiao Xingyu shouted, asking her to put him down immediately. She ignored her master's resistance, while Xiao Xingyu could only cover his face in embarrassment. Xiao Xingyu and Freya landed in an area filled with a crimson-red mist where a giant silhouette loomed. From the darkness, a large number of small spiders with glowing red eyes began to crawl. Would you like me to translate the next part of this mission for you? A horde of spiders descended from above on fine silk threads. Seeing the danger, Xiao Xingyu shouted a warning, but Freya took the initiative and swung her sword to create a light barrier. A massive web spread out in front of them, but Freya calmly raised her sword, ready to tear it apart. With a powerful slash, she tore through the web and annihilated the small demons. Immediately after, a huge blood web spider broke through the rest of the web and roared fiercely. The Eye of the Demon God's analysis revealed it was a mature stage level 3 demonic beast with an elite bloodline. Xiao Xingyu realized with amazement that his enemy was a blood web spider. He discovered with horror that he was facing an entire colony upon seeing countless red eyes in the dark cave. The lead spider gave him no time to think and immediately launched an attack. In the control room, Chun Xinyan explained in wonder that the Holy Light Angel could ignore power differences to inflict damage on the enemy. Despite this, Xiao Xingyu was thrown back by a powerful attack. Unfazed, he raised his hand. The summoning seal glowed intensely, and he shouted Black Fong's name. Black Fong immediately appeared from a whirlwind of purple energy, roaring with power. Now Xiao Xingyu stood between two powerful battle companions, Black Fong on the ground and Freya in the air. Suddenly, he remembered director Su Dian's words that reaching the end of the path was enough. However, a confident and arrogant smile appeared on Xiao Xingyu's lips. He decided to fight, ordering Black Fong to launch his Hellhound Roar attack against the enemy. In the Blood Mist Canyon, a fierce blood web spider charged. It spat a thick stream of white silk from its mouth. Black Fong dodged agilely, jumping through the dense web. But the demonic spider persisted, following him closely. It fired another silk thread with precision. The thread adhered firmly to his back leg, immobilizing him. Trapped by countless more threads, Black Fong looked back in shock and roared in anger. Struggling in vain. Two blood web spiders attacked in unison, spitting silk at the trapped wolf. Xiao Xingyu ordered, Freya, use protective holy light on Black Fong. Black Fong, rotate and use hellfire. Freya in her angel form created a brilliant golden aura that enveloped Black Fong. The spider's silk threads were completely blocked by the released holy light shield. Black Fong began to spin, creating a whirlwind of purple energy. The hellfire whirlwind swept away the two blood web spiders. One spider was torn to pieces in the energy storm. Xiao Xingyu stood beside him, mocking, 25 blood demon spiders so weak? Suddenly, the ground shook violently and rocks fell from the cave ceiling. Xiao Xingyu broke into a cold sweat, sensing a weaving aura. His entire formation stood firm facing the new threat as the cave collapsed. Emerging from the dust, a cave demon spider appeared in its perfect form, carrying an overwhelming aura. Tong Jiu shouted from afar, urging Xiao Xingyu to retreat quickly as the cave demon spider was not an opponent he could handle. Despite the warning, Xiao Xingyu roared, refusing to give up the exam and declaring he would eliminate all obstacles in his path. Following the order, Black Fong in his evolved form roared, spitting a stream of dark purple energy. At the same time, Freya in her holy light angel form drew her swords and launched a dazzling light attack. The two energy streams clashed, creating a terrifying explosion. However, the cave demon spider remained unharmed, weaving a red energy web to protect itself. Wu Xingyu called out worriedly, telling Xiao Xingyu not to take risks and that they were coming to rescue him. 9. Tails also appeared in his consciousness, advising him to surrender since he couldn't win with his current combat power. He simply smiled with disdain, belittling Ninetail's warnings. He clenched his fists, declaring in a tense voice that he not only wanted to pass the exam, but also to explore his own limits. The demonic spider roared defiantly, but Xiao Xingyu ordered Black Fong to sneak behind it. Black Fong instantly transformed into a shadow, charging across the ground at an amazing speed. Sensing danger, the cave demon spider prepared to counterattack. The battle is heating up. Would you like me to translate the next set of subtitles for you? Xiao Xingyu shouted loudly, asking Freya to protect him and ordering Black Fong to attack immediately. Black Fong managed to close in on the spider's back, aiming directly for its abdomen. He appeared unexpectedly on the monster's back, raising his sharp claws. A silence claw attack tore through the spider's shell, causing purple blood to splatter in rage. The spider used its sharp legs to pierce Black Fong, throwing him to the ground, which made Xiao Xingyu scream in horror. Just as the spider's attack was about to reach Xiao Xingyu, Freya appeared in time within a golden aura. A holy light shield was erected, stopping the deadly attack in a large explosion. When the smoke dissipated, Xiao Xingyu remained firm after the explosion. The cave demon spider emerged from the dust unharmed and ready for another attack. Provoked, the cave demon spider roared and spat a dense stream of poisonous silk. Black Fong, the silk is poisonous. Get me out of here. Xiao Xingyu shouted while riding on Black Fong's back and fleeing. The giant spider pursued them furiously, firing silk continuously at them. While fleeing, Xiao Xingyu realized he couldn't allow this pursuit to continue. Suddenly, he noticed that the cave demon spider's health bar was slowly decreasing. The reason was the wound on its back inflicted by Black Fong earlier, which was still bleeding. Xiao Xingyu woke up to the realization that the wound wasn't deep, but spitting silk had weakened it, perhaps related to its blood. Worried that Black Fong couldn't hold on any longer, he called Freya to help him. Freya flew quickly, picked up Xiao Xingyu into the air, releasing Black Fong. The blood of the demon spider is decreasing again. Xiao Xingyu laughed out loud. Ha! Finally, I understand how to deal with you. He had identified the monster's fatal weak point, the open wound on its back. Held in the air by Freya, Xiao Xingyu gave a strange order. Black Fong spit on it mercilessly. Although confused, Black Fong obeyed, spitting saliva that landed directly on the spider's wound, causing it pain. The monster roared in anger and pain, frantically spitting countless silk threads in retaliation. Following the instructions, Black Fong dove quickly into a pool of darkness, dodging the attack and waiting for an opportunity to counterattack. Xiao Xingyu realized the cave demon spider was burning its life force every time it spat silk. He concluded that once it used its last strand of silk, it would be the moment of its death. Carried in the air by Freya, Xiao Xingyu ordered Black Fong not to take risks and only fight to exhaust the enemy. Black Fong obeyed, constantly performing guerrilla tactics, attacking quickly and then disappearing into the darkness. He continued charging against the giant monster. Another attack hit the target, but Black Fong was also thrown back by a powerful counterattack. The wolf was crushed against the ground by the spider's giant leg. Despite that, he stood up with tenacity and continued charging. Seeing this, Xiao Xingyu shouted, asking Black Fong to activate his demonic power and ordering Freya to use the holy light shield to support him. Black Fong roared, releasing a powerful stream of demonic energy that enveloped his body from above. A helicopter closely followed every development of the battle. Inside, Chun Xinyan calmly told the blue-haired teacher that Xiao Xingyu seemed to have a plan. The only question was how long they could hold on. Night fell gradually. 7 hours later, the prolonged battle had still not ended. Xiao Xingyu noted that the spider had lost 90% of its blood and was sure that with a little more effort, victory would be his. But he quickly realized something was wrong. The spider was about to die, but wasn't fleeing. It was probably protecting something more valuable than its own life. The monster gathered all its remaining strength and fired a series of giant silks. Countless strands of pure white silk shot forward at a terrifying speed. The cave demon spider launched its last attack with its sharp silk strands. Xiao Xingyu shouted, ordering Black Fong to use Hell Roar. Black Fong roared, firing a stream of purple demonic energy to stop the opponent's attack. Realizing the spider was almost out of energy, Xiao Xingyu declared this was his chance. Black Fong switched to an attack with an intense barrage of fire. Following Xiao Xingyu's orders, Black Fong launched his Hellfire Chain attack, the spider. The cave demon spider was hit and showed pain. Would you like me to translate the next sequence of this intense cave battle? While Black Fong and Freya charged, the spider sprayed silk again to attack. Suddenly, the fire lion appeared using its burning wings to stop the attack, protecting the entire group. Xiao Xingyu ordered them to stop defending and concentrate all their strength to finish it off once more with the Hellfire Chain. Black Fong gathered all his strength, firing a destructive stream of hellfire. The stream of fire directly hit the skull head of the cave demon spider. The monster's entire body was sent flying, shattering into pieces. Sitting on the ground exhausted, Xiao Xingyu happily declared victory and praised Black Fong and Freya. He quickly regained his spirits and decided to enter the cave to explore the secret the spider had been protecting. Xiao Xingyu and his two demonic beasts entered the depths of the dark cave. Suddenly, he heard Director Su Dian's voice urging him to leave immediately. Xiao Xingyu turned, surprised to hear the warning that the spider might revive. Just at that moment, the cave demon spider's corpse began to emit a column of white smoke and moved again. The cave demon spider roared horribly as it fully revived. Xiao Xingyu realized desperately that the only exit had been blocked by it. As the monster roared, Black Fong hastily urged everyone to hide in the summoning badge. Xiao Xingyu and Freya stood frozen, facing the unexpected threat. Remembering the moment Xiao Xingyu caught her, Freya's eyes became firm. She suddenly lunged forward, spreading her angel wings to protect Xiao Xingyu and Black Fong. "Freya, come back!" Xiao Xingyu shouted in panic. Reaching his hand out to her, Freya used her weapon to block the spider's powerful energy attack. Without hesitation, she lunged directly toward the monster to counterattack. The Holy Light Angel fought fiercely face-to-face against the cave demon spider. A blinding explosion of light enveloped the monster as Freya delivered the final blow. Xiao Xingyu asked in surprise, "Did you just master a new skill on your own?" He hugged her happily. "Freya, you are incredible." Going deeper into the cave, they discovered what the spider had been protecting at the cost of its life: an ancient rock. There was a strange seed on it, and Ninetails confirmed it was the precursor to an ancient bloodline demonic beast, the heavenly soul plant of life, Xiao. Xingyu rejoiced knowing this seed could reach mythic quality and hastily asked Ninetails how to cultivate it. Ninetails explained that it needed foxtail grass dew, demonic firefly nectar, and fertilizer from a Beast King-level demonic beast. Hearing the list of requirements, Xiao Xingyu was stunned and exclaimed, "Why is a seed more demanding than a young lady from a good family?" He turned to ask Ninetails, a majestic Beast King, to help him look for the fertilizer, which infuriated her. Xiao Xingyu jokingly teased Ninetails, saying he wanted her to beg. Ninetails shouted angrily that begging was impossible, while Xiao Xingyu and Black Fong hurried out of the cave. As soon as they left the canyon, a helicopter appeared and Director Su asked about the situation. Xiao Xingyu waved, saying he was fine. 2 weeks later in Xiling City, a large stadium was ready for a major event. Xiao Xingyu and his friends sat in the stands, marveling at the bustle of a national event. Just then, Murong Yinzhou and Murong Xinxin approached, cheerfully greeting the one he called Genius Xiao. Xiao Xingyu smiled and greeted Yinzhou, then turned to Xinxin and called her by an affectionate nickname, Yujin. Hearing this, Murong Yinzhou, who was drinking water, spat it out in surprise. He furiously questioned Xiao Xingyu, who calmly explained that since the name Murong Xinxin was hard to write, he gave her a nickname, Murong Yin Dash. Zhou became even more enraged considering the absurd reason and the nickname Lu Jin too vulgar, and threatened to give Xiao Xingyu a beating. However, Murong Xinxin simply told her brother kindly to sit down, and he obeyed immediately. Xiao Xingyu continued the conversation with Xinxin, asking about her beast progress, and she happily told him they had reached level 2 and awakened new attributes. Witnessing his sister talking willingly and accepting a nickname from another boy, Murong Yinzhou was speechless. He thought painfully that his sister had truly grown up and even treated Xiao Xingyu with more indulgence than her own brother. Murong Yinzhou shouted in despair that the world was crazy and his sister had found her soulmate, which is why she defended him. Xiao Xingyu was confused, not understanding what was happening, while Murong Xinxin simply told him coldly to ignore him. Then she changed the subject, asking about today's opponents, but Xinxin replied that the draw results hadn't been announced yet. A familiar voice echoed, denying that, and when the group looked, they were surprised to see Director Su in front of them. With a serious expression, Director Su announced that their first opponent was Baihu Academy and ordered them to be completely crushed in the individual matches. "Would you like me to translate the next part of the national tournament for you?" A woman from the rival academy spoke provocatively. "Director Su, why are you so enthusiastic?" Standing with her arms crossed confidently, she mocked, "Are you afraid of losing to our Baihu Academy?" Meanwhile, in the arena, Xiao Xingyu's opponent panicked as Black Fong unleashed a massive burst of energy, wondering what plan he had. The opponent was surprised when water droplets began to fall, exclaiming, "It's raining." He quickly ordered his beast. "Cursed red snake, stop him." Xiao Xingyu smiled and replied, "Too late, you've lost your chance." His opponent realized the tactic as the ground became wet, shouting in despair that his beast could no longer summon sand whirlwinds or blade storms. Seizing the moment, Xiao Xingyu ordered Black Fong as he floated in the air. "Black Fong, Hellfire Lotus!" Black Fong roared at the sky, spitting a fierce blast of hellfire. The attack exploded into a gigantic Fire Lotus, devouring the entire arena. The massive red snake was scorched by the flames, screaming in pain. Another sharp attack sliced through the air. Red Snake collapsed to the ground, and a voice exclaimed in surprise at how Xiao Xingyu had turned the match around with just 2 moves. His opponent stood stunned, while another voice praised the clever idea of creating artificial rain. From afar, a noble woman with silver hair commented, "Perfect timing and a sharp mind." Her assistant reported that she had checked Xiao Xingyu's history, and the noble woman decided to extend the first invitation to the Royal Spirit training camp to him. The assistant bowed her head in obedience, though a bit surprised that a commoner would receive such an honor. After the fight, Murong Xinxin and Murong Yinzhou greeted Xiao Xingyu, and he confidently declared he would never lose. From the stands, Director Su Dian shouted with joy, promising a great reward for Xiao Xingyu when they returned. Nine Tails suddenly informed Xiao Xingyu that she smelled phoenix grass, which surprised him since that herb only grew on the western border. When Xiao Xingyu was about to leave, Murong Xinxin asked if he would stay to watch the next fight, but he replied that he was finished and wanted to take a walk. Murong Xinxin looked disappointed since it would soon be her turn to compete, just as her brother Murong Yinzhou appeared and asked jealously if Xiao Xingyu was flirting with his sister. Xiao Xingyu ignored the accusation, stepped closer, and sincerely apologized to Murong Xinxin, saying he truly had urgent business and couldn't watch her fight. With a determined expression, Murong Xinxin suggested they go out together after the tournament ended. Xiao Xingyu happily accepted and ran off. Meanwhile, the announcer announced the next fight between Murong Xinxin and Zhou Yi of Baihu Academy. The scene shifted to the street, Yuejing and Xiling, where a civilian praised the day and night service of Lord Chu at the border, an enthusiastic crowd had gathered to welcome Lord Chu's return, hailing him as a hero and the brightest star of the kingdom. Upon arriving, Xiao Xingyu was surprised by the crowd and wondered if everyone was there to welcome the army. Lord Chu Zhong, an elder warrior in golden armor, stood proudly next to his massive beast, the Imperial Battle Rhino. Xiao Xingyu's Eye of the Demon God revealed that the rhino was a beast king-level mythic beast with an amazing bond index of 150. He exclaimed in surprise, recognizing Chu Zhong as an 8-star beastmaster and wondering how many life or death battles they had shared. Ninetails appeared and explained that Chu Zhong belonged to the Beastkin tribe and was the governor of the western border city, which made Xiao Xingyu realize he was Chu Yu's father. Ninetails excitedly proposed stealing the phoenix grass from Chu Zhong, but Xiao Xingyu hesitated to steal from an 8-star beastmaster. Suddenly, Xiao Xingyu's eyes narrowed as he noticed something unusual. He realized that Lord Chu Zhong was limping, which suggested he might be injured. Looking closer, he saw a small insect crawling on the governor's armor. There were even more insects attached around the tired eye of the Imperial Battle Rhino. Xiao Xingyu pushed through the crowd, shouting to Lord Chu, confidently asserting that he could heal his beast. Chu Zhong looked at him with skepticism, wondering what a young man could know about healing. Xiao Xingyu introduced himself as a certified apothecary from the Heaven Guild and accurately described the beast's symptoms, which surprised Chu Zhong. The Lord decided to test his skill, asking Xiao Xingyu to diagnose the cause of the illness before he could believe him. He held up a small insect and declared that the culprit was the sand manticore. Xiao Xingyu smiled confidently while presenting the evidence to a convinced Chu Zhong. Chu Zhong admitted that no top-tier apothecary had been able to heal his rhino and asked about his plan. Xiao Xingyu suggested finding a quiet place, and Chu Zhong immediately invited him to his home, promising to grant all his wishes if he healed his beast. He secretly thought that this was an opportunity not only to obtain the phoenix grass, but also to forge a useful relationship. Soon they arrived at the Chu clan mansion. Inside the herb room, Xiao Xingyu quickly listed the ingredients needed to prepare the purple soul essence. He handed Chu Zhong a vial of purple liquid, explained how to use it, and guaranteed its safety, but the Lord expressed his absolute trust. Chu Zhong took the vial and carefully approached the tired Imperial battle rhino. That was a bold move by Xiao Xingyu. Would you like me to translate the results of his treatment at the Chu mansion? He gave the medicine to the beast under Xiao Xingyu's watchful eye. Immediately after, the Imperial battle rhino lay down and fell into a peaceful sleep. The effect was evident as the parasitic insects on its skin began to writhe and die. Chu Zhong cheerfully praised Xiao Xingyu as a great apothecary, saying his beast hadn't slept this well in a long time. Xiao Xingyu generously offered the recipe to Chu Zhong, who gratefully asked what he desired as a reward. He only asked for the phoenix grass and a magic radiance flower, things that Chu Zhong believed could be found. When invited to stay for dinner, Xiao Xingyu declined and revealed that he had secretly slipped away from the competition where Chu Zhong's son had probably already finished fighting his friend. He said the directors of the Azure Dragon and White Tiger Academies had held a feud for a long time and then decided they would go together to visit the queen. Back at the arena, Xiao Xingyu was surprised to learn that the fight between Chu Yu and Murong Xinxin had lasted an entire hour without a clear winner in the air. Chu Yu and Murong Xinxin, along with their beasts, were locked in a fierce battle. Chu Yu noticed that Murong Xinxin was at a disadvantage and seemed distracted, so he asked her what was bothering her deep down. Murong Xinxin was worried because Xiao Xingyu hadn't returned yet, and told herself she had to win to prove her worth to him. A spectator in the arena was surprised to see that Murong Xinxin, also known as Luin, still had enough spiritual energy to remain standing. Suddenly, Murong Xinxin seemed to sense Xiao Xingyu's presence and shouted his name. From the stands, Xiao Xingyu analyzed with his demon god eyes, recognizing that both opponents were nearly exhausted. He looked at Murong Xinxin's beast, a snowing hunter of the mythic bloodline, and silently admired her fighting spirit. Chu Yu's beast was a demonic wolf of darkness, also of the mythic bloodline, with the ability to create up to 12 clones. Murong Xinxin ordered her snowing hunter to unleash an ice storm, while Chu Yu activated his shadow clone skill. The shadow wolf clones began to shatter under the icy attack. The original demonic wolf of darkness roared powerfully. The remaining clones quickly closed in, charging at the snowing hunter. The snowing hunter was surrounded and fiercely attacked by the shadow clones. A nearby spectator admired this unpredictable skill, but Xiao Xingyu confidently stated there was still a difference between the main body and the clones. Facing a difficult situation, Murong Xinxin decided she had to take a risk. Just at that moment, Xiao Xingyu in the stands suddenly coughed, making Murong Xinxin turn in surprise. Xiao Xingyu clutched his chest and coughed violently, looking very unwell. In the arena, Murong Xinxin wondered if Xiao Xingyu's action was a signal. Surrounded by the pack of cloned wolves, she faced the main demonic wolf of darkness. Even though her opponent's beast was panting, Murong Xinxin maintained a firm expression. She decided to end the fight by ordering her ace, the snowing hunter, to attack. The demonic wolf of darkness was hit, howling in pain as ice spears pierced its body. Chu Yu stood stunned, unable to believe his eyes, and frantically ordered his beast to change the clone formation. But it was too late. The wolf was completely frozen in a massive block of ice. The commentator declared Murong Xinxin the winner, securing a 2-0 victory for the Azure Dragon Academy. When she returned to the stands, both her brother Murong Yinzhou and Xiao Xingyu congratulated her. Xiao Xingyu praised and hugged Murong Xinxin, who responded happily to her brother's disbelief. Murong Yinzhou flew into a rage, shouting at Xiao Xingyu and asking what he had done to his sister. He pointed threateningly, demanding that Xiao Xingyu let go of his sister or he would kill him. Meanwhile, in the White Tiger Academy area, the dark-skinned contestant sadly reported his defeat to his superior. The White Tiger representative angrily threw her cigarette at the losing contestants. She sternly ordered the entire team to focus on discussing tactics and training until exhaustion. From above, Chu Zhong commented to the queen that his son still had much to learn and praised Murong Xinxin's talent. The queen smiled, revealing she knew it was the divine Dr. Xiao Xingyu, whom Chu Zhong praised, who gave him the suggestion. Chu Zhong hastily knelt, pleading for the queen to forgive them and give them another chance. The queen stood up and declared that Chu Yu, Murong Xinxin, and Xiao Xingyu had proven their worth and would receive an invitation to the Royal Soul Training Camp. Xiao Xingyu put an arm jovially over Murong Yinzhou's shoulder, inviting him for barbecue that night, but was sharply rejected by him. An imperial messenger appeared, formally handing Xiao Xingyu and Murong Xinxin the invitations to the Royal Soul Training Camp for having impressed the queen. Xiao Xingyu asked about the place, and Murong Yinzhou explained it was an elite program supervised by the queen herself to train the pillars of the empire. He reflected on the opportunity to be personally trained by the queen. However, Xiao Xingyu suddenly became worried, thinking about the blood pact with Dalu and the consequences if discovered. Murong Xinxin noticed his frown, kindly reminded him of the barbecue, and advised him to set aside his worries. Later, the group gathered at a lively outdoor restaurant in the evening. Fragrant and glistening meat skewers were being grilled over glowing coals. Xiao Xingyu, Murong Xinxin, and Murong Yinzhou sat together at the table to enjoy the food. Murong Yinzhou commented that despite coming from great families, they still enjoyed street food like anyone else. Murong Xinxin looked very pleased with the meatball skewers in her hand. Xiao Xingyu was surprised to learn they had never heard of Yutiao, while Meng asked curiously what it was. Murong Xinxin sighed with satisfaction, enjoying the relaxed atmosphere. When Xiao Xingyu asked, she complained that her brother was very annoying. Xiao Xingyu teased, offering to give Murong Yinzhou a massage because he was a doctor, which made Murong Xinxin flush and her brother choke on his water. Murong Yinzhou flew into a rage and threatened to kill Xiao Xingyu, who quickly calmed him down by offering to drink 3 cups of punishment. Murong Yinzhou's fury reached its peak when he discovered that what was in the can was only water. Unfazed, Xiao Xingyu shouted, asking the owner to bring something stronger. Immediately, a crate of strong liquor was placed on the table. With a defiant look, Murong Yinzhou declared he would drink until he defeated Xiao Xingyu. However, the result was that Murong Yinzhou vomited a rainbow. Drunk, he leaned on Xiao Xingyu and asked him not to hurt his sister, Xiao Xing. You bragged with delight to Murong Xinxin that her brother had accepted him as a brother-in-law. Murong Xinxin shyly suggested that next time they go out alone, Xiao Xing. You reflected on the upcoming team tournament. Meanwhile, Murong Yinzhou had collapsed on the table but was still murmuring that he wanted to go. Night fell, ending a lively evening. Back in his room, Xiao Xingyu lay on the bed and reviewed the materials he had. He wondered how he would obtain the last ingredient for the heavenly soul vine seed. Deciding to set the problem aside, Xiao Xingyu covered up and fell asleep. In his dream, a glowing red seal in the shape of a phoenix suddenly appeared on the back of his hand. The next morning, sunlight flooded the city. Xiao Xingyu was awakened by a soft hand touching his face. He opened his eyes sleepily and realized it was Dalu. Immediately, Xiao Xing. You jolted awake and shouted in horror. He frantically asked why she had come out on her own, but Dalu reassured him, saying she had found important information. Xiao Xingyu sighed in relief, admitting he almost had a heart attack. Dalu looked at him with a meaningful gaze and asked a thought-provoking question. Mine or yours? Xiao Xingyu smiled awkwardly, embarrassed that his hand had simply slipped. He quickly changed the subject and seriously asked Dalu what she had discovered by leaving the seal on her own. Dalu revealed that Admiral Shangwanlan had captured the catastrophic serpent nymph Medusa and would execute her in 3 days, which left Xiao Xingyu stunned, realizing it was Murong Xinxin's father. She explained that Medusa was her friend, a powerful Beast King-level beast. Xiao Xingyu was surprised by Shangwanlan's power to defeat a Beast King and realized Dalu's intention to rescue her friend. Dalu pleaded, saying Medusa had proof of Queen Shangwanlan's involvement in the Dragon Extermination War, but Xiao Xingyu flatly refused. He imagined the underground prison of the fleet headquarters where thousands of high-level beast masters patrolled. There were also 10-star beast masters and Admiral Shangwanlan himself. An infiltration mission for only 2 people would be suicide. Xiao Xingyu grabbed Dalu's chin, stating he wouldn't go to his death, and ordered her to obey the blood pact. Just then, a sound chimed, and a new mission panel appeared in front of him. Xiao Xingyu shouted furiously at the screen, cursing the scaled sadist who had assigned him the deadly mission to rescue Medusa. He hesitated, since the punishment for failure would affect his sister, but the reward and the chance to make a pact with Medusa were too tempting. Finally, Xiao Xingyu looked at Dalu and declared she was not only his beast, but also his family, and decided to help her. Dalu, immensely happy, thanked her master, and the connection level between them increased to 90%. Immediately after, Xiao Xingyu's phone received a new notification. It was news that the fleet headquarters would publicly execute Medusa in 3 days, making him wonder about the chosen time. Dalu explained that the serpent nymph's bloodline was very special. Only when killed on the night of a full moon would a complete magic crystal be created. Would you like me to help you with the next part of this infiltration plan? Feeling the mission was too reckless, Xiao Xingyu asked Dalu to return to the seal to give him time to prepare, despite her pleas. He decided to set everything aside to focus first on resolving the rookie tournament match. In the Blood Lake Arena, red-tinted water bubbled on a flaming stage. Xiao Xingyu and Murong Yinzhou stood before the lake, and Yinzhou explained the legend that the place was formed from the blood of a giant dragon. With red eyes, Xiao Xingyu recognized the cruelty of the challenge and wondered what secret was hidden under the water. Suddenly, a powerful light surged from the depths of the lake. Air bubbles continued to rise, announcing an extraordinary presence. A giant dragon spine slowly emerged from the dark red water. Xiao Xingyu recognized with amazement that these were dragon bones containing the pure strength of the dragon bloodline. He immediately calculated its value. If a beast absorbed it, it would be equivalent to an evolution, and he began thinking how to seize it. Murong Yinzhou had to shake Xiao Xingyu out of his thoughts, reminding him the match was about to begin and would be televised nationwide. The commentator's voice echoed, welcoming the audience to the rookie tournament team battle as helicopters flew over the arena. A professional camera was recording every moment of the top-tier combat. At home, Shiming cheered enthusiastically for Xiao Xingyu, while Xiao Ruoxue reminded her not to drink too much cola. The 6 contestants from the 2 academies were in position, ready for the showdown before the crowd and the cameras. Xiao Xingyu was determined to show all his power to his sister and everyone else. He shouted Black Fong's name, summoning the giant wolf in a fierce torrent of purple energy. Murong Yinzhou also summoned the white griffin, while Murong Xinshin called forth her gigantic bone dragon. The dark-skinned opponent from White Tiger Academy declared he wouldn't hold back and summoned his magic beast, the red snake. Zhou, another member of the White Tiger team, also summoned his demonic wolf of darkness. Xiao Xingyu observed the opponents and wondered why the 3rd member of the opposing team had not yet summoned his magic beast. Another member of the White Tiger Academy, the brown-haired man, showed a confident smile. Meanwhile, Murong Yinzhou decided to launch a preemptive strike, ordering his white griffin to attack. The brown-haired opponent remained calm, watching with crossed arms, unfazed by the imminent attack. Seeing something was wrong, Xiao Xingyu quickly shouted, warning Murong Yinzhou to be careful. Immediately, the white griffin was intercepted and wounded by a dark attack, leaving Murong Yinzhou astonished. The magic bee summoner had called forth a huge humanoid ape shrouded in dark energy. Murong Xinshin realized it was a dark ninja ape. Murong Yinzhou determined that this opponent was not simple, as his magic beast had the ability to teleport repeatedly. At the same time, the red snake created a sandstorm, while the demonic wolf of darkness used its shadow clone. Trapped in the sandstorm, Murong Xinshin explained she couldn't identify the real form of the wolf. The White Tiger captain ordered Zhou Yi to concentrate the wolf clones to attack Black Fong. Black Fong was immediately surrounded and wounded by the copies of the demonic wolf. Xiao Xingyu shouted, demanding that Black Fong not stop and break through the sandstorm. Hearing the order, Black Fong gathered strength and charged directly forward. He managed to shatter the sandstorm with a powerful impact. Just as Black Fong escaped, the White Tiger team captain ordered the Dark Ninja ape to attack with dark shurikens. Black Fong was hit by multiple shurikens and roared in pain. Xiao Xingyu ordered Black Fong to use the Night Hunt skill, causing him to dissolve into the darkness. When Murong Xinshin asked worriedly, Xiao Xingyu replied calmly that he had anticipated this scenario. Murong Yinzhou was furious because the opponent was playing dirty, while Murong Xinshin urged her brother to stop them. Hearing this, Murong Yinzhou immediately ordered the White Griffin to use a celestial lightning bolt to sweep away the demonic wolf clones. The powerful lightning quickly dispersed the shadow clones on the battlefield. The White Tiger team captain was unmoved, ordering the Dark Ninja Ape to continue throwing shurikens. Muro. Shin shouted, asking her bone-wing bat to cover Black Fong. The captain of the White Tiger team mocked that they were wasting energy and that Xiao Xingyu would be the first to fall. Faced with the provocation, Xiao Xingyu asked calmly before ordering Black Fong to activate his demonic power. A torrent of bright red demonic energy enveloped Black Fong, and his eyes lit up with ferocity. The White Tiger team captain exclaimed in amazement upon seeing that Black Fong had fully recovered. Xiao Xingyu smiled confidently, declaring that everything had just begun. The commentator excitedly explained that thanks to true demonic power, all of Black Fong's wounds had healed and he had returned to his optimal state. The White Tiger team captain couldn't believe the incredible healing efficacy of the demonic power. His dark ninja ape was also amazed by Black Fong's transformation. The other magic beasts of the White Tiger team also showed fear, making a spectator wonder if this skill also had a psychological effect. Xiao Xingyu ordered Black Fong to prepare to launch Purgatory Lotus. Black Fong roared, unleashing a 4-attribute combined skill, leaving Murong Yinzhou amazed by his power. A gigantic flood of fire from the Purgatory Lotus rushed directly toward the opponents. The dark-skinned contestant of the White Tiger team hurried to order the Red Snake to use Wind Blade Storm to extinguish the flames. The Red Snake roared, creating a gigantic sand whirlwind to smother the fire. The two streams of elemental power collided violently, creating a terrifying explosion. However, Black Fong's hellfire completely dominated, breaking through the sandstorm. The dark-skinned opponent shouted in shock, unable to believe the earth element was countered by the fire element. Xiao Xingyu mocked them, declaring that elemental advantage was useless before absolute power, and ordered Black Fong to finish them off. An explosion that shook heaven and earth submerged the entire arena. The shockwave was so strong that it knocked down even the cameramen working nearby. When the smoke and dust dissipated, the result of the battle became evident. The Red Snake lay collapsed on the ground, covered in wounds and moaning in pain. The two remaining magic beasts of the White Tiger team, the Dark Ninja Ape and the Demonic Wolf of Darkness, had also been defeated. From the stands, Murong Xinshin thought to herself that Xiao Xingyu clearly hadn't used his full strength the day before. Xiao Xingyu pointed provocatively, mocking that all the students of the White Tiger Academy were weak and that he alone was enough to defeat the three of them. Enraged by the words, the dark-skinned contestant tried to lunge forward but was stopped by the captain, who ordered him to stay calm and use all his strength according to the plan. Upon receiving the order, the Red Snake launched the sandstorm once more. At the same time, the Dark Ninja Ape fired countless dark energy shurikens. The Demonic Wolf of Darkness also charged from another direction. Black Fong remained calm, preparing to face the coordinated attack from all three sides alone. The dark-skinned contestant was sure that even with magic power, Black Fong wouldn't be able to withstand such a strong attack. However, Xiao Xingyu only responded with a piercing gaze and a defiant question. Are you really sure? A terrifying explosion enveloped Black Fong after the total attack. The dust dissipated, revealing a bright red aura at the center. The dark-skinned contestant of the Baihu team stood speechless with horror, unable to believe his eyes. Black Fong stood imposingly, covered by fire armor. That was the ultimate defensive skill, burning solar armor. The Baihu team captain explained in horror that this armor absorbed damage and converted it into energy, but he didn't understand how Xiao Xingyu had enough spiritual power to maintain it. Xiao Xingyu only smiled provocatively. What's wrong? Don't you recognize anything? His two opponents looked at each other stunned, not understanding what was happening. Suddenly, the Baihu team captain realized the Murong siblings' beasts had disappeared and shouted. There above, from on high, blue lightning bolts descended, attacking the three beasts of the Baihu team. The Shadow Ninja Ape could only look up in horror. Immediately after, Murong Xinshin's bone wyvern descended and snatched the ape. A heavy collision with the ground created a small earthquake. The White Tiger team captain shouted furiously, deciding to summon his second beast since the Shadow Ninja Ape was about to be eliminated. He roared, Stone Giant, save your companion. Xiao Xingyu replied, finally forced you to summon the fourth beast. Appear, Freya. The Stone Giant swung a fist of great power forward, but Freya, in her holy light angel form, stopped the attack with ease. The Baihu team captain fell to his knees, stammering, A holy light angel? How could a low-level beast resist my stone giant? Xiao Xingyu pointed at his opponent and declared, "My beast is much stronger than you imagine." Amidst the shattered sand, Black Fong and the Shadow Ninja Ape are thrown by an explosion. A surge of destructive energy bursts violently. The commentator announces that the Shadow Ninja Ape is the first demonic beast eliminated, and Captain Yin Hung couldn't arrive in time to provide help. Would you like me to translate the final climax of this tournament battle? Facing the Baihu Academy team, Xiao Xingyu stands firm with confidence alongside Black Fong and Freya, the Holy Light Angel. Xiao Xingyu signals Black Fong, who growls as he steps back. He wants to let Freya show her strength alone. Yin Hung shouts furiously, unable to believe a low-level demonic beast could be so arrogant. The dark-skinned member of the Baihu team immediately gives orders to his red snake to attack. Freya radiates a dazzling holy light, ready for combat, while Xiao Xingyu smiles mischievously. Sensing danger, Yin Hung shouts in a panic, demanding the stone giant provide support immediately. With incredible speed, Freya lunges to stop the red snake, taking it completely by surprise. She flies upward, leaving a trail of dazzling light in the sky. Amidst the chaos, the stone giant's punch hits its own partner, the red snake. The punch misses its primary target and strikes the ground heavily, creating a massive shock. The commentators, Yin Zhou, and the film crew are stunned and ask for a slow-motion replay, unable to keep up with the events. Xiao Xingyu explains to his astonished teammates that Freya has self-taught the skill Thunder Light Step. Zhou Yi admits, with concern that even the stone giant is having difficulties, and Yin Hung doesn't know what to do. Xiao Xingyu calls out directly to Yin Hung, drawing his opponent's attention. He raises a thumb provocatively, asking his opponent what he thinks of Thunder Light Step, making Murong Yinzhou admire him in silence. Yin Hung tries to calm Zhou Yi, while Zhou Yi admits he miscalculated and decides to use his full strength to support. Zhou Yi gathers his strength and summons his ultimate demonic beast, the armored Thunder Rhino. The dark-skinned contestant of the Baihu team shouts, "I won't lose again." Indomitable Gray Fox. A giant gray wolf appears, immediately from the summoning flame. On the other side, Murong Yinzhou states decisively, "Don't worry. How could I let him fight alone?" Xiao Xingyu gives the order, "Freya, take care of the blue wolf and push the gray fox out of the arena." Yin Hung responds immediately, "Do you think I'll stand still?" Stone Giant. Murong. Xinxin also orders her two demonic beasts. Stop them. Freya lunges into combat, stopping the attack of the fierce blue wolf. Meanwhile, the stone giant and the snow hunter also clash violently. Zhou Ye's Thunder Rhino unleashes a terrifying thunder attack aimed at the white griffin. After a series of bouts, the three members of the Baihu team are pushed back and appear exhausted. Zhou Yi admits panting that his spiritual energy is almost depleted while his opponents are still full of energy. His dark-skinned teammate also reports that he only has strength left for one last attack. Hearing this, Captain Yin Hung decides to use all his strength. "Brothers, use your ultimate technique. This is our last chance." Xiao Xingyu realizes their intention and shouts to his team to move forward to show their determination to win. Yin Hung shouts loudly, ordering his stone giant to increase in size. At the same time, his dark-skinned partner also orders his demonic beast to launch its final attack. An order is heard asking the demonic wolf of darkness to use Shadow Clone on the stone giant, creating multiple copies to attack. Xiao Xingyu smiles confidently, seeing through the plan, and orders the entire team to get ready. A member of Xiao Xingyu's team shouts, launching an all-out attack. The target of the Baihu team's combined attack is revealed. Black Fong is surrounded by countless giant stone arms. Countless copies of the stone giant descend simultaneously onto the arena, the team. Baihu is shocked when their target suddenly disappears, leaving only Black Fong's howl echoing. Yin Hung shouts in amazement, unable to believe what just happened. But Black Fong hasn't disappeared. He is launched into the air, facing the Bone Dragon and White Griffin directly. With a devastating impact, he uses his flaming body to block the White Griffin's attack. On the ground, Xiao Xingyu orders confidently, "Black Fong, finish them." Murong Xinxin also immediately shouts, "Bone Dragon, ignite the soul flame." Murong Yinzhou continues, "White Griffin, release the full power of thunder." Following the orders, the Bone Dragon and the White Griffin simultaneously transfer all their energy to Black Fong. Black Fong absorbs the furious surge of power, his body enveloped in purple soul flames and dazzling golden lightning. The energy condenses into a giant whirlwind with Black Fong at the center. Gaining enough power, Black Fong opens his mouth and spits a stream of destructive hellfire toward the ground. The ball of giant fire heads directly toward the Baihu team's demonic beast formation, who look on in shock below, an explosion that shakes the earth. That was a spectacular finish. Would you like me to translate the aftermath and the rewards for Xiao Xingyu's team? Envelopes the entire arena. The stone giant's copies shatter in the scorching heat. Amidst the fire, the imposing figure of Black Fong appears, the mane. For the stone giant also cracks and disintegrates. The demonic wolf of darkness lies on the ground, exhausted and wounded. The red snake also suffers the same fate, motionless among the debris. Thrown backward, Yin Heng and his teammates desperately admit, "We've lost." The loudspeaker echoed through the wrecked stadium. The battle is over. The winner is Azure Dragon Academy. Murong Xin grabbed Xiao Xingyu's hand with joy, exclaiming, "We did it." Seeing this, Murong Yinzhou shouted jealously, "Xiao Xingyu, you dare to be so intimate with my sister in front of everyone?" Just at that moment, the Baihu team captain Yin Heng called from behind, "Hey, Xiao Xingyu." He, along with Zhou Yi and his dark-skinned teammate, approached and admitted bluntly, "This time we lost fair and square. You're a true monster." Xiao Xingyu scratched his head and replied laughing, "Huh, thanks for the compliment." Meanwhile, the rectors of both academies were conversing, with congratulations from the Baihu Academy side. Su Dian and the Baihu representative shook hands laughing, which made Xiao Xingyu from afar only able to sigh with resignation. The representative said mischievously, "Rector Su, you must keep an eye on your star student or next year he'll transfer to our academy." Su Dian smiled confidently. "You want to recruit my student? Do you think you can control him?" Having said that, she turned and shouted, "Xiao Xingyu, come here for a moment." Before Xiao Xingyu could understand what was happening, she pulled him sharply toward her. The rector hugged him tightly, his face against her chest, in a state of shock. "Su," Dian declared, "I saved his life. Of course he's going with me," despite the other party reminding her they were on live TV. This chaotic scene was broadcast live on a large screen in an apartment at the Xiao house. Ruoxue squeezed the remote control with fury, grinding her teeth, that hateful witch, which startled Shermeng sitting beside her. After the match, the whole group went out to celebrate in the city at night. Xiao Xingyu was drunk and had to be carried by the Murong siblings, while Murong Yinzhou secretly wondered about his unusually low alcohol tolerance. Finally, they took Xiao Xingyu to his room and left him to sleep in bed. A bang was heard as the door closed. Returning peace to the room, Xiao Xingyu woke up, his eyes still dazed from the drunkenness. He sat up abruptly and called Dalu while the phoenix seal on his hand glowed intensely, declaring they must go to the fallen dragon lake. Dalu appeared scolding Xiao Xingyu for his drunkenness, but he insisted he had found a way to save Medusa. Hearing this, Dalu couldn't help but be stunned and exclaim, "Really?" Xiao Xingyu explained that to escape, she needed to evolve with a pure dragon bone, which made Dalu doubt its origin. He revealed his plan to help her evolve into a nine-tails dragon fox, but Dalu dismissed it, considering the fusion of bloodlines impossible. "Yes," Xiao Xingyu replied confidently, "but what if I tell you I have a way?" Dalu burst out laughing, thinking the idea of evolving into a nine-tails dragon fox was just a joke. However, her smile faded upon noticing Xiao Xingyu's serious expression. Night fell, and a heavy rain began to fall over the city. In the rain, Xiao Xingyu and Dalu arrived at the cliff by the fallen dragon lake. He instructed Dalu to use her dragon fire to protect herself while diving, and she quickly agreed. An unexpected voice echoed, "Don't rush," as if someone wanted to stop them. But it was too late. Both plunged into the red water, enveloped in a protective energy sphere. At the bottom of the lake, Dalu asked impatiently for the location of the dragon bone, and Xiao Xingyu began to give instructions. The dragon entity within him spoke, pointing out they had veered off and guiding them to a depth of 300 meters. "I see it," Dalu exclaimed happily when the target came into view. In front of them was the giant skeleton of a dragon lying silently in the depths of the lake. Dalu recognized with amazement that it was the heart bone, the most precious and hardest part of a dragon. She turned to look at Xiao Xingyu, asking doubtfully, "You even know that? Are you really only 18 years old?" Xiao Xingyu looked into the distance, his face full of determination as the ring on his hand glowed. A mysterious current of blue energy appeared in his hand, enveloping the golden ring. Both stood before the giant dragon skeleton that radiated a brilliant golden energy. Xiao Xingyu. The plot thickens beneath the waves. Would you like me to translate the next part of this secret evolution mission? He took a fragment of the dragon bone and told Dalu they would go to the forest to begin the fusion process, and she agreed. The scene shifted to a dense and gloomy forest under a torrential rain. Once in a shelter, Dalu asked Xiao Xingyu how he would help her become a nine-tailed dragon fox, and he pulled out an object. Dalu was greatly surprised to see the glowing red crystal, stammering as she asked what it was and where he had gotten it. She held in her hand the blood fusion crystal, an extremely rare item. Xiao Xingyu gave her another heart protection pill, secretly thinking he couldn't let her know he had bought them from the system store. He seriously warned Dalu that fusion with a blood dragon was extremely dangerous and could cause a severe adverse reaction if it failed. Dalu smiled defiantly. Asking in turn if her master didn't want to become the best beast master. Why was he becoming a coward? She stated she was willing to take any risk to become stronger, to save Medusa, and to be free, inspired. Xiao Xingyu apologized for doubting and told her to prepare for the fusion process. He jumped onto the dragon skeleton, beginning to absorb and transform its immense energy. Dalu also returned to her fox form, ready to receive the power. In her fox form, she resolutely declared, "Let's do it." The blood fusion crystal and the heart protection pill flew directly into her mouth. She closed her mouth. A golden flash glowed, signaling that the absorption process had begun. Her eyes suddenly opened, now radiating a purple and seductive aura. Pain overcame her. Dalu roared that her body was burning and that this sensation was unbearable. Amidst a whirlwind of purple energy, Dalu's body was completely enveloped. A violent burst of power exploded, throwing everything around her. Xiao Xingyu shouted, "Dalu, the blood crystal is activating. Hold on, you can do it." A multicolored explosion engulfed the entire forest. In her giant fox form, Dalu grit her teeth and endured. In the middle of the modern city, Ruoshue's image appeared on a large screen. Dalu's pupils contracted violently, announcing a terrifying transformation. Riding on Dalu's back, Xiao Xingyu continued to encourage her amidst the energy storm. Through the reflection in Dalu's eyes, he warned, "Remember, if you can't endure it, everything will be lost." He promised fervently, "Hold on, Dalu. I will help you be stronger, to escape, to live under the sun. I promise to always be by your side." Dalu let out a final roar of agony, and a blinding light threw Xiao Xingyu backward. Pushed back, he asked worriedly, "Did we fail? Dalu, are you okay?" Among the dust and smoke, a figure began to emerge. The light dissipated and Dalu was there in a completely new, more mature and powerful human form. She opened her eyes. Her gaze was sharp and full of power. Xiao Xingyu burst with happiness. "Good. You made it." Immediately Dalu lunged directly toward him with an expression of fury. Using her new power, she pushed Xiao Xingyu to the ground. Trapped Xiao Xingyu was completely stunned by her actions. Dalu blushed, panted, and scolded him. "Idiot Xiao Xingyu, why did you say those things like you were proposing marriage?" Cornered, Xiao Xingyu hurried to explain. No, I didn't mean that." However, Dalu, with a flushed face, leaned in and demanded, "Master, say it again." For an instant, Xiao Xingyu's memories flashed back to a day in the past when he desperately noted his failure to become a great mage and summoner. He blamed himself for being a fool for forgetting that dragon bloodline was inherently lascivious and that a normal human like him couldn't resist a succubus dragon. This guilt was wilder than getting drunk and waking up in a stranger's bed. Returning to the present, Dalu grabbed him furiously and shouted, "Xiao Xingyu, you scoundrel!" While he stammered that he was the victim. Struggling to contain himself, Xiao Xingyu thought to himself that if anyone discovered this, he would lose all his dignity. He turned around, threw her a robe, and said, "Put some clothes on. Walking around like that isn't decent." Dalu just laughed sarcastically and said with irony, "Master, you've already seen everything done everything, and now you want to play the gentleman? How hypocritical. Xiao Xing. You gently put the robe on her and began to say, Dalu, we are both adults, so if the shot hits the mark, I will take full responsibility for the little fox's life. His statement left Dalu stunned. Get out, she shouted furiously, throwing something at Xiao Xingyu as he fled. A moment later, Xiao Xingyu smiled and picked up his phone. He happily told Dalu, Dalu, although we have a bit of a mess, congratulations on your perfect breakthrough and successful evolution. Dalu woke up at that moment, touched her head, and exclaimed in surprise, What is this on my head? Dragon horns? Xiao Xingyu also noticed the anomaly. His eyes shone golden as he discovered that all his wounds had healed. A system panel appeared, revealing her new name as Succubus Dracofox with a mythic bloodline combining 9 tails and pure dragon. He exclaimed, excitedly that she was the first demonic beast in the world to absorb pure dragon blood, an incredible stroke of luck. But Dalu misheard it as pregnant and threatened to send him to heaven. Later, in a modern building, both had calmed down. Xiao Xingyu showed her the news about Medusa on his phone, explaining they only had 2 days to rescue her from the heavily guarded prison on Paradise Island. Xiao Xingyu asked Dalu if she had any doubts about the Medusa rescue plan. Dalu expressed her concern, believing that a 2-star beast master like him would have difficulty facing 9-star enemies. He revealed confidently that he had a method, which was to refine the dragon spirit pill himself, and asked Dalu for a bit of dragon blood. Without hesitation, Dalu immediately cut her hand, stating she would do everything possible to help him. She let her blood drip into a glass jar, while Xiao Xingyu shouted in panic for her to stop. He rushed to stop her, scolding her for not valuing her own body, and then brought her injured finger to his mouth. The action, sudden and intimate, made Dalu blush with embarrassment. Just then, Xiao Xingyu's phone suddenly rang, breaking the atmosphere. Both were startled by the sudden notification sound. It was a message from Murong Xinshin, inviting him at 7 in the evening at the North Gate to eat skewers with her brother. At the meeting point, Murong Yinzhou was already waiting and waved at Xiao Xingyu. He sighed with a reluctant expression, saying it was his sister who insisted he come with them. Murong Xinshin appeared shortly after, greeting them cheerfully, while Xiao Xingyu apologized for being late. He took the opportunity to ask Murong Xinshin if she could do him a favor. Xiao Xingyu explained that he needed some special ingredients, but didn't have enough money to buy them, and she immediately accepted without hesitation. He happily put his arm around her shoulder to thank her, which made Murong Yinzhou, standing nearby, look visibly jealous. Murong Xinshin said excitedly that she would go get herbs with Xiao Xingyu, but he quickly made up an excuse to leave. Murong Yinzhou stopped him and said he had something to tell him in private. He put an arm on his shoulder and warned Xiao Xingyu that they could be intimate, but he absolutely must not take his sister to a hotel. Having said this, Murong Yin Zhou said goodbye and left, leaving Murong Xinshin telling her brother not to be too late. Murong Xinshin has helped Xiao Xingyu. He thanks her for spending a lot of money on materials and promises to refine a strengthening pill as a thank you. On the way home, Murong Xinshin asks Xiao Xingyu if he has noticed anything unusual about her. Xiao Xingyu thinks to himself that she wants him to compliment her outfit, but decides to tease her and replies that he doesn't notice anything. She's a bit disappointed when he turns around and leaves. While Xiao Xingyu smiles slyly, she still wonders if he really didn't notice. Both walk down together through a deserted alley under the night sky. Suddenly, Murong Xinshin screams in surprise upon seeing a black cat. Xiao Xingyu turns worriedly and asks her what's wrong. The mischievous black cat looks down from above. Murong Xinshin sits on the ground, reassuring him by saying she was just startled by a kitten. He checks her ankle and advises her to be more careful, but she says she's used to it. Xiao Xingyu offers to carry her back, but Murong Xinshin shyly refuses. The black cat seems to secretly urge her not to be so tough. In the end, Xiao Xingyu ends up carrying Murong Xinshin on his back. She shyly nestles against his back while he carries her. Murong Xinshin suddenly calls Xiao Xingyu by his name. She whispers that it seems it has started to rain. Heavy rain suddenly falls, and Xiao Xingyu rushes to find shelter. They run under the torrential rain toward a modern apartment building. As soon as they enter the house, Xiao Xingyu exhales in relief, while Murong Xinshin falls asleep from exhaustion. When Xinshin wakes up, both look at each other in silence with their clothes still damp. Xiao Xingyu jokes, offering help her dry off, but Xin shyly refuses him. Would you like me to translate the next scene of their rainy night encounter? He suddenly leans in, making Xin jolt in surprise. It turns out he was only gently checking her injured ankle. Xiao Xingyu reveals that thanks to the demon god eyes, he knows this is the first time she has sprained her ankle out of fear. Xin begins to recount her memories from years ago when she was 5 years old and on the beach with her father. In the flashback, young Xin is saved from the jaws of shark by her father, Murong Jin, but he pays the price with an arm. She says her injury is nothing compared to her father's sacrifice, while Xiao Xingyu thinks about his fated meeting with Admiral Murong the next day. Advising Xin to get plenty of rest, Xiao Xingyu turns to leave. But she grabs his hand, not wanting him to go. With a flushed face, Xin stammers, asking him to help her into the bathroom, and he happily agrees. Xin's silhouette appears behind the frosted glass door of the bathroom. She plunges into the water. Warm water with an expression of great relaxation. Outside, night falls and the rain does not stop. Coming out in a robe, Xin wonders if she is being too proactive. Suddenly, she sees her brother Murong Yinzhou in the room, asking about her injury. Yinzhou explains that it was Xiao Xingyu who called him to look after her before leaving because he had urgent business. He sternly advises his sister to control her emotions because he knows she likes Xiao Xingyu, but is acting impulsively. Xin obeys in silence, looking down at her phone with a pensive expression. Xiao Xingyu activates the phoenix seal on his hand, calling Dalu to help him refine the pill. Dalu appears and asks why he didn't stay with Murong Xin, but Xiao Xingyu dismisses it, saying they must refine at least 2 perfect dragon pills to increase their chances of saving Medusa. Interrupted. Dalu thinks that now she can't even joke a little. Both concentrate on refining the pill. Xiao Xingyu uses his blood while Dalu controls the mysterious flames. Outside the building, snow begins to fall in the silent night. After much effort, Xiao Xingyu is glad to have successfully refined 2 dragon pills. Exhausted, he tells Dalu he needs to take a nap before departing. Immediately after, Xiao Xingyu faints from exhaustion and falls into Dalu's arms. Looking at her unconscious master, Dalu whispers with a possessive expression, "Thank you, master. You are mine." After recovering, Xiao Xingyu puts on a new outfit, confidently declaring in front of the mirror that it's time to begin a dangerous journey. Dalu worriedly advises him, saying he doesn't need to risk his life for a summoned beast, but Xiao Xingyu is confident he can survive. He gently reassures Dalu, stating that she is not just a summoned beast, but family, and that he will go with her until the end of this road. Moved by his words, Dalu can only call out master, while Xiao Xingyu adds that he isn't doing it just for her. Dalu asks about his absence from the academy, and Xiao Xingyu explains he has requested 3 days of leave from Director Su to visit his sister. In the academy gym, an announcement informs everyone that Xiao Xingyu has requested leave and will not participate in training for the next few days. Meanwhile, Murong Yinzhou, seeing his sister looking distracted, asks where Murong Xin is going. She replies that she feels unwell and wants to skip practice to return to the hotel, making her brother secretly wonder about his sister's sudden low mood. Professor Chun Qian stands there, sadly watching as the most talented students leave one after another, leaving the classroom empty. The scene shifts to a quiet tropical beach at sunset. Xiao Xingyu and Dalu set off together in a small boat, heading into the vast ocean, officially beginning their journey. Standing on the cliff looking at the sea, Xiao Xingyu asked Dalu if she could swim fast to the island of ice and fire. Dalu replied annoyed that she was a fox, not a shark, and that if she were underwater too long she would get sick, then asked Xiao Xingyu if he had any other suggestions. She confidently declared she would show him her method. Dalu released her power, causing the sea surface to churn violently. The turbulent waves tossed schools of fish into the air. Xiao Xingyu worried that this would attract sea monsters, but Dalu calmly replied that was exactly what she wanted. She quickly spotted her target and channeled her power into her fingertips. A Beast King-class royal lava pyrogel emerged, bound by magic chains, making Xiao Xingyu think to himself that it was very unlucky. The gigantic magic beast thrashed violently in the water. After being subdued, it docilely transported them both on its back, and Dalu ordered it to head for the island of ice and fire. On the way, Dalu teased Xiao Xingyu, asking if he was worried, to which he replied evasively. She gave him the chance to withdraw, but Xiao Xingyu insisted he wouldn't regret it and lay down to rest, asking her to wake him upon arrival. Dalla looked sweetly at her young master, who rested his head on her lap. Would you like me to translate the next part of their arrival at the Island of Ice and Fire? With a cunning smile, she secretly promised she would use her own life to protect Xiao Xingyu. They had arrived. An island with opposing landscapes of ice and lava. Meanwhile, at the fleet headquarters, Admiral Murong Jin was reading documents, muttering that his children had chosen the right path. He looked at an article with Xiao Xingyu's image alongside his two children, admitting that his friend was also extremely talented. An elder named Lao Bai entered, suggesting that Murong Jin should ask for permission to visit his children if he was so worried. Bai Yu, accompanied by two guards, announced that the Empress had sent him to oversee Medusa's execution, making Murong Jin wonder if he was still trusted. From the shadows, a mysterious leader in a red robe revealed that the situation was chaotic and that the Flame Alliance would not leave Medusa alone easily. Murong Jin calmly asked Bai Yu if they knew of his presence, while the old general smiled maliciously. Bai Yu confidently declared that no one would dare show up with two generals present, revealing his true identity as Army General Bai Yu. The two guards nearby were awestruck and fearful before the general's aura. Murong Jin gestured for the guards to retreat, confirmed that the newcomers were trustworthy, and then ordered the execution to begin and the prisoner to be brought out. A large elevator rose slowly from underground. The prisoner brought out was Medusa, chained from head to toe, with her long purple hair falling over her tattered outfit. Under the light of the waning moon, she was escorted to a giant guillotine ready for execution. Standing at the top, Bai Yu loudly proclaimed the sentence. Medusa, your crimes are countless. The fact that you are still alive today is a mercy from the Empress. Hearing the accusation, Medusa's glowing red eyes reflected extreme fury. She mocked sarcastically, asking if she was a monster, then what should Shangguanlan be called? The one with the darkest secrets? From afar, Xiao Xingyu became worried seeing Medusa guarded by both generals, but Dalu advised him to wait patiently for the right moment. Suddenly, Xiao Xingyu noticed three mysterious silhouettes on another rooftop and wondered if someone else was there. Just then, a large explosion caused by the collision of water and fire erupted in the distance, causing chaos. Seizing the opportunity, Murong Jin immediately ordered the preparation of the execution weapon made of dragon fangs. The guards hastily pulled the ropes, slowly raising the guillotine blade. The sharp blade was set in position, suspended above Medusa's head. Facing death, Medusa issued a challenge, asking Shangguanlan if she really believed her death would bury her dirty secrets. Sooner or later, the sins you committed 200 years ago will be exposed. She roared, releasing a terrifying burst of purple energy. A guard struggled to hold the chain while being repelled by Medusa's power. Another guard strained to resist the current of purple energy emanating from the chain. Suddenly, the guard's eyes turned white, completely controlled by Medusa's power. He screamed uncontrollably, his body trembling as he brandished his sword. Under the control of dark energy, the guard placed the sharp blade of the sword against his own neck. Witnessing the scene, Bai Yu shouted, "Don't inhale that psychic mist." Suddenly, sharp wooden stakes surged from nowhere, shattering the ground. The unfortunate guards who couldn't react in time were impaled by the stakes. Amidst the chaos, thorny vines also began to emerge, enveloping Medusa. Bound tightly by the vines, Medusa groaned softly. Bai Yu mocked, "Medusa, you are incredible. Even in this state, you can create illusions." Bai Yu turned furiously, shouting into the void, "Don't get involved in this, brat." Meanwhile, a group of mysterious men in black robes planned to attack the prison's electric shield. Discovered and surrounded by guards, a member of the black-robed group shouted, "Damn it, it's an ambush. Detonate it now." A hand pressed the button quickly to activate the timed explosive. A violent explosion shook the entire area. Looking from above, a soldier reported in terror, "There's trouble. Someone is attacking the prison." Taking advantage of the chaos, the leader of the red-robed cult also ordered his subordinates, "Attack." A series of powerful magic beasts were summoned, lunging into battle. Facing the enemies, Bai Yu calmly ordered, "Stop panicking. Activate the defense protocol. Seal off the island." In contrast to the chaos, Murong Jin coldly ordered, "Continue with the execution." Once Medusa dies, they will have no reason to attack. Following Xiao Xingyu's order, Dalu soared into the sky and responded with determination. A powerful attack immediately swept through the ranks of the guards, sending them flying through the air. Dalu landed with great power, her 9 giant fox tails swaying in the wind. Meanwhile, Xiao Xingyu, dressed in a black cape and a skull mask, also sprang into action. Morongjin exclaimed in surprise, realizing the presence of a legendary 9-tails fox. Dalu quickly approached Medusa, saying there was no time for explanations and they had to escape first. Morongjin coldly declared that the 9-tails fox wanted throughout the empire dared to turn itself in. The silhouette of Xiao Xingyu stood upon the rocky promontory, ready to face everyone. A gigantic energy barrier covered a part of the island. Lao Bai suddenly discovered the mysterious observers and shouted, drawing everyone's attention. The mastermind behind the skull mask was Xiao Xingyu, who oversaw the operation from afar. Lao Bai looked toward the cliff, wondering if the silhouettes there belonged to the Yin clan. Xiao Xingyu spoke with a threatening voice, declaring he had only come for Medusa, and anyone who stood in his way would die. Medusa was infuriated by being called a snake, while Dalu thought to herself that her master was acting very well. The group in black capes was also confused by Xiao Xingyu's appearance, but decided to help. Morongjin growled, stating that the intruder at the naval headquarters, whoever they were, would have only one end: death. On the contrary, Lao Bai shouted, offering a generous reward to anyone who captured the man in black alive. Xiao Xingyu only flashed a mocking smile, with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth in a defiant gesture. Suddenly, a surge of golden energy erupted around his body, making Medusa realize with horror that his spiritual power had multiplied tenfold. Xiao Xingyu told Dalu he could only hold out for 10 minutes, and after that, his life would be in her hands. Morongjin gave a decisive order, leading all forces to the attack. His army, composed of guards and demonic beasts, lunged simultaneously into battle. From above, Dalu, Xiao Xingyu, and Medusa faced the dense enemy encirclement. Dalu shouted, assigning Xiao Xingyu the task of protecting Medusa. She cracked her knuckles, preparing for an all-out attack. An intense burst of red energy erupted violently from Dalu's body. Her power created a terrifying explosion that raised the entire battlefield. The guards screamed miserably as they were thrown by the energy wave. Even there, demonic beasts were overwhelmed in the chaos. The group in black capes was also affected, and one member asked the leader Githian in terror why they were also being attacked. Morongjin narrowed his eyes as he observed, realizing the 9-tails fox seemed to have evolved. Lao Bai pointed out with horror Dalu's characteristics: dragon scales, horns, claws, and pupils, stating it was the dragon power that disappeared 200 years ago. He responded with a growl that he already knew the danger. Lao Bai released his power, causing the ground beneath his feet to crack. Xiao Xingyu was startled, feeling a source of terrifying energy rising. Suddenly, a gigantic carnivorous plant emerged from the ground, opening its huge mouth full of sharp teeth. A barrier of light trapped the three, pushing them directly into the monster's mouth. The demonic plant beast roared one last time before swallowing its prey. Once swallowed, Medusa screamed in desperation. As its jaws began to close, a crack was heard, signaling that the three had been completely swallowed by the monster. The guards were amazed at the power of the Beast King class cursed demonic flower. A soldier felt confident that this divine demonic beast would sweep away the enemies in a single blow. Meanwhile, inside the monster's stomach, Xiao Xingyu calmly analyzed the situation. Dalu woke up confused and asked where they were. Medusa responded coldly that they had been swallowed by the cursed demonic flower. Suddenly, a pack of parasitic demonic beasts living in the stomach lunged to attack them. Medusa showed clear horror at the unexpected threat. Unlike her, Xiao Xingyu maintained a determined expression with glowing eyes. A powerful burst of purple energy emanated from the trio, repelling the fierce creatures. Xiao Xingyu's eyes shone with confidence, indicating he already had a plan. He pointed forward and ordered, Dalu, use dragon fire. Aim for the weak point on the right. Hearing the order, Dalu released a gigantic purple energy dragon that roared from within. Outside, the cursed demonic flower writhed in extreme agony, due to the internal attack. Would you like me to translate the next scene showing their explosive escape from the monster? Murong-jin asked about the situation while Lao Bai explained confidently that no one could survive inside. Just when Lao Bai was confident, his demonic beast exploded from the inside. In the center of the explosion, Dalu appeared in her powerful battle beast form, letting out a roar that echoed in the sky. Lao Bai couldn't believe his eyes, stammering in horror at the scene of Dalu having escaped. Murong-jin realized the incredible power of the dragon fire, something that even demonic beasts of the ancient bloodline could not withstand. In another scene, Dalu interrogated a mysterious silhouette about its true identity and its connection to the Flame Alliance. Shaoxing Dash. You stood proudly upon Dalu's head, issuing a challenge. Murong-jin threatened with anger, stating that if they did not reveal their identity, he would arrest and interrogate the intruder in the underwater prison immediately. A huge sea beast surged from the water at his command. Murong-jin's eyes glowed with determination. The beast opened its mouth and accumulated a gigantic sphere of aquatic energy. Dalu strained, using a purple energy shield to resist the powerful attack. The destructive power is truly terrifying, thought Xiao Xingyu in amazement. The sea beast continued to accumulate energy, preparing for an even stronger attack. Unfazed, Dalu responded with a flare of dragon fire. The two streams of energy collided violently, creating a devastating explosion that covered the entire area. Xiao Xingyu hurried to warn Dalu, "We can't prolong this any further. The potion only lasts 3 more minutes." Dalu also recognized the situation and replied that they needed to retreat immediately, but Lao Bai suddenly appeared and shouted, "Not so fast. Execution with 1,000 vines." Countless thorny vines surged from nowhere, tightening around Dalu and preventing her from moving. Lao Bai mocked triumphantly, saying that plant-type beasts felt no pain, so her dragon fire had miscalculated. Xiao Xingyu realized with panic, "They're attacking us from both sides, surrounded in front and behind. This is serious." Trapped on the ground, Dalu and Xiao Xingyu became stationary targets, seizing the opportunity. Murong-jin's beast condensed the seawater into a giant trident. The water trident launched swiftly toward Dalu, who was immobilized. Standing on the back of the bound Dalu, Xiao Xingyu ordered her to stop resisting and lower her energy shield. Although doubtful, Dalu was convinced by her master's firmness and obeyed. The gigantic water trident lunged, tearing up the ground right in front of the motionless Dalu. Lao Bai wondered in surprise why the fox had suddenly given up its defense. Meanwhile, Murong-jin smoked his cigar with confidence, sure that no one would survive this attack. After the terrifying explosion, Lao Bai asked Murong-jin worriedly if they were still alive, but the admiral stated with certainty that it was impossible. Suddenly, a gigantic purple dragon entity roared from the center of the explosion, emitting an overwhelming current of energy. Murong-jin realized in shock that it was no ordinary dragon, but a dragon soul. Lao Bai was equally terrified, unable to believe the enemy could unleash such power. Dalu was surprised to find she was still alive, and Xiao Xingyu explained it was thanks to the dragon soul skill that automatically protected her from fatal damage. An information panel appeared, revealing details about Dalu's power in her nine-tails dragon fox form, with special abilities like Dragon Soul and Dragon Power. Xiao Xingyu realized his spiritual energy was running out and knew they had to leave immediately. Hearing her master's determination, Dalu roared in agreement, ready to escape. Lao Bai grit his teeth in fury, shouting that he would not let them escape. Enormous vines surged once more from the ground, forming a barrier in front of Dalu. Roaring a go, Dalu charged and accumulated a sphere of purple energy in her front paws. The energy sphere exploded, completely blowing away the vine barrier blocking the path. "Blood Eye," Xiao Xingyu ordered, his eyes glowing red under the mask. In response, Dalu raised her head and roared, unleashing a purple energy storm with countless sharp blades spinning in the air. Dalu's Blood Eye skill activated, creating a gigantic, monstrous eye spinning in the middle of the purple energy storm. Facing the attack, Murong-jin stood on his sea beast and shouted, ordering it to continue using the trident of the sea god. The gigantic beast roared, controlling the surrounding water currents to form a powerful whirlwind. From the whirlwind, a gigantic water trident began to form. The completed water trident shot out, aiming directly at Dalu and Xiao Xingyu. A purple energy blade from Dalu's storm went out to meet it. Would you like me to translate the final outcome of this high-stakes confrontation? The two streams of power collided, creating a small explosion at the point of contact. Immediately after, a seismic explosion erupted, devouring both attacks. The power of the explosion spread, creating a gigantic fireball over the sea. Xiao Xingyu shouted as he and Dalu were thrown by the shockwave of the explosion. As the smoke dissipated, the sky turned silent. Murong Jin and Lao Bai looked up, trying to find traces of the fugitives. Realizing they had escaped, Murong Jin grit his teeth in rage. Lao Bai muttered, amazed by the power of the dragon's soul he had just witnessed. Murong Jin roared, declaring that no one could enter and leave the fleet headquarters freely. He ordered all remaining warships to search the entire coast. However, one of his ships suddenly exploded violently. Murong Jin was stunned upon receiving the report that the fleet was being attacked by the Southern Island Alliance. Chaotic reports came in continuously over the radio, informing of severe damage to many warships. Meanwhile, a white-haired general from the enemy side received a casualty report. He immediately roared over the radio, ordering the cancellation of the pursuit and the mobilization of all forces for support. In the middle of the vast ocean, Dalu frantically called for her master after losing sight of him during the escape. In the depths of the water, Medusa quickly lunged towards the boy who was sinking. She scooped up Xiao Xingyu's small body, marveling that a human could withstand two king-class beasts. Then, with an apology, Medusa opened her mouth and swallowed him. Within the darkness, Xiao Xingyu struggled against his drowsiness, forcing himself to stay awake. His eyes lit up, regaining consciousness for a moment. He saw Dalu, sobbing in fear upon waking. He dazedly asked Dalu if they had escaped and why his face hurt. Dalu explained that they were inside Medusa and no beast underwater could catch her. She gently said that the important thing was that the plan had succeeded and she had kept her promise this time. But Xiao Xingyu couldn't hold on any longer and passed out again, causing Dalu to scream in panic outside. Medusa was parting the waves and speeding away at a terrifying pace. She noticed Xiao Xingyu's critical condition and decided to stop at a deserted island ahead. The island, with its icy mountains and rocks, appeared amidst the pouring rain. At the old battlefield, Murong Jin with his bandaged arm was furious that even two generals couldn't handle the enemy, while Lao Bai nervously reminded him of the Empress's wrath. Amidst the pouring rain, a blinding light suddenly tore through the night sky. From the light, a majestic golden-white dragon descended, carrying terrifying lightning. Murong Jin and Lao Bai were utterly astonished to see the divine creature land right before them. Both turned pale, Murong Jin stammering as he recognized the presence of the Empire's leader, the Empress, on the dragon's back. The Empress, with her platinum hair and cold golden eyes, asked, "Where is Medusa?" Murong Jin bowed his head in confession, reporting that the prisoner had escaped due to an attack by an unknown force. The Empress roared in anger, unwilling to hear any excuses and only demanding to know who had stolen Medusa. Lao Bai quickly reported that it was a masked man who possessed the beast Nine-Tails Dalu. The Empress couldn't believe it, questioning how two generals could let the naval headquarters fall. Both knelt and confessed their guilt, Lao Bai revealing a shocking piece of information, that the enemy possessed dragon power. Hearing dragon power, the Empress was stunned, deeming it impossible. Dismissing her doubts, she ordered Murong Jin to point out the escape route to the southeast, postponing the punishment. Standing on the head of the white dragon, the Empress prepared to personally lead the expedition. She and the dragon turned into a streak of light and flew away, leaving Lao Bai to ponder the great upheaval that was about to occur in the Empire. Meanwhile, on a remote island, night fell with incessant rain. Inside a cave, Medusa and Dalu sat by a fire for warmth. Dalu tenderly cared for the unconscious Xiao Xingyu, while Medusa curiously asked about their close relationship. Suddenly, Xiao Xingyu deliriously asked for water, but Medusa realized there was no fresh water on the island. Without hesitation, Medusa cut her finger with a knife. Medusa's dragon blood dripped into the unconscious Xiao Xingyu's mouth. Witnessing this, would you like me to translate the next scene to see how Medusa's blood affects Xiao Xingyu? Medusa was shocked, thinking to herself that Dalu was using her own blood for a human. In his delirium, Xiao Xingyu's mind wandered into a strange scene where he saw a white-haired woman standing before the corpse of a giant dragon. He was horrified to realize it was Shangwan Lan, radiating a terrifying killing intent. Shangwan Lan reached out to attack, shattering Xiao Xingyu's dream into pieces. He woke up with a startled scream. Dalu was overjoyed to see Xiao Xingyu finally awake, confessing she had been worried all morning, still dazed. Xiao Xingyu asked where they were, and Dalu explained they were on a deserted island, not under naval jurisdiction. He realized the taste of dragon blood in his mouth, and sincerely thanked Dalu for saving him. Just then, Medusa cleared her throat, interrupting them and teasing the two about how long they would flirt. She appeared with a new look, wearing a crown on her head. Medusa handed Xiao Xingyu a cup of water she had found. She smiled seductively. Medusa's actions made Xiao Xingyu blush with embarrassment. She explained that he didn't need to thank her, as she was the one who should thank him for saving her life. Xiao Xingyu shyly told Medusa that there was no need to be so formal. Medusa seriously declared that the Serpent Clan always repaid life debts and was willing to do anything he asked. Hearing this, a bold idea flashed through Xiao Xingyu's mind. He smiled confidently, gave a thumbs up, and declared, "Then it's simple. I want you." Medusa declared that she loved Xiao Xingyu, but he rejected her with smugness. Xiao Xingyu immediately looked confused by his own words. Inside a cave, both sat in silence by the campfire. The atmosphere became awkward. Medusa explained that she was willing to do anything except establish a blood contract, which made Xiao Xingyu ask the reason. Still distant, she flatly refused, declaring that her race would never be slaves, even if offered food and shelter. Elsewhere, Ninetails recalled that she also had to establish a blood contract with Xiao Xingyu, but in the end, everything turned out well. Suddenly, Xiao Xingyu spat out a large mouthful of blood, surprising both Medusa and Ninetails. He fell into Ninetails' arms, faking distress because Medusa had broken his heart. Xiao Xingyu continued acting, saying he no longer had a reason to live and calling Medusa ungrateful, while Ninetails played along, pleading with him not to die. Under pressure, Medusa shouted in terror that she would sign the contract only if he didn't die. Immediately, Xiao Xingyu recovered, happily took Medusa's hand, and thanked her for her kindness, leaving Medusa dumbfounded. Ninetails pinched Xiao Xingyu's cheek in anger at his shameless behavior, but he only replied that all is fair in love and war. He revealed his plan was to capture her and turn her in to get the reward, horrifying Ninetails with his cruelty. Once the matter was settled, Xiao Xingyu proposed starting the contract ritual, and Medusa reluctantly agreed. He used a drop of blood to touch Medusa's forehead, activating the contract mark. A gigantic golden magic circle appeared, lifting Medusa into the air as the ritual unfolded. The contract was completed, and a new purple mark appeared on Medusa's forehead. Xiao Xingyu declared that Medusa was now his, while Ninetails comforted her with an expression of total sympathy. He checked Medusa's status table, amazed by her power, and began to plan the search for materials to help her evolve. The sky outside suddenly became covered with dark clouds, and a violent lightning bolt struck. Xiao Xingyu was startled, feeling a terrifying surge of energy coming from the stormy sky. Ninetails asked with concern, as even though the danger had passed, she still felt uneasy and her heart was pounding. Suddenly he realized he had saved Medusa, but the system had not yet granted the reward, which meant the mission was not complete. Medusa, gripped by panic, urged everyone to quickly leave the island. Xiao Xingyu put on a new mask, agreeing they had to leave immediately or it would be too late. Following Medusa's advice, Ninetails prepared to get on her back and escape by sea immediately after. A terrifying explosion with red and blue energy engulfed a part of the island. A second, even more violent explosion completely destroyed the land in a sea of fire. From afar, Ninetails looked back stunned, unable to believe the entire island had been razed. While riding on Medusa's back in her serpent form, Ninetails pointed to the sky in panic, indicating danger. A gigantic vortex of fire and lightning appeared in the sky, signaling the arrival of a powerful enemy, the Empress. Shangwan Lan, riding on a white and gold dragon, confirmed that the individual with the black cape and demon mask was the person she was looking for. Ninetales recognized the familiar surge of power with horror, confirming the newcomer was Empress Medusa. She admitted in despair that they were being hunted and there seemed to be no way to escape. Xiao Xingyu was stunned to learn that the enemy was the strongest beast tamer while his mental power was completely depleted. Despite the danger, Ninetales stepped in front of her master, telling him firmly to trust her. The Empress's golden white dragon faced Medusa directly, the two giant beasts roaring in the middle of the ocean. The Empress recognized that Ninetales possessed the pure dragon bloodline, and then gave Xiao Xingyu an ultimatum. Tell me who you are, and I will leave your body intact. Ninetales screamed in terror, reaching her hand forward in a desperate attempt to stop her. The plea from Ninetales seemed to make the Empress pause, and her eyes revealed an expression of curiosity. Ninetales stood in front of Xiao Xingyu, pleading desperately. I am willing to swear loyalty. Let my master live, even if you have to imprison him forever. Empress Shangguanlan replied coldly, her golden eyes devoid of emotion. The dead have no right to speak to the living. Medusa roared in rage from beneath the sea surface, refusing to surrender. What else is there to discuss? Let's fight her. There is always a way out. The Empress's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Very well. You have chosen your own destiny. A gigantic golden dragon appeared, attacking a shadow that symbolized her power. Ninetales looked in horror at the royal dragon appearing amidst the lightning in the sky, and exclaimed, the power of a dragon. The golden dragon lunged, bringing with it a terrifying pressure. The Empress released dark power, and a pair of horns and black demon wings sprouted from her back. Ninetales trembled, recognizing the source of evil energy, Black Dragon Soul. She is not human. What kind of monster is this? On the back of Medusa, who was sliding frantically through the sea, Ninetales realized, this is her true form, and she wants us to take this secret to the grave. Ninetales clenched her fists, her determination igniting. She whispered to herself, even if not a shred of hope remains. The Empress's golden dragon roared, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. I cannot give up. Ninetales' eyes shone with the will to fight. She let out a roar, transforming back into her giant nine-tailed demon fox form and charging directly at the enemy. The nine-tailed demon fox and the golden dragon collided violently, creating a terrifying explosion of energy. With just one blow, Ninetales was wounded. Blood gushed from her head as she screamed in pain. Her body was thrown back, and her proud tails also bled before the Empress's absolute power. Her sharp claws clawed at the air in vain. Despite being gravely injured, the gaze of Ninetales and her demon fox form did not lose the flame of battle. The devastating attack tore through Ninetales' demon fox form. Xiao Xingyu shouted her name in horror, Dalu, as she returned to her human form. Ninetales fell unconscious from the sky. Immediately, Medusa in giant serpent form emerged from the sea, shouting, hold on tight. On Medusa's back, Xiao Xingyu embraced Ninetales, calling her desperately, Dalu, how are you? Please wake up. Ninetales weakly opened her eyes, blood dripping from the corners of her mouth as she whispered, Master. She said with remorse, I'm sorry for dragging you into this. Xiao Xingyu sobbed, stating, no, Dalu, it's not your fault. It was I who chose to help you. Ninetales used her little remaining strength to place a hand on him, tears streaming down. She gently caressed her master's mask. Forgive me. Maybe I should go now. She said her goodbye. Her hand slipped as she called Master one last time, Dalu. Xiao Xingyu panicked as he felt her body go limp. A final tear rolled down her cheek, the consciousness of Ninetales vanished completely, falling lifeless in his arms. From above, the Empress declared coldly, there is no need to mourn. Soon you will be reunited with her. The Empress and her golden dragon simultaneously accumulated a burst of destructive energy. An earth-shattering attack was launched directly downward. Medusa roared, coiling her body into a living shield. Master, I will protect you until death. But just as she was about to receive the attack, Medusa was suddenly shocked. What? In Xiao Xingyu's arms. Ninetales was exhaling her last breath, making him scream desperately that this was not the end he wanted, that Dalu must live. Between the two, A tear-shaped crystal suddenly shone intensely. That was a heartbreaking moment. Would you like me to translate what happens next when that mysterious crystal activates? Medusa's giant serpent body was still coiled, protecting them from the next attack. Countless orbs of blue light began to appear, floating in the air, a powerful burst of energy emanated from Medusa's body while she was enveloped in a strange light. Witnessing the scene, Empress Shangguan exclaimed in horror. The dragon tear. Time began to reverse. Illusory clocks spun rapidly toward the past. Fragments of the Empress's clothing flew back to their place on her body. The Empress herself was dragged backward unstoppably by the flow of time. The entire surrounding battlefield also inverted. Shattered rocks joined back together. Xiao Xingyu opened his eyes, and in his pupils, the image of a completely healthy Ninetales calling his name was reflected. The scene returned to the previous moment. Xiao Xingyu muttered, "I succeeded," while Ninetales asked in confusion why he was dazed. Ninetales looked very confused by his strange behavior. Without any explanation, Xiao Xingyu suddenly hugged Ninetales and kissed her. Just at that moment, Medusa also appeared and asked in surprise what they were doing there. Xiao Xingyu immediately turned serious, urgently prompting Dalu and Shasha to leave at once, swimming toward the beast strait to hide. Despite still being confused, both Ninetales and Medusa trusted him and quickly agreed. As soon as they left, a terrifying explosion occurred exactly in the spot where they had been. The Empress's white dragon landed in the water, reporting that the trail ended at the edge of the strait. Empress Shangguan looked on, coldly admitting that her prey had indeed escaped. Shangguan looked at the vast sea, coldly swearing that next time she would not leave the man in black alive. The scene changed to a strange land where an alien planet reigned in the night sky. Meanwhile, Xiao Xingyu, Medusa, and Ninetales had reached a safe place, sighing in relief that no one was pursuing them. Medusa asked curiously if Xiao Xingyu had confessed his love, seeing Ninetales clinging to him and saying she couldn't lose him again. Xiao Xing, you cleared the confusion by showing the dragon tear, explaining he had activated it accidentally, and invited them to touch it to understand everything. Medusa and Ninetales looked together at the glowing gem, receiving the memories of the time that had been reversed. Understanding his sacrifice, Ninetales couldn't hold back her tears but turned away quickly, lying that she just had dust in her eyes. Xiao Xingyu smiled, thinking to himself that receiving the system reward confirmed they were truly safe this time. He turned to Medusa and asked about the truth of the Dragon War 200 years ago, and Medusa began to reveal that Shangguan used to be a dragon hunter before transforming into an evil dragon. Medusa recounted that at that time, there were two elite warriors, Shangguan and a man named Xiao Lian, the leader of the Flame Lines Rebellion. In a flashback, Medusa remembered when she was just a small snake hidden in a cave, witnessing the entire terrifying battle. Her memories showed the image of Shangguan after slaughtering countless dragons, being corrupted by dragon blood and transformed into a giant black dragon. Medusa concluded the story saying she and Xiao Lian were the only survivors, and that was why Xiao Lian had betrayed the Empire to become Shangguan's enemy. Xiao Xingyu reflected, thinking that if he wanted to know more details, he would have to find Xiao Lian in person. He immediately dismissed the idea, thinking his identity wouldn't allow him to contact such an important figure, but then worried about an invisible connection that could endanger his siblings. When Medusa asked about the next plan, Xiao Xingyu smiled bitterly, thinking that fighting a 200-year-old monster was impossible. He told Ninetales that Shangguan was targeting them, but Ninetales responded innocently that the Empress's target was the man in black, not Xiao Xingyu. Realizing that Ninetales had understood the truth, Xiao Xingyu only smiled and told her not to think too much, suggesting they all rest before returning to the city. Suddenly, a white crystal in his hand glowed intensely. Xiao Xingyu grabbed his head and collapsed in pain, making Ninetales scream his name in horror. In a misty mental space, Xiao Xingyu wonders where he is in the middle of the darkness. Suddenly, he is horrified to face a giant black dragon with golden horns. The dragon flies past, leaving Xiao Xingyu wondering in shock how it appeared there. He is surprised to see a mirror suddenly appear before him. Looking at his reflection, he realizes something is wrong. Xiao Xingyu panics, seeing black dragon scales begin to appear on his face. He grabs his head in pain, screaming in despair that he doesn't want to become a monster. The nightmare reaches its peak as he transforms into a creature with horns and red demonic wings, screaming in terror. In a cave, Nine Tails asks worriedly about the condition of Xiao Xingyu, who is unconscious, and Medusa explains he is very weak. Medusa suggests that beast milk could help him recover. Her gaze turns toward Nine Tails. Nine Tails blushes in embarrassment, quickly denies it, and then states she will go find some immediately. She quickly leaves the dark cave. Xiao Xingyu suddenly wakes up, screaming in panic that he isn't a monster. He sighs, relieved to realize that it was all just a terrifying dream. Medusa is glad to see him awake, and Xiao Xingyu immediately asks how long he's been unconscious. He is left, speechless to learn he has slept for 3 days, worried about the freshman tournament. Xiao Xingyu frantically calculates that if he doesn't return in time for the finals, he will have big trouble with the Academy and the Empress. Just then, Nine Tails returns, trying to calm an agitated Xiao Xingyu. She gives him a bowl of water and tells him it's beast milk she just found. Xiao Xingyu frantically refuses to drink the beast milk Nine Tails offers him, insisting he can't drink something so disgusting. Medusa explains that it was that milk Nine Tails worked so hard to get which kept him alive during the 3 days of unconsciousness. Hearing this, Xiao Xingyu turns to Nine Tails with a look of confusion, seemingly asking for the truth behind Medusa's words. He is left, stunned upon realizing the true meaning of Nine Tails working so hard to get that milk. Medusa urges him not to hesitate any longer or Nine Tails will be very sad. Faced with Nine Tails' plea, Xiao Xingyu finally softens and agrees to drink. He tells himself that Dalu has sacrificed too much for him and that he can't make her suffer anymore. With that determination, Xiao Xingyu tips the bowl and drinks it in one gulp. After drinking, he realizes it was milk from a silver tiger queen. Medusa laughs and reveals that Nine Tails didn't provide the milk herself, but had to hunt other female beasts every day, leaving Xiao Xingyu speechless and Nine Tails embarrassed. After the joking, Xiao Xingyu asks Medusa how long it will take to return to the coast of the Dragon Empire, and she replies half a day. Nine Tails suggests that they hunt a beast to roast while they wait, and Medusa happily agrees. Both leave, leaving only Xiao Xingyu, who decides to check the reward the system has granted him. An information panel appears, revealing the reward is a pure-blood dragon egg with extremely strict incubation requirements. He looks at the egg in his hand, lamenting the nearly impossible-to-find ingredients like dragon bone ice lotus and a dragon heart. Suddenly, a loud noise from the cave entrance puts Xiao Xingyu on alert. Nine Tails and Medusa return, dragging a giant wolf and octopus, surprising him with their speed. The two unfortunate beasts are quickly roasted over the fire. The three sit around the fire, enjoying a sumptuous feast of roasted meat. Medusa eats the roasted meat with delight, thinking about the size of the beasts. By the fire, Xiao Xingyu suddenly asks Medusa about their relationship, and she encourages him to be direct. He hesitantly asks for a bit of her output, making Medusa freeze instantly in shock. With eyes flashing with murderous intent, Medusa asks in a harsh voice if Xiao Xingyu wants to die. She lunges at him to attack, but Nine Tails hastily stops her, shouting that she'll kill that pervert herself. Undeterred, Xiao Xingyu turns to Nine Tails and makes the same proposal. Nine Tails also becomes enraged, scolding Xiao Xingyu for being an unimaginable degenerate. Both girls point at Xiao Xingyu at the same time, calling him a pervert in unison at that moment. Xiao Xingyu holds up the flower pot and explains he only needs it as fertilizer for the seed. Nine Tails and Medusa are stunned. Nine Tails says embarrassedly that they have dignity now and are no longer wild beasts. Xiao Xingyu apologizes and clarifies he only needs it from a beast in beast form, making Nine Tails realize they could use someone else. Medusa immediately reports that there are many beasts suitable for that purpose at the bottom of the abyss. Immediately 3 fireballs are thrown into the depths of the water to lure them out. They sink slowly to the seabed, enveloped in air bubbles. A small explosion underwater stirs the calm waters, waking some creature. A small silhouette with furious purple eyes emerges, roaring about being disturbed in its sleep. The creature breaks the surface and emerges, revealing the form of a blue-haired boy and shouting loudly about the act of throwing fire into the sea. Xiao Xingyu is surprised to realize it's an extremely rare, mutated royal whale, which infuriates the creature even more. Xiao Xingyu, then provokes the creature to come ashore and fight, and it furiously accepts the challenge. The mutated royal whale comes ashore, issuing one last threat despite being scared. The small creature falls onto the rock, looking up in horror. Medusa and Ninetails step in with murderous glares, threatening to kill anyone who dares to insult their master. Facing two Beast King-level beasts, the mutated imperial whale banged its head against the ground begging, making up stories about an elderly mother and unhatched eggs. Xiao Xingyu appeared, gently placed a hand on the creature's head, and exposed its lie, pointing out that whales give birth to live young. Would you like me to translate the next scene to see what Xiao Xingyu decides to do with the mutated royal whale? He revealed his true purpose was only for it to relieve itself once, leaving the mutated imperial whale speechless in shock. Embarrassed and furious, the small creature launched a devastating punch at Xiao Xingyu's face and shouted, "Pervert!" Immediately after, it jumped into the sea and swam away. Xiao Xingyu rubbed his cheek, wondering about the creature's reaction, while Ninetails laughed out loud beside him, thinking he deserved it. Riding on the back of the gigantic sea beast, both headed toward the snowy mountain range, and Xiao Xingyu suggested stopping for a bath. They found a quiet waterfall with crystal-clear waters. Xiao Xingyu took off his shirt, made a bold invitation to bathe together, and offered a bust-enhancing massage, which made Ninetails blush and refuse. Medusa smiled significantly, commenting on his enthusiasm and vigor. Medusa told him to be quiet, but Xiao Xingyu continued teasing the girls from Silver City. His words instantly infuriated both, but Xiao Xingyu feigned innocence. He whistled nonchalantly and headed into the forest. Suddenly, a small white silhouette streaked through the air. The creature landed directly on Xiao Xingyu's bewildered head. He took the little animal down, realizing that it was an electro rabbit. A pack of wolves ran through the forest at high speed. They were a pack of storm wolves, a species of ferocious beast. Facing the growling wolves, Xiao Xingyu realized they saw him as a rival for the prey in his hands. He smiled confidently, calling Dalu and Shasha to take care of it. Ninetails and Medusa appeared immediately, ready to fight. After Ninetails easily wiped out the whole pack, she turned to scold Xiao Xingyu for complaining about her cruelty. Xiao Xingyu released the electro rabbit and taught it that only the strong survive. The rabbit shot off at an amazing speed, but instead of fleeing, it unexpectedly crawled inside Xiao Xingyu's pants. He shouted for it to come out, even threatening to sue it for harassment, which left Ninetails speechless. Xiao Xingyu tried to scare the rabbit clinging to him by mentioning soy sauce rabbit stew. Finally, he grabbed it by the ears, deciding to give it one last chance if it was fate. Using his skills, he discovered in amazement that the rabbit had a hidden ability to restore allies' ultimate moves. Xiao Xingyu rejoiced, realizing he had found a divine-level support beast. He declared he would make a pact with the electro rabbit, even though Ninetails dismissed it as useless while Medusa trusted her master's decision. The scene shifted to the bustling city of West Dragon. In an open arena, the crowd cheered for the Super Rookie Tournament Finals. The big screen showed the Azure Dragon Academy team, which included Xiao Xingyu, Murong Yinzhou, and Murong Xinxin. Their opponents were announced as the Red Crane Academy team. Before the match, Murong Yinzhou was upset because he couldn't contact Xiao Xingyu, worried he would miss the important match. Murong Xinxin tried to calm her brother, but Murong Yinzhou lost his patience after 15 failed calls and decided to try one more time. Reluctantly, he called again with an expression of desperation. Murong Yinzhou was stunned to hear the automated announcement that Xiao Xingyu's account had insufficient funds. Realizing the problem, he smiled slyly and decided to top up Xiao Xingyu's phone. As soon as Murong Yinzhou topped up 100,000 yuan, Xiao Xingyu suddenly appeared and greeted him cheerfully, making Murong Yinzhou fly into a rage and demand his money back. Murong Yinzhou warned Xiao Xingyu not to disappear again, and he quickly agreed. Murong Xinxin questioned Xiao Xingyu on why his phone was off, leaving him clumsy and not knowing how to respond. To evade the subject, Xiao Xingyu took Murong Xinxin's hand and praised her for being beautiful, making her blush with embarrassment. Murong Yinzhou watched the scene helplessly, warning his sister not to be fooled by Xiao Xingyu's tricks to change the subject. When it was announced that only 10 minutes remained for the opening ceremony, Murong Yinzhou hurriedly urged everyone to go out onto the stage. Xiao Xingyu suddenly said he needed to go to the bathroom urgently, waving to the Murong siblings. A bathroom door appeared where Xiao Xingyu had just entered. Inside, Murong Xinxin was startled by a stranger who covered her eyes from behind and greeted her familiarly. She realized in surprise it was a white-haired girl with 2 pigtails who had replaced another contestant in the tournament. The stranger explained she was participating because the other person was injured and she thought it seemed cool. She put an arm around Murong Xinxin's shoulders and declared that despite being childhood friends, she would have no mercy in the arena. Would you like me to translate the start of the final match against Red Crane Academy? Murong Xinxin responded confidently that they would see who wins and turned to leave. Looking at Murong Xinxin's back, the girl smiled sinisterly, swearing to humiliate her in this tournament. In a room, Xiao Weiyin urged his sister Xiao Yin that it was time to go. Xiao Yin put on black gloves, firmly grasping her brother's hand. They walked together, showing unity in the arena. A blonde-haired announcer hyped up the crowd, welcoming them to the Super Rookie Tournament Finals. The Red Crane Academy team entered the stage with introductions, and Xiao Yin greeted the audience cheerfully. In the stands, the crowd went wild over Xiao Yin's appearance, calling him and his sister the Divine Twins. Meanwhile, Murong Yinzhou explains to Xiao Xingyu about the siblings' formidable bloodline as children of a 9-star Beastmaster, and there are also rumors that Xiao Weiyin is the princess's future fiancé. Immediately after, the Azure Dragon Academy team is called, and Murong Yinzhou and Xiao Xingyu prepare to take the field. The announcer states that the judge of the match is Empress Shengwan Lan, a counselor. Whispers to the Empress that Xiao Xingyu's opponent is her beloved son, a duo. The counselor then asks the Empress about the progress of the investigation into the identity of the mysterious man in black. He reports that the investigation is stalled and hypothesizes that the man in black might not be a high-ranking Beastmaster, but an infiltrator with authority. From the opposite side, Xiao Weiyin thinks to himself, despising Xiao Xingyu as a mere commoner. Xiao Xingyu stands firm, his eyes filled with determination. Suddenly, he feels an invisible pressure that scares him, and Murong Xinxin asks worriedly. Xiao Xingyu recovers quickly and says he is fine. He looks toward the Empress and thinks with concern, wondering if she knows he is the man in black who survived her attack. When the start of the match is declared, Murong Yinzhou steps forward confidently while a voice from the opposite side issues a challenge. In the arena, Murong Yinzhou and Xiao Weiyin face off, preparing for the first battle. The audience is surprised when the Red Crane Academy deploys its ace, Xiao Weiyin, from the very beginning. Murong Yinzhou tells himself he must fight with all his might for the honor of his clan and the Dragon Empire. Xiao Weiyin arrogantly declares that the match is already over as soon as he stepped on stage and that he will defeat the Azure Dragon team alone. Infuriated, Murong Yinzhou shouts in response and summons his beast, Xiaobai. The gigantic Xiaobai appears in the air, enveloped in powerful lightning. Unfazed, Xiao Weiyin also summons his beast, a terrifying 3-headed monster, Murong. Yinzhou is stunned by his opponent's strange and powerful beast. In the stands, Xiao Xingyu also cannot help but be surprised by the monster's appearance. The demon god's eye reveals it is a nightmare beast of mythical lineage with extremely high damage immunity, and the only weak point is its tail. Meanwhile, Murong Yinzhou's Xiaobai only has a legendary bloodline and a critical weak point of low stamina. Murong Xinxin is worried because her brother doesn't know the opponent's weak point, while Xiao Xingyu is helpless because he cannot remind him. Xiao Xingyu analyzes that Murong Yinzhou must finish the match in the first 3 minutes. Otherwise, he will be at a great disadvantage. Murong Yinzhou orders Xiaobai to attack first with a heavenly lightning spear strike. Xiao Weiyin calmly orders the Nightmare Beast to take the hit directly, much to the commoner's amazement. The Nightmare Beast suffers no damage after taking the hit, while Xiao Weiyin hasn't even used his spiritual energy. Murong Yinzhou is left speechless, unable to believe his strongest attack is useless. He realizes Xiao Weiyin did it on purpose to break his fighting spirit. Xiao Weiyin smiles mockingly, saying he knew Xiaobai's stamina weakness well. Provoked, Murong Yinzhou loses his cool and orders Xiaobai to continue attacking blindly. Xiao Weiyin laughs with disdain and orders the Nightmare Beast to use the charging Furious Tiger Strike. The 3-headed monster charges like a hurricane, its power causing the ground to shatter. The 3 heads bite fiercely towards Xiaobai, flying in the air, making Murong Yinzhou scream in terror. The Nightmare Beast brutally slams the wounded griffin against the arena floor. In the stands, a group of spectators cheers enthusiastically for the Nightmare Beast's power and Xia Weiyin's talent. "Don't overdo it," Xia Weiyin orders with an air of smugness. "Let the white griffin go." The Nightmare Beast releases Xiao Bai, who is covered in blood, letting him fall to the ground. Xia Weiyin asks Murong Yinzhou to surrender, but he firmly refuses because he doesn't want to lose in front of his sister. Seeing her brother in danger, Murong Xinxin tries to shout something, but Xiao Xingyu covers her mouth. "Don't stop him," Xiao Xingyu explains. "At this moment, he's not your opponent, but your brother." Would you like me to translate the next part to see if Murong Yinzhou can find a way to turn the tide? Murong Yinzhou grit his teeth, knowing Xiao Bai's wings were severely injured but still determined to risk everything. He summoned a new beast. Roaring Steel Gorilla appeared. The newly appeared giant gorilla leaped into the air, joining the battle. "Use Steel Titan Staff," shouted Murong Yinzhou, commanding the new beast. The Steel Gorilla's arm transformed into a gigantic, red-hot metal staff that descended with force. At the same time, he ordered Xiao Bai. "Lightning power!" Xiao Bai roared. Its body glowed with purple lightning as the Steel Gorilla continued its attack. The powerful combined attack hit the Nightmare Beast directly. However, Xia Weiyin simply ordered calmly, "Nightmare Beast, absorb this." The Nightmare Beast roared, completely absorbing the mixed energy attack. A large explosion occurred as the energy was assimilated, but Xia Weiyin remained calm and steady. Murong Yin-dash. Zhou knelt, unable to believe the move he had practiced countless times had been neutralized. With a cold expression, Xia Weiyin ordered his beast to finish the match. Blue Demon Roar. From its 3 heads, the Nightmare Beast fired a destructive beam of blue energy. The Steel Gorilla fell in the arena, and the announcer declared Xia Weiyin from Red Crane Academy the winner. Xiao Bai also lay motionless amidst the dissipating smoke, completely defeated. Xia Weiyin looked at the fallen Murong Yinzhou and said with contempt that he was not his opponent. In the stands, Xiao Xingyu asked Murong Xinxin about the old feud between the two clans. Murong Xinxin recalled her childhood when she and Xiao Yin fought over a bone-winged wyvern. During the fight, the beast attacked Xiao Yin's hand, injuring her. Xiao Yin, enraged, blamed Murong Xinxin for humiliating her and stealing what belonged to her. With glowing red eyes, the 2 children of the family declared their clan would never forget a vendetta. Returning to the present, Murong Xinxin explained that those eyes were a genetic trait called heterochromia. But in reality, the red eyes of Xia Weiyin's father hid a terrifying power. That power is called Eye of Clairvoyance, which allows for predicting movements and causing fear effects. Xiao Xingyu realized that both Shangwan Lan and the Xie family had connections to hidden beasts, concealing many secrets from the era of dragon extinction. The announcer declared the next match was starting, and Murong Xinxin entered the ring. Xiao Yin urged her brother to teach her opponent a lesson, while Xia Weiyin approached Murong Xinxin with an air of smugness. Xia Weiyin smugly challenged Murong Xinxin to surrender if she didn't want to suffer a fate worse than her brother's. Xinxin firmly replied she wasn't afraid, while the commentators hyped up the atmosphere for the peak match. Without hesitation, she summoned her ultimate beast, the bone-winged wyvern. The bone dragon immediately launched a torrent of green spectral energy toward its opponent. The energy torrent shot across the battlefield, aiming directly at the flame demon beast. Xia Weiyin shouted in panic, ordering his beast to dodge the attack. The flame demon beast leaped agilely into the air, avoiding the pool of corrosive energy below. The commentators exclaimed in amazement, realizing the flame demon beast truly feared the bone-winged wyvern's attack. From the stands, the Empress's council deduced that Murong Xinxin knew this weakness thanks to that mysterious young man. The Empress asked the counselor's opinion, and he confidently stated her son would win thanks to the inherited Eye of Clairvoyance. The flame demon beast in the air counterattacked immediately, firing a torrent of energy toward the bone-winged wyvern. However, the previous spectral attack had taken effect, leaving the 3 heads of the flame demon beast dazed. Xiao Xingyu explained enthusiastically that spectral fire was a spiritual attack that countered the flame demon beast's immunity. Murong Shinshin seized the opportunity, ordering the bone-winged wyvern to use its full strength. The bone dragon launched its final move, a rain of spectral energy projectiles called Rain of the Spectral Sea Demons. Countless green energy orbs descended, violently attacking the flame demon beast, Xia. Wei Yin ordered his beast to use the blood torrent skill. The flame demon beast created a crimson energy vortex, using that force to repel the entire rain of projectiles. The repelled energy torrents shot back toward the bone-winged wyvern, making it burst into pieces. Murong Shinshin realized that the flame demon beast was still hiding its true power. Meanwhile, Xia Wei Yin roared, declaring it was time to end this match. Murong Shinshin decided to use her full strength, ordering the bone-winged wyvern to use its ultimate move, Wraith's Wrath. Would you like me to translate the conclusion of Murong Shinshin's battle before Xiao Xingyu takes the stage? The bone-winged wyvern flew into the sky, its wings radiating a massive torrent of green energy. A whirlwind of energy swept the arena, aiming directly at the flame demon beast. "Take this," shouted Murong Shinshin, directing her final attack. The flame demon beast charged directly into the energy whirlwind to face it. Xia Wei Yin grit his teeth with a hint of tension at the power of the attack. However, Murong Xin realized that the final move was still not enough to defeat her opponent and decided to deliver the finishing blow, ordering one last attack. Forward! A green energy sword shot toward the flame demon beast. Xia Wei Yin simply laughed smugly, calling the attack useless. The flame demon beast easily shattered the energy sword into pieces with its front paw. Murong Shinshin was stunned, unable to believe her eyes, desperate. She realized she had exhausted all her strength and could not summon any more beasts. From the stands, Xia Yin mocked Murong Shinshin, saying both siblings were pathetic. Xia Wei Yin interrupted the referee, ordering his beast to use the blue demon roar. The flame demon beast immediately fired a destructive torrent of blue energy from its mouth. In a panic, Murong Shinshin shouted, telling the bone-winged wyvern to quickly dodge the attack. The bone-winged wyvern was blasted by the energy torrent amidst Murong Shinshin's terrified screams. The destructive attack exploded violently in the arena. Just then, Xiao Xingyu lunged forward, using his own body to protect Murong Shinshin from the aftershocks. Xia Wei Yin was stunned, unable to believe his beast's attack had been neutralized so easily. Xiao Xingyu angrily questioned Xia Wei Yin, asking why he continued to attack when his opponent had already exhausted her spiritual energy and lost. Amidst the murmuring of the crowd, Xia Wei Yin twisted his lips and argued that the referee had not yet signaled the end of the fight. The corrupt referee also blamed his own deficiencies while a voice demanded his permanent ban. Being escorted by 2 staff members, the referee kept apologizing while Xiao Xingyu observed in silence, realizing the Empress would not intervene. The commentators quickly calmed the situation, declaring Xia Wei Yin the winner and that he would face the last contestant from Azure Dragon Academy, Murong Shinshin. Said with resentment that her opponent seemed to know all her moves, but Xiao Xingyu reassured her and told her to let him handle it from the stands. Xia Yin mocked them, saying that if it weren't for Xiao Xingyu, her brother would have crushed the bone-winged wyvern long ago. A tournament staff member brought a spiritual energy recovery pill, explaining it was Xia Wei Yin's reward for winning 2 consecutive matches. Xia Wei Yin showed impatience and snatched the pill. The commentator cheered the crowd, announcing that Azure Dragon Academy only had Xiao Xingyu left while Red Crane Academy maintained its full lineup in the ring. Xia Wei Yin smugly asked Xiao Xingyu to surrender so his demonic beast wouldn't suffer more. However, a sudden murderous aura emanated, leaving Xia Wei Yin completely paralyzed. Xiao Xingyu was there, with his eyes shining with intense golden light, his entire body enveloped in a terrifying red aura. Xia Wei Yin exclaimed in horror at his opponent's terrifying gaze. Clenching his fists, Xiao Xingyu declared that Xia Wei Yin's sister would witness how pathetic her brother would become. Xia Wei Yin challenged, "You want to destroy my sister's beast? Then defeat me first. Nightmare Beast, forward!" Xiao Xingyu responded with a decisive command. Hiya! Xia Wei Yin ordered the Nightmare Beast to use the Blood Tier Whirlwind skill. Hearing the command Claw of Oblivion, Hiya lunged and brutally tore at the Nightmare Beast. The commentator exclaimed in amazement as Hiya landed 28 consecutive blows, preventing the nightmare beast from using its skill. Terrified, Xiao Weiyan shouted, asking his demonic beast to retreat. Xiao Xingyu seized the opportunity and ordered Haya to catch the staggering opponent. Haya launched infernal binding purple chains, firmly immobilizing the nightmare beast. The giant wolf used its strength to slam the nightmare beast against the arena floor. Hey Dash! You pounced, crushing the injured nightmare beast into the ground. Suddenly, a beam of blue energy was fired from the nightmare beast. The energy beam exploded violently right where Haya was, shaking the entire arena. Both demonic beasts were injured and thrown by the explosion, but they continued to growl at each other with hostility. Xiao Weiyan grit his teeth, looking at Xiao Xingyu with eyes flashing sparks. From the stands, the Empress's counselor commented on Xiao Xingyu's unusual power and aura compared to previous days. Xiao Weiyan decided not to hold back any longer and ordered the Nightmare Beast to use Flaming Judgment. Commentator yawned. Would you like me to translate the final clash between Haya and the Nightmare Beast? He announced excitedly that the Nightmare Beast had finally shown its true power, the Nightmare. Beast fired a gigantic blast of destructive energy toward Haya. Unfazed, Xiao Xingyu ordered Haya to attack with Darkness Claw. Haya, enveloped in a dark purple aura, charged directly toward the opponent's attack. A clone of Haya showed its fangs with a mocking smile before being caught by the Nightmare Beast. The wolf head of the Nightmare Beast bit firmly onto the clone, appearing to have finished off the opponent. Xiao Weiyan declared triumphantly, I've got you, Xiao Xingyu. It's over. But Xiao Xingyu only smiled calmly and asked, Are you sure? Haya's clone immediately exploded, creating a violent blast of dark energy. Xiao Weiyan was stunned upon realizing it was not the real body, but only a clone from above. The real Haya pounced, following Xiao Xingyu's order. Haya, infernal roar. A blast of destructive energy was fired directly from Haya's mouth toward the Nightmare Beast. The Nightmare Beast was sent flying, taking the full damage of the surprise attack. Xiao Weiyan covered his eyes in horror, unable to believe the opponent had anticipated his move. He admitted that Xiao Xingyu was a worthy opponent and decided to fight seriously. Nightmare Beast, second form. Xiao Weiyan roared, ordering his demonic beast to transform. The Nightmare Beast roared, its body began to transform into a burst of blue energy. 4 new arms sprouted from its body, signaling a terrifying metamorphosis. The commentator exclaimed in amazement, 3 heads and 6 arms. The Nightmare Beast has completely transformed. The Nightmare Beast's new form appeared, a dark and gigantic silhouette with 3 heads and 6 arms. Xiao Xingyu remained unperturbed. A humanoid form? So what? That won't help you. He concentrated blue energy in his hand. Preparing for a counterattack, Xiao Weiyan became alarmed. The second battle beast? What was he planning to summon? In the middle of a dazzling beam, a small white creature appeared in the arena. Everyone in the stands was dumbfounded by the appearance of the new demonic beast, even Empress. Shang Wanlan exclaimed with amazement, The Electro Rabbit. Xiao Weiyan burst out laughing like a madman, mocking Xiao Xingyu for summoning a useless beast with no attributes. He roared the command, Nightmare Beast, use Hammer of the 6 Paths. The Nightmare Beast bellowed, and 6 flaming blue energy arms formed in the air. 6 energy orbs fell like meteors, aiming directly at Haya. Xiao Xingyu shouted, Help Haya, and the Electro Rabbit immediately accumulated thunder energy. Hey Dash! He was enveloped in a yellow electric current, preparing to launch a maximum attack. A gigantic column of infernal fire chain energy shot toward the sky, Xiao Weiyan declared, confidently that the Nightmare Beast's absorption capacity was 3 times stronger, so the attack would be useless. Xiao Xingyu smiled, held up 3 fingers, and asked, If one is not enough, how about 2 or 3? Xiao Weiyan mocked him, thinking it was impossible since the Infernal Wolf's ultimate attack had a very long cooldown. He was paralyzed upon realizing the cooldown was at least an hour, but 2 more infernal fire chains had appeared in the sky. Completely terrified, Xiao Weiyan shouted, ordering the Nightmare Beast to quickly use Blood Tear Whirlwind to defend itself. Xiao Xingyu calmly declared, It's too late now, while stroking the Electro Rabbit's head, the Nightmare Beast tried to resist, but Xiao Weiyan could only scream in despair. The three gigantic infernal fire chains fell simultaneously, completely overwhelming its defense. The nightmare beast was completely engulfed by the fire explosion. The terrible destructive power of the attack shook and shattered the entire arena. When the smoke and dust dissipated, the nightmare beast lay unconscious, and the referee declared Xiao Xingyu the winner. The commentator shouted that this battle would go down in history thanks to Xiao Xingyu's 3 infernal fire chain attacks. Xia Weiyin fell to his knees, realizing with horror that the Electro Rabbit was the key to his opponent's victory. Xiao Xingyu explained calmly that it wasn't 3 attacks, but that the skill was reset 3 times. He even taunted that he could launch one more attack, which infuriated Xia Weiyin, who swore revenge. In the stands, Murong Yinzhou shouted excitedly, proudly calling Xiao Xingyu his brother. Meanwhile, the director of Red Crane Academy ordered Xiao Yin, Xia Weiyin's sister, to take the field despite her fear. Would you like me to translate the final showdown between Xiao Xingyu and Xiao Yin? Celine entered the ruined arena, facing Xiao Xingyu alongside her beast, Water Peacock. She admitted she didn't expect her brother to fail. Xiao Xingyu smiled, saying he had finally been waiting for her to appear. His expression turned serious, declaring he would take revenge for Yujin and destroy her beast. Celine tried to intimidate him using her father's authority, suggesting Xiao Xingyu surrender, but Xiao Xingyu responded with disdain that he didn't care at all. Enraged, Celine ordered Water Peacock to teach him a lesson. Immediately, her beast was knocked to the arena floor by an invisible attack. Celine froze, calling out to her beast in horror. Xiao Xingyu pointed forward, repeating his promise to destroy her beast. The referee quickly declared the end of the match as Water Peacock lay motionless. The commentator shouted in amazement, announcing that Xiao Xingyu had defeated his opponent with a single blow. Celine couldn't believe it, wondering why her water-type beast had lost in such an absurd way. She grit her teeth in humiliation, feeling deeply insulted for having lost so quickly. The commentator announced that Celine could summon a second beast, but she only hoped she'd had enough humiliation. Xia Weiyin interrupted abruptly, dragged his sister away, and declared their surrender to the commentator's astonishment. The match ended. Xiao Xingyu won 2 consecutive fights and now faced his last opponent, Dong Fangqing. Dong Fangqing stepped out looking surprised to have to fight, but then declared he would give his all. With glowing eyes and the seal in his hand, he shouted confidently, asking his opponent to start praying. Dong Fangqing summoned a gigantic phoenix that lunged directly towards Xiao Xingyu in the blink of an eye. The beast was defeated, and Dong Fangqing immediately raised his hands to the sky, shouting, "I surrender." Witnessing this scene, the director of Red Crane Academy could only grab his head, disappointed by the shame. Xiao Xingyu mocked him, saying he had thought Dong Fangqing was the strongest in his team. Dong Fangqing admitted sadly that if even Celine had lost, a background character like him stood no chance. Murong Yinzhou and Murong Xinxin ran overexcitedly, cheering the victory and amazed that Xiao Xingyu had defeated the entire team alone. Xiao Xingyu turned to Lu Yin, wondering why she remained so calm after winning the tournament. Overly excited, he lifted Murong Xinxin in his arms to her astonishment, saying they must celebrate this moment of glory. In another corner, a furious fist struck a vending machine hard. It was Xia Weiyin, gritting his teeth with resentment alongside his sister Celine, who was also in a foul mood. Meanwhile, the entire stadium erupted in cheers and confetti, hailing the 3 winners from Azure Dragon Academy. Xiao Xingyu smiled satisfied, thinking to himself that he had finally completed the mission. His reward was an attribute crystal for Freya and a perfect lineage enhancement crystal for Haya, the Empress. Shang Wanlan approached to praise Murong Xinxin for fighting bravely, and she thanked her respectfully. Xiao Xingyu stepped forward immediately before the Empress with a confident smile, saying, "Now it's my turn." Empress Shang Wanlan unexpectedly placed her hand on Xiao Xingyu's head. She leaned in and asked in a suggestive tone, "We've met before, haven't we?" Which made Xiao Xingyu wonder in terror if he had been recognized. Feeling overwhelming pressure, he sweated under the Empress's gaze. At that moment, an assistant brought the cup and medals, and the Empress ordered them to be brought closer. She handed the reward to Xiao Xingyu and teased his nervousness, but he only excused himself, saying he was tense being near someone so noble. Standing with his teammates, Xiao Xingyu was still confused before the Empress smiled and expressed her hope for the young generation. Even so, he couldn't shake his unease. The image of Nine Tails appeared as a reminder of the potential danger. After the ceremony outside the building, guilds began making offers to the new champion. Immediately, Xiao Xingyu was surrounded by a crowd of recruiters, all presenting tempting offers. He rejected them all flatly, declaring he was already a pharmacist for another guild. Murong Yinzhou wondered about his decision, and Xiao Xingyu explained he didn't want to betray the trust of the Celestial Guild. He reaffirmed his loyalty, considering the Celestial Guild as a family. At the celebration party, the blue-haired director proposed drinking enthusiastically, but Chun Qinyan reminded her of the Academy's regulations. The director considered the rule ridiculous and ordered it annulled immediately, to which Chun Qinyan cheerfully obeyed. Seeing Xiao Xingyu seemingly melancholy, the director took him by the shoulder and offered to help him blow off some steam. In response, Xiao Xingyu unexpectedly made an indecent request, leaving everyone around him speechless. Xiao Xingyu certainly knows how to shock crowd. Would you like me to translate the aftermath of his bold request and see how the director responds? The director flew into a rage, making Xiao Xingyu terribly frightened as he hurriedly called for help. Murong Xinxin scolded him furiously, calling him a pervert, while Murong Yinzhou only smiled with delight. A muffled gasp echoed from behind the door that had just slammed shut. The director cornered Xiao Xingyu, praising his audacity while listening to his stuttering explanation. She raised, unexpectedly, the hem of her dress, teasing Xiao Xingyu, who blushed with shame. Then, she proposed a challenging deal, but a solemn voice suddenly interrupted her. A woman in formal attire entered, causing them both to stop. She introduced herself as the Empress's messenger, coming to summon Xiao Xingyu to the imperial capital. Although he didn't want to, Xiao Xingyu knew he couldn't refuse and had to accept his fate. In a short time, he arrived at the imperial capital, a magnificent and ancient royal city. In front of the majestic palace, the messenger invited him in to meet the Empress, Xiao Xing. He was horrified to realize that 2 king-class golden holy killings guarded the gate. He walked alone through the vast courtyard, feeling insignificant before the majesty of the palace. Inside, Emperor Shangguanlan was seated on the throne, asking him if he knew the reason for his summons. Xiao Xingyu humbly replied that it was impossible for him to know and asked the Empress to enlighten him. The Empress revealed a serious prison escape incident and noted that Xiao Xingyu had disappeared at that exact moment. He feigned innocence but was terrified inside, knowing that any excuse would be useless. The Empress continued theorizing that whoever hid their whereabouts might also be hiding their true strength. Xiao Xingyu tried to refute this, arguing the logic was too vague, sweating from the tension. With a mysterious smile, the Empress slowly rose from her throne. She stepped down slowly, the sound of her shoes echoing through the great hall as she approached him. In the blink of an eye, the Empress appeared right behind him, terrifying Xiao Xingyu. Emperor Shangguanlan faced Xiao Xingyu, asking him bluntly if he was hypo. Xiao Xing. You panicked, realizing he had been discovered, and that even the dragon tear couldn't save the situation. As the Empress's hand rested on his shoulder, he thought desperately that resisting would endanger his sister and his friends. Suddenly, the Empress burst out laughing, patted him on the head, and said she was only joking. Xiao Xingyu asked in a daze, and the Empress explained her people had called his sister, who confirmed he had gone to capture the Electro Rabbit. She smiled mischievously, saying he was too cute not to tease and that a rookie like him couldn't be a 9-star beast tamer. Xiao Xingyu sighed in relief. His heart almost stopped from the stress, and silently thanked his sister for saving his life. Then the Empress moved to the main topic, asking about his future plans after graduating from Azure Dragon Academy. She explained seriously that any graduating student only had 3 paths to choose from. Those 3 paths were joining a beast tamer guild, enlisting in the army, or becoming an international bounty hunter. But then she made an unexpected offer, asking if he would accept a 4th path proposed by her. Xiao Xingyu immediately became defensive, wondering if she was plotting to use him, but then scolded himself for doubting the Empress. He asked curiously about the 4th path, and the Empress invited him to join the Imperial Soul and serve her. Xiao Xingyu was horrified to realize it was Shangguanlan's personal guard, famous for being a suicide squad. He recalled the terrifying information about the extremely high mortality rate of its members and the harsh conditions to become the strongest black monk. The Empress noticed his hesitation and urged him to give an answer. Xiao Xingyu began politely, intending to subtly reject her. But the Empress read his intentions, which startled Xiao Xingyu, who hurried to declare he was ready to join immediately. The Empress smiled satisfied, praising it as a wise decision, while Xiao Xingyu could only break into a cold sweat. Xiao Xingyu lamented silently that he truly had no other choice. He consoled himself thinking that serving the Empress wasn't so bad, as she clearly mistrusted someone named Xiezong. He harbored the ambition to one day use his hypo identity to overthrow the Empress herself, suddenly. Shang Wanlan smiled, said she wanted to show him something, and called someone. The door opened slowly with a creak. A giant silhouette of a magical beast appeared in the doorway, startling the others. Immediately after, a small blue thunder killing with ice horns emerged from the mist. Its glowing golden eyes reflected authority. Xiao Xingyu was shocked to see the information panel, realizing it was from the divine killing lineage, one of the 3 supreme lineages that had almost no weaknesses. Would you like me to translate what the Empress plans to do with this legendary divine killing beast? He thought to himself that the Kirin was the royal family's favorite magical beast, and this one still seemed to be a cub. While Shang Wanlan stroked it, the Empress turned to ask Xiao Xingyu if he liked it, leaving him dumbfounded. She repeated the question slowly. I asked, do you like this magical beast? Xiao Xingyu scratched his head, admitting that no beast tamer in the empire could refuse a Kirin. Shang Lan smiled and declared, if so, it is yours. Xiao Xingyu was stunned, stuttering as he asked the Empress what she had just said. He hurried to laugh nervously, explaining that he was just too anxious and had misheard. Inside, he still couldn't believe it, knowing that only the Empress and her daughter possessed Kirins. This gift was too great. However, Shang Wanlan set the condition that he must complete an S-rank mission in the Supernova trial next month. An information panel explained that S-rank missions were the most difficult. Even the most confident only dared to choose A rank. Xiao Xingyu reflected, realizing the S-rank challenge was the Empress's test to see if he was worthy of joining the Imperial Soul. He declared confidently that he would complete the mission, which satisfied Shang Wanlan, who revealed she had rejected Xie Weiyin's application to join. After receiving permission, Xiao Xingyu bowed and left the throne room. Shang Wanlan sat alone on the throne, smiling at the thought that it was fun to tease this promising young man. Her golden eyes shone with a flash of nostalgia. A rattle drum began to echo in the memory. In the flashback, a young Shang Wanlan was happily using the rattle drum to soothe a baby. Back to the present in a hotel, the scene had changed. Exhausted, Xiao Xingyu flopped onto his hotel bed and summoned Dalu and Medusa. Wondering why both of them looked so serious, Dalu scolded him for being a fool and not understanding the danger of being close to a sovereign, but Xiao Xingyu replied he had no other choice. Medusa agreed with his decision, but warned that the mortality rate for low-level members in the Imperial Soul exceeded 90%. Dalu suggested the answer lay in the Empress's last words, and Xiao Xingyu recalled her rejection of Xie Weiyin. Both Dalu and Medusa concluded that the suspicious Empress did not trust the Xie clan at all and feared their growing power. Xiao Xing. You suddenly realized that the Empress wanted to use a commoner without connections like him to curb the Xie clan. He mapped out a long-term plan. Act as a loyal pawn, gradually gaining the Empress's trust until he was strong enough to overthrow her. He confidently declared to his 2 beasts that this wasn't playing with fire, but with human nature. Dalu looked at him with an expression that was both annoyed and slightly embarrassed, suddenly. She asked if he perhaps wanted to become emperor just to have a harem full of beauties, which made Xiao Xingyu awkwardly deny it. Medusa worried it was too late to back out. One false move could kill them all. Xiao Xingyu reassured her confidently, ensuring everything was under control and they would emerge victorious. Medusa knelt, swearing to dedicate her life to her master, while Dalu mocked her flattery in a low voice. When asked her opinion, Dalu crossed her arms and reluctantly agreed she would always support Xiao Xingyu. Xiao Xingyu smiled satisfied, sitting between his 2 companions who were facing off in silence. Then the group boarded a private plane to return. Xiao Xingyu dragged his luggage through the airport, happy to finally go home. On the plane, he asked Professor Qin Xinyan why only their group was on the flight. Chun Yin explained the director was in a good mood and had chartered the entire flight. Murong Yinzhou saw Xiao Xingyu's full backpack and joked that he'd gone on a shopping spree, but he explained he'd bought specialties for his sister. Yinzhou called him a sister-obsessed fanatic, and Xiao Xingyu proudly stated he would take care of her his whole life. Meanwhile, Murong Xinxin thought about the relationship between her brother and Xiao Xingyu, considering adding fuel to the fire. The flight continued its journey through the blue sky. Suddenly, the plane shook violently, scaring everyone. Murong Yinzhou shouted, asking what was happening, but Chun Xinyan didn't know either. Xiao Xingyu smelled alcohol, and Chun Xinyan realized it was an extremely bad sign. In the cockpit, the drunk director mistook the place for the ladies' room and knocked out the pilot. Curious, she pulled a lever, causing the plane to plummet through the air amidst terrified screams. Fortunately, the group landed safe and sound, all dazed and relieved to have escaped death. Upon returning, Xiao Xingyu was warmly received by the other students as a hero, the pride of the academy. Gu Xingyu and Sun Hu stepped forward, fervently expressing their absolute loyalty and swearing to follow him to the end. It looks like Xiao Xingyu has built quite a following. Would you like me to translate the next chapter as he prepares for that dangerous S-rank supernova trial? Xiao Xingyu pretended not to recognize them, leaving them both dismayed, thinking they had been forgotten. He burst out laughing, saying he was only joking and calling them his adopted sons, which caused his two friends to shout in anger. Xiao Xingyu took out a book he had prepared. He gave it to them and explained it was a special training plan, which made them both immensely happy, and they called him father, Xiao Xing. He turned to ask why the Murong siblings were standing still, but they replied humbly that they didn't dare compete for his glory. With a mischievous smile, he put his arms around their shoulders and dragged them into the middle of the cheering crowd. Two other students enthusiastically recorded the moment with their cameras. The image of the three was immediately projected onto a giant screen in the academy building. In a corner, a furious fist struck a vending machine hard. Wang Yin, with a face full of resentment, was the one who threw the punch. He stood staring at the image of Xiao Xingyu, smiling from ear to ear next to an annoyed Murong Xinxin. Wang Yin grit his teeth and cursed Xiao Xingyu. He remembered his own chain of tragedies, his beast killed, his expulsion, and his father's disappearance, blaming everything on his rival. While Wang Yin sank into resentment, a mysterious hooded figure in a red robe appeared behind him. The person placed a hand on Wang Yan's shoulder, startling him. The stranger mentioned his name and his father's, which made Wang Yin ask for his identity in a panic. The red-hooded figure smiled mysteriously, made him a tempting offer to defeat Xiao Xingyu, and threw something to him. Wang Yin watched the red-hooded figure leave, holding the strange card and wondering who he was. He looked at the card in awe, his eyes reflecting panic. On the card was the emblem of the Guild of Darkness, a notorious organization of beast tamers. Meanwhile, at Azure Dragon Academy, students were stunned by the sudden announcement of the midterm exam. Professor Chen Xinyan explained that the exam would consist of two parts, theory and practical beast combat. The class's practical mission was to escort military train number 13 from Longjing to Huanjian within 24 hours. Xiao Xingyu thought to himself that in Huanjian he could find materials to nourish the heavenly soul vine beast. Chun Xinyan reveals that the route will pass through extremely dangerous areas where they might even encounter beast kings. A student shouts in terror that this isn't an exam, but a one-way ticket to hell. The professor reassures the entire class, saying that the Celestial Guild will also participate in the escort to deal with powerful beasts. Hearing this, Xiao Xing, he thinks about the possibility that Qin Ranran might also be present. He quickly sends a message and receives a cheerful confirmation from Qin Ranran that they will soon fight together. Upon being discovered by the professor, Xiao Xingyu is startled and hurriedly apologizes for using his phone. Chun Qinyan solemnly asks Xiao Xingyu to step outside with him. The other students mutter, thinking he will soon receive a well-deserved punishment. Arriving in the hallway, Chun Qinyan says he doesn't dare punish him because the director wouldn't forgive him. He hands Xiao Xingyu a lava lizard beast core, a gift from the director to help Haya evolve. Xiao Xingyu accepts it happily and asks the professor to convey his thanks to the director. Chun Qinyan asks about his previous absence, revealing he knows he didn't go home like he said. Chun Qin Yin tells Xiao Xingyu that he must go home directly to his sister after school next time. Xiao Xingyu scratches his head and smiles, saying he already had that plan. Suddenly he stops, his eyes shining as he senses something unusual. Dragon energy, he thinks to himself, which makes Chun Qinyin ask in surprise if something is wrong. Xiao Xingyu looks toward the sky, wondering about the origin of this extremely pure dragon energy. In another place, the silhouette of a giant dragon flies among the clouds. The silhouette of the western dragon soars through the sky under a torrential rain. On the dragon's back, a mysterious man comments that Xiao Xingyu has progressed too fast in only 6 months. His companion, Yimei, commander of the Flame Alliance, asks if they should go down to see him. Their leader, Xiao Yin, replies that the timing is not yet right. Yimei wonders, but Xiao Yin only smiles confidently, saying the day they meet is very near. That said, his dragon blasts away, leaving a swirl in the air. Back in the classroom, Xiao Xingyu is still confused because the dragon energy has vanished without a trace. That night, he returns to his apartment complex. Would you like me to translate what happens when Xiao Xingyu reunites with his sister at home? Xiao Xingyu opens the door happily, calling out loudly to his sister and little Shermin. Little Shermin runs happily to hug his legs, saying she missed him very much. Xiao Xingyu gently strokes her head, listening to her innocent declaration that she will marry him when she grows up. He jokes that he likes more mature women, which makes Ximen pout in protest. Just then, Xiao Ruoxue, who has just finished bathing, comes out and reminds Ximen not to bother Xiao Xingyu as soon as he gets home. Xiao Xingyu hurriedly puts away his backpack. He runs to hug his sister and tells her excitedly that he misses her very much. Xiao Ruoxue also hugs her younger brother and softly replies that she misses him too. Witnessing the tender scene, Ximen secretly compares it to the relationship between her and her sister. Night gradually falls outside their apartment. That night, Xiao Xingyu asks to sleep with his sister as he used to do. Xiao Ruoxue smiles and refuses, joking that he is now a young man of 180 centimeters. He reminds her that they always slept together when they were children, but she explains it was because there were no spare rooms at home. She points to Sherming, who is fast asleep on the sofa, and says it's no longer appropriate, but Xiao Xingyu insists. Finally, Xiao Ruoxue gives in to her younger brother's wishes, which makes him cheer with joy. The night is deep. The silver moonlight illuminates everything. The two siblings lie in the same bed, smiling happily together. Xiao Ruoxue strokes his cheek worriedly and says he looks thinner, then is surprised to hear he will soon have to go on another mission. He explains that the exam this time is to escort a train to the distant city of Huanjian, a dangerous place full of beasts. She remembers when she used to be able to carry him with one hand, while he insists that now it's his turn to protect her. Xiao Xingyu playfully pulls the blanket to cover them both, which makes Xiao Ruoxue startle with a flushed face. She affectionately scolds him, calling him a little devil. He begins to dream of the future, promising to buy a villa in front of the sea so his sister can collect seashells to her heart's content. The vision ends with a cozy family dinner where he enjoys the dishes cooked by his sister. Xiao Ruoxue reflects on the vision of the future, thinking secretly that she cannot be with her younger brother forever. Lying in bed, she softly asks Xiao Xingyu if he can promise her something. The two siblings interlock their fingers. She asks him to promise to live, well, no matter what happens, while he ensures nothing bad will happen to her. A warm memory returns, an image of Xiao Ruoxue taking her little brother for a walk on the beach at sunset. The scene changes to the academy. Azure Dragon on a sunny day in class. Gu Xingyu sighs, worried about the upcoming escort exam, where losing is scarier than failing. Xiao Xingyu suddenly appears and jokes, asking his friend if he needs to write his will. Sun, who also joins the fun, cheerfully inviting Father Gu to eat, but Xiao Xingyu refuses because he already has a date. When Xiao Xingyu leaves, his two friends begin to speculate that he surely has a date with one of the Academy's beauties. Sun, who tries to list the 4 great beauties, but can't remember the name of the girl with double pupil eyes. Gu Xingyu mentions Bai Wang, which makes Sun remember. Both agreed that the person Xiao Xingyu had a date with was most likely Murong Xinxin. Meanwhile, the Murong siblings were happy to learn that their father had returned. Murong Yinzhou cheerfully called out to Xiao Xingyu as he saw him pass by. He warmly invited him to dinner with his family, but was rejected because he already had a date with another sister. This response left Murong Yinzhou completely stunned. not understanding why Xiao Xingyu had another sister. At the same time at home, Xiao Ruoxue smiled satisfied, thinking her brother had truly matured. A mischievous thought crossed her mind, making her blush as she realized he had matured in many ways. Xiao Xingyu finally explained to the confused Murong Yinzhou that the sister he referred to was his sworn sister, Qin Ranran. As soon as he left the academy, Xiao Xingyu received a call. On the other end of the line, Qin Ranran informed him she was waiting at the back gate. Meanwhile, Qin Ranran leaned against her red sports car, answered the phone, and attracted the gazes of passers-by. Xiao Xingyu hurriedly rejected the Murong siblings' dinner invitation, promising to invite them another time. Hearing the word sister, Murong Yinzhou grew suspicious and decided to follow. Both followed Xiao Xingyu through the city streets. Shortly after, Xiao Xingyu and Qin Ranran hugged each other happily at their reunion. Would you like me to translate the dinner conversation between Xiao Xingyu and Qin Ranran to see what secrets they share? Witnessing the intimate scene, Murong Yinzhou marveled at Qin Ranran's beauty and turned to warn his sister. He teased Murong Xin, telling her she should be more proactive if she wanted Xiao Xingyu to become the family son-in-law. Embarrassed by her brother's teasing, Murong Xin blushed and admitted she didn't know what to do. Murong Yinzhou thought to himself that it was time for him to intervene using his secret move. Meanwhile, Xiao Xingyu and Qin Ranran arrived at a luxurious restaurant. Qin Ranran generously told him to order whatever he wanted, but Xiao Xingyu was worried about the price. She dismissed his concern, called the waiter, and ordered one portion of every dish on the menu. A sumptuous banquet was soon served in front of them. Both toasted happily, enjoying the warm meal afterward. Qin Ranran gave Xiao Xingyu serious warnings about his upcoming trip to Huanjin City and the unstable situation of the demonic beast legions at the border. She warned of the danger of war, but Xiao Xingyu reassured her confidently, saying he would be her firm support. Even though his friends tried to offer him more drinks, Xiao Xingyu refused as he needed to attend the Tianji Pavilion auction to find materials for his demonic beast advancement. Hearing Xiao Xingyu mention Tianji Pavilion, Qin Ranran offered to go, even though he thought the place was too luxurious. Without giving him a chance to refuse, she decisively grabbed his arm and promised to open his eyes. Ignoring Xiao Xingyu's protest that they hadn't finished eating yet, Qin Ranran cheerfully replied she would order takeout and dragged him away. Soon, both found themselves in front of the magnificent Tianji Pavilion skyscraper. Upon arrival, a staff member respectfully invited Qin Ranran to enter through the VIP entrance, making Xiao Xingyu think that having a rich sister was great. The interior was a massive, luxurious lobby that left him in awe. Xiao Xing. You was surprised by the rare trophies on display, but Qin Ranran explained it was the personal collection of the pavilion mistress, Yang Su. While he was lost in thought, a bodyguard suddenly shouted, demanding Xiao Xingyu move aside to let his young master pass. Xiao Xingyu turned around with annoyance to look at the person who had just spoken. A young master with blonde hair and a group of bald bodyguards approached them threateningly. Through the ID card on his person, Xiao Xingyu recognized he was Li Han, the young master of the Fengxing Guild. Li Han greeted Qin Ranran effusively, but she coldly told him to get away. Being rejected, he turned to mock Xiao Xingyu, calling him a brat. Qin Ranran immediately defended him, proudly declaring that Xiao Xingyu was the Super Rookie Tournament champion, but Li Han only looked down on his origins. Li Han began to threaten Xiao Xingyu, but a powerful female voice interrupted, asking them to resolve their personal matters outside. The people around immediately began whispering as they recognized Mistress Yang at the top of the stairs. A woman in high heels was slowly walking down. It was the pavilion Mistress Yang Su, a beautiful and elegant woman in a black cheongsam. She slightly opened her red fan, staring at them with sharp eyes and asking everyone to give her some face. Li Han, the blonde young master, spoke with a smug smile, saying he had no intention of causing trouble in Mistress Yang's territory. A woman with silver hair and red eyes, called Mistress Yang, only smiled silently behind her red fan. The powerful woman Yang Suru, owner of the Tianji Pavilion, appeared majestically with a small white weasel on her shoulder. Xiao Xingyu looked up, unable to hide his astonishment at this woman's appearance. Standing on the grand staircase, Yang Suru announced that the auction was about to begin and invited everyone into the exhibition hall. Xiao Xingyu and Qin Ranran, along with the other guests, followed the owner's lead. Qin Ranran turned to tease Xiao Xingyu for staring blankly at a beauty, which made him apologize awkwardly. With his skills, Xiao Xingyu realized that the small beast on Yang Suru's shoulder was a king-class snow spirit weasel, deducing its owner must be at least a 6-star beast master. Li Han left. But he didn't forget to turn around and hurl a threat, and Xiao Xingyu responded calmly to the provocation. Qin Ranran began telling Xiao Xingyu about the deep enmity between her and Li Han, which originated from the competition between the Celestial Guild and the Storm Guild. She explained that the Storm Guild had long monopolized the #1 spot, exploiting customers and conducting dishonest business. Qin Ranran revealed that the Storm Guild had used dirty tactics, allowing Li Han to continuously harass her, try to force her to be his 8th mistress, and defame her reputation. Hearing the story, Xiao Xingyu indignantly declared he would teach Li Han a lesson if he got the chance. As they both walked down the hallway, a voice echoed from behind, calling Xiao Xingyu's name. It was the Empress's assistant, making Xiao Xingyu think to himself. Her again? The assistant suggested speaking in private, and Xiao Xingyu immediately guessed this was related to the Empress. He turned and told Qin Ranran to wait for him a moment. Xiao Xingyu followed the assistant to a luxurious private room. She explained that because he left in a hurry last time, the Empress had asked her to bring him a gift. Would you like me to translate what the Empress's gift is and how it helps Xiao Xingyu's beasts? The assistant handed Xiao Xingyu an Imperial Soul token, which surprised him. She explained that this was a symbol of his status as an Imperial Soul member, a privilege from the Empress that would make things easier for him at the Academy. Xiao Xingyu accepted it happily and sent his thanks to the Empress, but the assistant humbly said she was only delivering it in passing. She revealed she was escorting a lady to the border while the silhouette of a woman could be seen behind the bathroom door. Seeing that the other person was bathing, Xiao Xingyu asked in confusion why she had brought him there, but the assistant only smiled to reassure him. Sensing the awkward situation, Xiao Xingyu hurriedly waved goodbye and quickly left the room. He went out into the hallway and met Qin Ranran, who was waiting for him and asked how he was. Qin Ranran teased him about being alone with a beautiful woman, but Xiao Xingyu dismissed it, saying he was only there for 5 minutes. She approached and asked him what his ideal type was, and Xiao Xingyu cleverly replied that he liked strong heroines like her. Qin Ranran laughed happily at his sweet answer, while Xiao Xingyu scratched his head shyly. From afar, Li Han sat in his chair, clenching his fists in rage at witnessing the intimate scene between the two. His entourage suggested someone should teach Xiao Xingyu a lesson after the auction, but Li Han rejected it, declaring he wouldn't wait. The entourage handed something to Li Han, which caught his attention. It was a photo of Xiao Ruoxue, Xiao Xingyu's older sister. Li Han looked at the photo with a sinister smile, praising her beauty with his eyes shining with evil intentions. Meanwhile, Xiao Xingyu observed Yang Suru on stage, thinking to himself that she radiated a mysterious aura he wanted to unravel. Yang Suru announced the start of the presentation for the 9th auction item, and 2 assistants brought a covered object onto the stage. She removed the red cloth, revealing a glowing dragon horn-shaped ginseng root, and called out a starting price of 80 million. The whole room immediately went into an uproar. The attendees realized with awe that it was the dragon spirit ginseng, an inestimable treasure. Seeing that the opportunity had arrived, Xiao Xingyu smiled confidently. Meanwhile, the guests in the room remained stunned by the newly revealed treasure. Suddenly, a wine glass shattered on the floor, spilling red wine next to a pair of shoes. Xiao Xingyu showed a look of regret, saying he had accidentally spilled the expensive glass of wine on his clothes. From a floor above, Li Han mocked him, thinking a hillbilly like Xiao Xingyu had only come here to embarrass himself. Yang Suru maintained a professional attitude, offering to send someone to lead Xiao Xingyu to the restroom to clean up. However, Xiao Xingyu boldly proposed that Mistress Yang herself hear him out, which momentarily surprised her. A guest with a shaved head immediately stood up to protest, shouting and asking who Xiao Xingyu was to dare make such a request. Others joined in, calling him a toad who wanted to eat swan meat and demanding security throw him out. Li Han didn't miss the opportunity either, mocking Xiao Xingyu's cheap pickup tactics right in front of Qin Ranran. Despite the objections, Yang Suru smiled and accepted, personally leading Xiao Xingyu away. This decision left the crowd of her admirers stunned, as they shouted in jealousy and fury. Qin Ranran narrowed her eyes suspiciously, wondering if Xiao Xingyu had done it on purpose to get close to Yang Suru, both entered the restroom area together. When they were alone, Yang Suru directly asked Xiao Xingyu what his true purpose was. Xiao Xingyu didn't beat around the bush, declaring that the dragon spirit ginseng she had just put up for auction was fake. He explained that he was only a 2-star beast master and wouldn't be so foolish as to offend someone who owned a king-class beast like the snow spirit weasel. Impressed that he recognized her beast, Yang Suru asked him to explain how he knew it was fake. Xiao Xingyu analyzed that the true dragon spirit ginseng should have a scent, while the item was only a blood dragon centipede root, which made Yang Suru decide to send someone to verify it immediately. Yang Suru confirmed it was fake and thanked Xiao Xingyu for helping her avoid being cheated by the Shuef family. To show her gratitude, she handed him the supreme gold VIP card of the Tianji Pavilion. Xiao Xingyu initially politely declined this valuable gift. However, he finally accepted it and promised to return the favor when he had the chance, which made Yang Suru smile at his wit. Yang Suru remembered that the auction was about to continue and invited him to return to his seat. As Xiao Xingyu turned around, she watched his back with a gaze full of meaning. She thought to herself, truly worthy of being the leader's son. Meanwhile, Qin Ranran sat alone, full of doubts about the relationship between the two and the fact that the Jade Dragon root was abruptly withdrawn from the auction. Xiao Xingyu returned to his seat, facing Qin Ranran's inquisitive gaze. She couldn't suppress her curiosity and directly asked him what he had discussed with Yang Suru. He replied playfully that they had simply established a pure friendship. Qin Ranran didn't seem to believe it, forcing Xiao Xingyu to quickly explain that his friendship with Yang Suru was completely different from their sibling relationship, which finally satisfied her. Back on stage, Yang Suru announced that the Jade Dragon root had been reserved by a regular client and would not be sold at auction. Instead, would you allow me to translate what the final, even more mysterious auction item is? She presented an even rarer item, a special beast core with the holy light attribute. The glowing golden beast core was revealed with a starting price of 10 million. The other guests muttered, believing that although the item was rare, it was hard to use because there were very few beasts with the holy light attribute. Xiao Xingyu recognized immediately that this was actually star power, a perfect energy for Freya. Noticing his interested expression, Qin Ran offered to buy it for him without hesitation. Qin Ranran immediately bid 20 million, surprising those around. From the balcony, Li Fan Shota provocatively, bidding 30 million, Qin Ranran muttered angrily, realizing that Li Han was deliberately trying to cause trouble. Without hesitation, she increased the bid to 40 million, but Li Han immediately announced he would always bid 10 million more than her. Qin Ranran shouted indignantly that he had gone too far. Li Han smiled mischievously, challenging her to use the guild's money to compete with him. Xiao Xingyu tried to intervene, but Qin Ranran insisted it was hard to find a beast core of such high quality. The holy light beast core sat on the podium, emitting a brilliant light. Suddenly, Yang Suru from the stage called out to Xiao Xingyu. Leaving him stunned, she declared that Xiao Xingyu was her friend, and that she would withdraw the beast core from the auction to give it to him as a gift. The crowd of spectators immediately protested vigorously, demanding an explanation. Li Han also stood up to question her, accusing Yang Suru of favoring a handsome stranger. Yang Suru replied with a smile that it was a personal matter and Li Han had no reason to worry. Xiao Xingyu was completely confused, not understanding why he was receiving such favoritism. From above, Li Han looked down with eyes full of resentment, swearing to teach Xiao Xingyu a lesson. Li Han's personal guard began to aggressively push through, heading toward Xiao Xingyu. Qin Ranran stepped in front of him, asking Li Han in a stern voice what he intended to do. Li Han and his guards approached, declaring they would let Xiao Xingyu know who was boss in Longjing City. Xiao Xingyu held Qin Ranran back, calmly faced Li Han, and asked about his mockery. Li Han sneered, held up his phone with a photo of Xiao Ruoxue, and used it to threaten him. Xiao Xingyu's eyes flashed with murderous intent upon hearing the threat. Li Han laughed, declaring he would make Xiao Ruoxue his 8th concubine, without warning. Xiao Xingyu launched a devastating punch to Li Han's face. The force of the impact sent Li Han flying backward. He felt his knees on the ground, dazed and covered in blood. Li Han tremblingly wiped the blood from his mouth, unable to believe what had just happened. He roared furiously, "You dare hit me? Do you know who my father is?" He boasted that his father was the president of the Storm Guild, Lianga, Xiao Xingyu didn't care at all. He responded to the threat with a direct kick to the stomach. Li Han was thrown back, sliding pathetically across the floor. Still not giving up, he tried to repeat the threat. If you hit me again, I'll make your sister, but Xiao Xingyu was faster. Grabbing his face with his hand, he lifted Li Han off the ground with a single hand. Dare to say one more word about my sister, and I will turn your life into a living hell, growled Xiao Xingyu. Li Han could only widen his eyes in horror at his fury. Xiao Xingyu continued swinging his fists, venting his rage on the man who had insulted his family. The surrounding guests stood open-mouthed, amazed by the violent scene. Li Han's bodyguards asked the butler in a panic if they should intervene, but only received the order to immediately call the guild president. After knocking down his opponent, Xiao Xingyu stood up, rubbed his hands, and complained, "Damn, his face is really hard. My hand hurts from hitting him." Li Han lay prostrate on the floor, spitting blood after the brutal beating. Xiao Xingyu watched coldly as the final kick sent him flying toward the bodyguards. Lifted by his subordinates, Li Han screamed frantically, "Kill him! Quickly, kill him for me!" Just at that moment, an authoritative voice echoed, questioning who dared to touch his son, which made the butler rejoice. An older man with white hair, dressed in a majestic purple robe, entered. It was Li Han's father. Seeing his son's pig-like swollen appearance, he was shocked and asked who had done it. Li Han's father looks like he means business. "Would you like me to translate the confrontation between Xiao Xingyu and the president of the Storm Guild?" Li Han pointed at Xiao Xingyu, who admitted it calmly, as Yang Su discreetly covered her face with a fan, observing the scene with interest. The president furiously ordered his subordinates, "Break this brat's arm." Qin Ranran stepped in immediately, declaring that Xiao Xingyu was the special pharmacist of the Celestial Guild. But Li Han's father only sneered, dismissing the threat and arguing that her father wouldn't confront him over this matter. Xiao Xingyu gently pushed Qin Ranran aside, saying confidently, "I want to see if he dares to touch me." He smiled and pulled out a shiny black and gold token. Then he dropped it casually to the floor and said, "Oops, I dropped something." The token lay on the ground, emanating an aura of power. Li Han's father froze, and the cigar fell from his mouth as he realized it was the symbol of the Imperial Soul. Knowing nothing, Li Han continued to urge arrogantly, "Attack. My father has given the order. Finish Xiao Xingyu." A loud slap was heard. It was his own father who delivered a monumental slap to his face. He hurriedly knelt to pick up the token, leaving Li Han stunned, not understanding why his father was acting this way. President Li looked in horror at the Imperial Soul symbol in his hand. He immediately changed his attitude, apologized submissively, and promised to buy out the entire auction as compensation. The narration explained that Empress Shangguanlan had established the Imperial Soul Organization to consolidate her power. And in the Dragon Kingdom, an unwritten law existed. Seeing the Imperial Soul symbol was like seeing the Empress herself. Li Han, who still understood nothing, shouted demanding his father order Xiao Xingyu's death, but was scolded like an idiot. Xiao Xingyu calmly faced President Li, demanding an explanation for his son's behavior. President Li hurried to take all the blame on behalf of his Storm Guild. He offered money as compensation, but Xiao Xingyu flatly refused. Xiao Xingyu seized the initiative, declaring he would be the one to decide the form of the apology. He pointed at Li Han and demanded they break one of his arms to pay for daring to insult his sisters and plotting to kill him. With a cold smile, Xiao Xingyu threatened to destroy the entire Storm Guild if he dared to cover for his son. Completely submissive, President Li asked Xiao Xingyu which arm he wanted broken. Atarifia Li Fan Stutaratuzalas Trafad Zagainst Xiao Xingyu. Without a moment's hesitation, President Li delivered a devastating blow, breaking his own son's arm. Li Han fell to the ground, clutching his broken arm and screaming in extreme pain. President Li turned to ask Xiao Xingyu if he was satisfied and received the laconic response, "Acceptable." He thanked Xiao Xingyu and promised to re-educate his stupid son. Then President Li ordered the stunned guards to quickly take that idiot away. Once the matter was resolved, Xiao Xingyu turned to invite Qin Ranran to leave with him. Yang Su OU declared the incident closed and asked everyone to act as if nothing had happened. The crowd immediately nodded. As she left, Qin Ranran worriedly scolded Xiao Xingyu for being too reckless and said he could have died if he hadn't had the Imperial Soul symbol. Xiao Xingyu replied calmly that he was only feigning, which confused Qin Ranran even more. He explained that he needed to expose a weakness, both. Left together through the majestic gates of Tianji Pavilion. Meanwhile, a pink-haired girl ordered the Empress's assistant to record Xiao Xingyu's performance. The girl asked for the recording to be sent to her mother while a voice on the phone asked Yang Suru if she had met her young master yet. Answering the call, Yang Suru confirmed that she had met him. As she spoke, she watched the backs of Xiao Xingyu and Qin Ranran, thinking to herself that he was smarter than she imagined. Elsewhere, Li Han, with his arm bandaged, furiously questioned his father for acting so cruelly just for a token. President Li roared, warning his son that Xiao Xingyu had the Empress's backing and that he must know his place. Li Han remained unconvinced, muttering that he couldn't swallow such humiliation. President Li angrily declared he would disinherit his son if he dared to face Xiao Xingyu again and ruin the family business. He turned and left, leaving Li Han shocked, wondering if the guild was more important than his own son. Alone in the room, Li Han screamed with hatred, blaming Xiao Xingyu for leaving him crippled and worthless. He desperately called his third uncle, crying and telling him they had broken his arm. The scene changed to an apartment building covered in white snow. In the warm room, Xiao Xingyu was sleeping soundly when the sound of the phone woke him up. Would you like me to translate who is calling Xiao Xingyu so early and what new mission awaits him? Xiao Xingyu answered the call in a daze from Murong Yinzhou, who excitedly informed him that he was already downstairs. Murong. Yinzhou called to invite Xiao Xingyu to lunch at his house, saying his father also wanted to meet him, which startled him. Leaning against his orange supercar, Yinzhou threatened to use force if he didn't go, forcing Xingyu to accept immediately. While Xiao Xingyu prepared to head out, Xiao Ruoshu asked why he was going out on a snowy day. He arrived in front of a magnificent Murong family villa, where the snow continued to fall softly. An elderly housekeeper cheerfully welcomed the young master and his guest. Yinzhou proudly introduced the house as his own, a gift from the Empress, which left Xingyu overwhelmed. As soon as they entered, Yinzhou called out loudly to his father and sister, announcing his return. In the kitchen, Admiral Murongjin was cooking happily and told everyone to wash their hands to get ready to eat. Xingyu was surprised to learn that a Navy admiral cooked himself, but Yinzhou explained it was a habit of his father's since childhood. Murongjin warmly greeted Xiao Xingyu and offered him a bowl of hot food. He told Xiao Xingyu not to call him general, but uncle, yet the young man remained tense, remembering the battle on the island where he almost died. At the sumptuous table, Murongjin effusively praised Xiao Xingyu's performance in the tournament, while criticizing his own son for being useless. Murong Yinzhou retorted immediately, boasting about winning first prize in an essay contest, which made his father suspect plagiarism. The certificate appeared, revealing that Murong Yinzhou's winning essay was titled My Father, the General. Murongjin's expression froze upon reading the essay's title. Murong Yinzhou confessed to having copied an old essay of his own father's, which caused Murongjin to scold him furiously, while Xiao Xingyu laughed out loud. Amidst the chaos, Murong Xinshin silently put food in Xiao Xingyu's bowl. Murongjin was surprised because his daughter had never served food to him, but Murong Yinzhou quickly stuffed food into his father's mouth to keep him quiet. Murong Yinzhou covered his father's mouth, saying seriously that this was a plan related to his sister's future and asked him to cooperate. Murongjin recalled the past, explaining that after Xinshin witnessed her mother's death, she suffered severe psychological trauma. The painful memory showed little Xinshin sobbing next to her late mother, becoming silent and withdrawn ever since. Back to the present, Murongjin was amazed to see his daughter talking a lot and even serving food to Xiao Xingyu. He felt a fatherly crisis approaching, fearing his daughter had fallen in love with this young man. With an inquisitive look, Murongjin began to interrogate Xiao Xingyu about his family background. Xiao Xing Yu was stunned by the avalanche of questions about his assets, his parents' jobs, and even his great-grandmother's beast tamer rank. Seeing this, Murong Yinzhou quickly intervened, covering his father's mouth to keep him from scaring Xiao Xingyu. Murongjin flatly refused to let his daughter suffer, but Murong Yinzhou bit his hand to stop him. The argument between the Murong father and son was moved to a private room to be resolved. Murong Yin Zhou questioned his father why he opposed Xinshin finally having feelings for someone, but Murongjin was worried about the poverty of Xiao Xingyu's family. Murong Yinzhou retorted, pointing out that as the special pharmacist of the Celestial Guild, Xiao Xingyu's future could be even brighter than their own families. Murong-jin fell silent, unable to find words to refute his son's argument. Back at the table, he continued to look at Xiao Xingyu with eyes full of scrutiny. Xiao Xingyu anxiously asked Murong Xinshin if her father planned to get rid of him, but she only smiled and served him more food. Murong-jin decided to directly ask Xiao Xingyu how he got the position of pharmacist, and he responded confidently that he had a special talent for drug formulation. He laughed out loud, praising his confidence, but hinted at his doubts by suggesting the position required great trust from the guild. Xiao Xingyu smiled, asking him directly if he thought he had used influence. Murong-jin smiled smugly, hinting that he knew of his close relationship with Qin Ranran, the daughter of the Celestial Guild president. Unfazed, Xiao Xingyu proposed they stop beating around the bush and use facts to prove everything. Xiao Xingyu confidently explained crack scale syndrome, a disease that hinders clotting in sea beasts and for which there is currently no effective cure. He pulled out a vial of blue medicine, declaring it was a special potion he had developed himself to cure the disease, astonishing Murong-jin. Admiral Murong-jin was still dumbfounded by the long name of the potion. To verify it, Murong-jin ordered his subordinate, an officer named Liu, to summon his magical beast to test the medicine. The location of the test was a large fountain on the grounds of the admiral's residence. Officer Liu obeyed, using the seal in his hand to summon his contracted beast. A gigantic Stormfang beast emerged from the water, covered in bleeding wounds. The magical beast was clearly suffering from serious wounds that could not heal on their own. Xiao Xing, you instructed Officer Liu to drip the medicine onto the wounds and mix it with the water, officer. Liu gently reassured his magical beast, calling it Fong Fong, before proceeding with the treatment. Drops of the blue medicine were carefully applied to one of the open wounds. Would you like me to translate the results of the treatment and see if the Admiral finally accepts Xiao Xingyu? Immediately, a burst of purple energy enveloped the Stormfang beast. The magical beast widened its eyes, feeling the sudden change in its body. The healing energy spread throughout its body, and the wounds began to close miraculously. Completely recovered, the Stormfang beast splashed playfully in the clear water. Officer Liu hugged his beast with joy, reporting that the cracks on its skin had completely disappeared. Murong-jin couldn't believe his eyes, admitting the potion was even more effective than the Royal Hospital's formula, while Xiao Xingyu smiled smugly. The Admiral excitedly grabbed Xiao Xingyu by the shoulders, asking if it was possible to mass-produce the medicine, and he affirmed it was, if provided with a factory. While Murong-jin praised him as the Navy's genius, the young man quickly shifted the topic to patent licensing fees. Admiral Murong-jin froze upon hearing patent licensing fees. He laughed and scolded Xiao Xingyu for wanting to charge him, since he was already a half-son-in-law. But the young man replied he had put a lot of effort into the potion. Xiao Xingyu was stunned, stuttering as he asked about the phrase half-son-in-law he had just heard. Murong-jin hurried to intervene with his father, reminding him not to embarrass his daughter, Xinshin. After regaining his composure, Murong-jin asked about the price, and Xiao Xingyu confidently gave the figure of 100 million. The Admiral became enraged, threatening to give him a beating, but Xiao Xingyu argued that the Royal Hospital's formula cost 500 million and wasn't even effective. Faced with that compelling argument, Murong-jin was left speechless. Murong-jin whispered to his father, suggesting he consider the money as the dowry for Xinshin, and Murong-jin immediately approved of the clever idea. Seeing the two Murongs laughing mischievously, Xiao Xingyu felt a pang of unease, as if he were about to be scammed. Once everything was over, Murong Xinshin asked if Xiao Xingyu needed her brother and the others to take him back. Xiao Xingyu rejected Xinshin's kindness, saying he had things to do, and walked away alone down the snowy path. He looked happily at his phone, delighted to have received the 50 million deposit, and began planning his purchases. The phone screen confirmed the receipt of 50 million while listing gifts for his sister, Shermin, Professor Chun, and finally, Freya, standing in the middle of the snow. Xiao Xingyu reached out his hand and summoned Star Freya. In her form as an angel of holy light with immaculate white wings, she landed in front of him. He gently handed her a glowing crystal, saying it was the first gift he had given her after so much time together. Xiao Xingyu explained it was the Holy Light attribute magical beast core, intended for her to level up ahead of schedule. A move Freya replied with a choked yes. He instructed her carefully to take the support herbs first and showed her a safety signal in case the advancement process failed. Xiao Xingyu asked Freya if she was ready to begin the ascension process. He carefully placed the attribute crystal in her mouth. Freya swallowed the crystal, officially beginning the absorption process. Immediately, a source of violent energy erupted from her chest. She tried to regulate the new power as golden lightning enveloped her body. But suddenly the energy source became chaotic, making Freya scream in pain. She was thrown through the air, startling Xiao Xingyu. The explosion of power tore at her body, causing fresh blood to gush everywhere. Severe wounds appeared on her back while she was in midair. Freya's face was covered in blood, showing extreme agony as she lost consciousness. Her body began to fall freely toward the ground. She crashed directly into the snow with a terrible impact. Xiao Xingyu ran over terrified, shouting that he would cut off the power flow if she couldn't take it. When he was about to intervene, Freya stood up with difficulty, stopping him. A flash appeared in her eyes, and a painful memory suddenly flooded her. In the past, she and other fairies were considered defective products, locked in cages waiting to be sold. A brutal man reached into the cage and grabbed another fairy. He declared his ownership with a sinister expression despite the sobs of the fairy left behind in the cage. Freya could only clutch her head, desperately calling for help in silence. The painful memories of her days as a helpless water fairy flooded Freya's mind. Rage boiled over in Xiao Xingyu as he felt the agony of her past. Back to reality, the painful evolution process made Freya vomit blood, falling onto the cold snow. She looked up with an unwavering gaze. Would you like me to translate whether Freya successfully completes her evolution and what new power she gains? With all the will she had left, she wrote the phrase, "I can do it in the snow." In the midst of the majestic mountain landscape, a new life was about to be reborn. Freya stood up, even though her wings were being scorched by fire and blood ran down her hands. She let out a soul-wrenching cry as pain tore through her body. A violent explosion of energy erupted from her dying wings. "Freya, don't try anymore. Give up," Xiao Xingyu shouted in despair, unable to bear the scene. Her wings began to disintegrate in the searing flame. Xiao Xingyu watched in horror as the burning fragments fell scattered to the ground. When he rushed in to intervene, Freya raised a hand to stop him. She unexpectedly pulled him in and kissed him on the lips, leaving Xiao Xingyu completely stunned. From afar, Dallas shouted in amazement, "Great. That kiss is my move." While Medusa tried to calm her, the kiss seemed to be the catalyst. Freya's old wings began to transform, radiating a brilliant light. A pair of magnificent, tough, and powerful angelic wings unfolded from her back. After the kiss, the two looked deep into each other's eyes, a profound connection forming. Freya spread her new wings, accepting the power of holy light and thunder flowing through her body. Xiao Xingyu cheered with joy seeing that Freya had achieved the advancement. The system screen appeared, confirming that Freya had evolved into a four-winged angel with mythical lineage. He approached Freya in her new form and kindly asked if she was hurt. Immediately after, Xiao Xingyu returned to his perverted tricks, suggesting she remove her armor so he could check her. Freya responded immediately by creating a sign that Red Master is a pervert, which Xiao Xingyu flatly denied. Suddenly, Dalu and Medusa also appeared, surprising Xiao Xingyu, who asked how they had gotten out of the seal. Medusa joked that Dalu had seen everything, which made an embarrassed Xiao Xingyu promise to compensate them both. Inside the seal, Haya howled sadly, but Xiao Xingyu immediately reassured him, saying they were all dear companions and promised to take them shopping. The scene shifted to a luxurious shopping mall under the snow. Xiao Xingyu generously guided his three magical beasts inside, telling Dalu and Medusa to buy whatever they wanted. When Dalu confessed they had never gone shopping in the human world, Xiao Xingyu confidently offered to choose clothes for them. Dalu felt embarrassed in the office suit and miniskirt Xiao Xingyu had chosen. Then Medusa posed in a seductive cheongsam with slits and had to admit it wasn't bad. Finally, Freya appeared with an expression of extreme confusion in the maid uniform that Xiao Xingyu liked best. A loud explosion echoed from the fitting room, and Xiao Xingyu turned in horror. Dalu and Medusa floated in the air, angrily questioning Xiao Xingyu for taking advantage of them to satisfy his perverted desires. The cunning Dalu declared she would get revenge by dressing her master, despite his terrified pleas. Two shop assistants witnessed the scene with sparkling eyes, deciding not to interfere in the affairs of the rich. The scene shifts abruptly to an empty hallway where an announcement about the upcoming midterm exam appears. In the classroom, Professor Chen Xinyan reports on the midterm exam, explaining that the passing grade is C and the highest grade is S. Meanwhile, Gu Xingyu and Sun Hu worry seeing Xiao Xingyu exhausted, assuming he is too tired from studying for the exam. Professor Chen continues, encouraging them by telling the story of a senior who achieved an SSS grade and became a vice general, amazing the whole class. He also promises to personally deliver a transcendent grade, lightning, attribute magical beast energy crystal to anyone who obtains an S grade. That promise causes Xiao Xingyu, who was sleeping, to wake up startled, thinking the professor was calling him. Hearing his classmates repeat the reward, Xiao Xingyu immediately raises his hand, confidently declaring he will definitely get an S grade. After giving the instructions, Professor Chen asks all students to head to the station to prepare for departure, even though some are still scared. The scene changes to a winter day covered in white snow. The students are already gathered at the station, asking each other about their class meeting point. Xiao Xingyu is alone in the cold when he suddenly hears someone calling his name from behind. That person is Murong Xinshin, who suddenly appears and hands him a gift bag. Xiao Xing Yu asks in surprise what it is while accepting the gift. Inside is a scarf, and Murong Xinshin shyly confesses she knitted it herself. Xiao Xingyu smiles satisfied, placing the warm scarf around his neck. He sincerely thanks Murong Xinshin, saying the scarf is very warm. A whistle sounds as the steam locomotive begins to billow smoke. The giant train slowly enters platform 13, signaling that the time for departure has arrived. Xiao Xingyu hurriedly says goodbye to Murong Xinshin and promises to take her to the movies after the exams. Witnessing the scene, Sun Hu and Gu Xingyu tease him, suggesting they now understand why Xiao Xingyu seems to have weak kidneys. Xiao Xingyu turns around, asking with annoyance what his two friends are whispering behind his back, but both quickly and flatly deny it. The scene changes to an empty train car where the students are beginning a new mission. A woman introduces herself as Qin Ranran, the vice president of the Celestial Guild, which amazes and earns the admiration of the students. Qin Ranran explains the danger levels on the train from cars 2 through 15 and asks everyone to choose their support area without hesitation. Xiao Xingyu declares he will choose the most dangerous cars, and his two friends immediately agree to follow him. Qin Ranran smiles with satisfaction, thinking to herself that Xiao Xingyu is worthy of being her disciple. She orders her assistant to organize the seats for the other students while she personally guides Xiao Xingyu's group to the rear zone. They move through the cars to reach the assigned position. On the way, Qin Ranran puts a friendly arm around Xiao Xingyu's shoulder, promising to take him to drink special scorpion wine once the mission is over. Other members of the Celestial Guild also give a warm welcome to Xiao Xingyu, but he responds coolly that he isn't there for sightseeing. Meanwhile, Gu Xingyu and Sun Hu are discussing Xiao Xingyu's identity as a special pharmacist with another member. Suddenly, a member named Lin Yu intervenes sarcastically, suggesting that Xiao Xingyu only got the position through his connections. Another member immediately comes to his defense, but Lin Yu insists that Xiao Xingyu is an outsider favored by Qin Ranran. Qin Ranran appears with an angry expression, stating that she is always fair and demands that Lin Yu not slander Xiao Xingyu. Lin Yu relates bitterly his 8 years of dedication and questions why his position was snatched away by a newcomer. Xiao Xingyu intervenes calmly, saying that the position of pharmacist depends on skill and not merit, which infuriates Lin Yu, who challenges him to a bet. Xiao Xingyu asks indifferently about the contents of the bet. Lin Yu declares they will bet their positions in the guild. The loser will have to leave, and Xiao Xingyu resolutely accepts the challenge. An armored train rushed through the frozen region under heavy snowfall. The train crossed a bridge, unaware of the shadows of humanoid creatures lurking ahead. It was a pack of fierce rat men with bloodshot eyes, roaring as they launched an attack. Inside the car, red alarm lights flashed violently, signaling imminent danger. Qin Ranran shouted a warning while Xiao Xingyu and another passenger looked outside in horror. A sharp blade unexpectedly pierced through the metal wall of the car. Immediately after, sharp claws tore through the train's casing, creating a large hole. The head of a rat man peeked through the hole, its glowing red eyes scanning the interior. Qin Ranran immediately ordered a counterattack, and the other beast tamers also summoned their beasts in fear. A rat man used its foot to break the glass window and burst inside. Another followed, clinging to the wall of the train and breaking another window. Qin Ranran was startled as she was unexpectedly approached by two rat men from behind. Seeing her in danger, Xiao Xingyu shouted, determined to handle them. He extended his hand forward and summoned Freya in her powerful angel of holy light form. Freya appeared, spreading her white angelic wings, protecting Xiao Xingyu from the monsters. With a piercing gaze, Freya wielded twin swords that emitted a golden glow. Her eyes lit up with divine light, signaling an imminent attack. She struck the train floor hard, causing the ground to crack under the power. Her weapon transformed into a spear of light, ready to pierce any enemy. Freya unleashed the Holy Light Star/skill, annihilating the entire pack of ratmen in the blink of an eye. The Holy Light swept through, shattering the ratmen into pieces. Xiao Xingyu gave a thumbs up, proudly praising. "Well done, Freya." Freya turned, showing a smile full of confidence and pride. Suddenly, a student reported in terror. "This is bad. Leader Qin has been captured on the roof of the car." On the roof of the rushing train, a giant shadow had captured Qin Ranran. A massive ratman leader held her tightly, and Qin Ranran shouted furiously, "Let me go, you sneaky monster." Xiao Xingyu was already on the roof of the train, growling, "Stinky rat, release Sister Ranran immediately." He launched an attack as a shadow clone of the enemy appeared to block the way, and Freya flew in for support. The clone's claws clashed violently with Xiao Xingyu's attack, seizing the moment. Would you like me to translate the next part, where Xiao Xingyu and Freya team up to rescue Qin Ranran from the Ratman leader? The Ratman leader threw Qin Ranran off the train. Falling freely through the air, Qin Ranran desperately shouted his name. "Xingyu!" Xiao Xingyu shouted for help from his friends. "Old Gu! Sun Hu!" Immediately, Gu Xingyu responded and summoned his beast. "Understood. Come out, Storm Butterfly." The gigantic Storm Butterfly flew in just in time, gently catching the falling Qin Ranran. Seeing that its prey had been rescued, the Ratman leader immediately changed its target toward the Storm Butterfly. Just then, Sun Hu jumped in with his Fury Demon Bull, ordering, "Use provocation." Struck by the skill, the Ratman leader was immediately distracted and turned to face Sun Hu. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Xingyu ordered, "Freya, use this moment to deliver the finishing blow." Freya swooped down, firing a powerful blast of green energy directly into the enemy's mouth. The attack critically destroyed the Ratman leader from the inside. Freya, in her form of a four-winged angel of holy light, swooped onto the roof of the train with her 4 pairs of wings spread. She delivered a powerful kick to the Ratman leader's jaw, sending it falling backward. Freya raised her head with a firm expression, her golden eyes glowing with the power of holy light. She flew into the air as the Ratman leader's shadow exploded into pieces behind her. Freya unleashed her ultimate technique, Holy Light Star/. Xiao Xingyu worriedly asked Qin Ranran, who was blushing and amazed by Freya's new form. Xiao Xingyu smiled proudly, confirming that Freya had evolved into a 4-winged angel of holy light. Gu Xingyu ran over happily, showing off a yellow energy crystal as loot. Suddenly, Qin Ranran pointed forward in terror, warning of a great blood-eyed king ape. A gigantic hairy hand of the ape smashed into the front of the train, causing a violent shock. The train overturned, and Xiao Xingyu quickly hugged the screaming Qin Ranran to protect her. The giant ape's hand firmly gripped the shattered front of the train. The great blood-eyed king ape, with its glowing red eyes, towered over the tracks, smiling savagely and baring its fangs. The monster used its terrifying strength to tear the car into pieces. It grabbed a small railroad worker who was screaming desperately for help. The ape opened its enormous mouth and swallowed the unfortunate victim. After a spray of blood, Xiao Xingyu frowned, realizing the scent of blood was attracting other demonic beasts. Qin Ranran stepped forward, loudly ordering the survivors to regroup for the fight. However, a group of students appeared desperate, believing their demonic beasts were too weak to face the monster. Suddenly, an unknown young man with a hat appeared and offered to help them. His Sanwei Legu launched a powerful lightning attack that directly hit the chest of the great ape. Xiao Xingyu praised Qin Ranran's power, while she showed confidence that if she hadn't been caught by surprise, the enemy wouldn't have stood a chance. Just at that moment, the unknown young man's red wolf demonic beast roared with great power. Upon being attacked, the great ape bared its sharp fangs, and its eyes lit up with fury. From above, the shadows of a pack of ape minions began to swoop down. An entire army of red-eyed apes appeared, surrounding the survivors. The leader ape stood tall, directing its pack from the rear. Feeling annoyed, Xiao Xingyu summoned Heya in his Jiao Lang form. Seeing reinforcements, the unknown young man shouted happily, encouraging everyone to charge together. His red wolf lunged bravely into battle against an ape. In the middle of the chaotic combat, it was wounded and blood began to flow. Unfazed, the red wolf counterattacked frantically, biting the enemy's throat. Xiao Xingyu observed the battle and realized there was something unusual about these demonic beasts. Suddenly, Gu Xingyu shouted in terror, pointing toward the water. "Brother Yu, there's also something under the water." Xiao Xingyu turned in amazement, staring intently where he was being pointed. A gigantic snake-shaped shadow moved at terrifying speed just beneath the train. From the whirlpool, the head of a gigantic aquatic monster emerged with bloodshot eyes. It controlled the water current, forming a gigantic water column that rose toward the sky. The gigantic water column, like a tsunami, crashed directly onto the train. Would you like me to translate how Xiao Xingyu and his friends survived this dual-threat attack from both land and water? Standing on the train roof next to Freya, Xiao Xingyu ordered, "Use hellish roar." She roared, firing a blast of destructive energy from her mouth. The roar collided with the gigantic wall of water, creating a terrifying explosion. Amidst the mist of steam, Xiao Xingyu stood firm, observing the situation. From the water, a gigantic anaconda with bloodshot eyes emerged, apparently wounded. Sun Hu and Gu Xingyu exclaimed in terror, realizing it was the light-faced armored python in its perfect form. While Qin Ranran tried to protect everyone, other students reported in panic that their demonic beasts had been sent out of control by Lin Yu. Qin Ranran was stunned, not expecting Lin Yu to make a move at that moment. Xiao Xingyu quickly assigned, "Sister Ranran, handle the boss ape and leave the anaconda and the small apes to me." The giant anaconda gave them no time, lunging with an open mouth full of sharp teeth. Xiao Xingyu calmly ordered, "Freya, use flash." Freya launched like a lightning bolt, landing a heavy blow on the monster's flank. At the same time, spheres of dark energy also continuously impacted the target. Freya maintained a cold expression, preparing for the next attack. She launched a powerful kick, submerging the anaconda in golden light. After receiving continuous blows, the anaconda was thrown into the air, crashing against the cliff. Xiao Xingyu pointed, firmly ordering, "Haya, aim at that one and the pack of blood spirit apes on the cliff. Use Purgatory Lotus." Haya fired a burst of fiery red energy that split into multiple beams of light. The beams of light converged, blooming into a gigantic fire lotus that enveloped the anaconda. The monster was submerged in a sea of flames, leaving only its bright red eyes filled with pain. The blood spirit apes on the cliff did not escape their fate either, being consumed by the flames. Amidst the dissipating smoke, Freya in her holy light angel form lunged directly toward the light-faced armored python. With a sharp and determined look, Freya wielded her weapon, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. A slash of light tore through the air, impacting directly on the head of the gigantic aquatic monster. The head of the light-faced armored python was severed, officially being defeated. Witnessing this, Xiao Xingyu immediately ordered Freya to retrieve the demonic beast core and told Haya to cover Qin Ranran, but she waved him off. The three-tailed fox leapt into the air, accumulating a terrifying burst of lightning. The lightning spheres hit the giant ape's chest directly, making it roar in pain. The destructive electrical current caused the great ape's body to swell abnormally. Immediately after, a terrifying explosion emanated from the ape's body, blowing everything away. The remaining blood spirit apes on the cliff fled, scattered in terror by the ghastly power. Qin Ranran clenched her fist, showing her victory. She, in the Legu, stood firm, declaring victory in the battle to protect the train amidst the cheers of the survivors. The train was now safe, stationary in the middle of the snowy landscape. Inside the car, a guild member named Li slammed the table in rage, questioning Lin Yu for using nerve stimulants on the demonic beasts. Lin Yu crossed his arms indifferently, justifying that without him, everyone would have cringed in fear. Qin Ranran stood up abruptly, criticizing Lin Yu's action as a disregard for human life, but he retorted brazenly. Lin Yu proclaimed himself a doctor 10 times more professional than someone who had entered the guild through the back door. Xiao Xingyu asked calmly if Lin Yu was intentionally targeting him. Lin Yu smiled with disdain, recalling a bet and challenging Xiao Xingyu. If he cured a demonic beast, his victory would be recognized. Xiao Xingyu and Qin Ranran listened in silence to the opponent's provocations. Lin Yu mocked arrogantly, challenging Xiao Xingyu to kneel and admit defeat so that he would cure the demonic beasts. Vice Captain Li of the Celestial Guild intervened, calling Lin Yu a clown and revealing that Xiao Xingyu had already cured the demonic beasts. Lin Yu stood up in terror, unable to believe that the neurotoxin it had taken him 10 years to research was neutralized so easily. Xiao Xingyu smiled confidently, stating that their medical skill levels were not in the same league. He began to expose the crimes Lin Yu had committed, from draining the life force of his companion's demonic beasts to organ trafficking. Facing Xiao Xingyu, Lin Yu realized that Qin Ranran had investigated everything about him. Cornered, Lin Yu stealthily pulled out a dagger. He roared in despair, determined to take Xiao Xingyu with him if his career as an apothecary ended, but Qin Ranran was one step faster, delivering a devastating kick to Lin Yu's face and shouting that he was seeking death. Now that the traitor is handled, would you like me to translate what happens when the group finally reaches the academy for their midterm exams? Xiao Xingyu didn't flinch. He calmly called out Freya's name. Freya, in her holy light angel form, appeared immediately, using her light sword to cut down Lin Yu. After the traitor was executed, Qin Ranran ordered everyone to prepare for battle as the train entered the danger zone. The train kept rolling, venturing into a steep canyon covered in snow. Night fell, and the train continued moving persistently through the majestic mountainous region. Qin Ranran felt uneasy due to the strange tranquility, while Xiao Xingyu had a gut feeling that the demonic beast horde was plotting something. The vice captain informed her they were about to arrive at Heavenly Wolf Lake Station, but Qin Ranran coldly dismissed him. The vice captain continued by announcing shocking news. Princess Shangwan would be accompanying them to Huanyang City. The train stopped at a small station submerged in a layer of white snow. On the platform, a group of young beast tamers discussed excitedly the fact that the princess would be joining them. The crowd of students went into an uproar when the princess appeared, marveling at her beauty. Among the others, Xiao Xingyu, Sun Hu, and Gu Xingyu were also watching the princess intently. Shangwan smiled kindly and greeted the students. Xiao Xingyu thought to himself that although Shangwan was very beautiful, she didn't look like her mother, the empress. Qin Ranran gave her a formal welcome. But the princess replied that it wasn't necessary to be so ceremonious. Shangwan scanned the crowd, apparently looking for someone in particular. His friends muttered. Sun Hu joked that maybe she was looking for her future husband, which made Gu Xingyu suddenly call him useless. The princess pointed directly at Xiao Xingyu and declared that he would be her servant. Xiao Xingyu was completely stunned. He pointed at himself in confusion and asked, "She wants me?" Then, the train continued rolling, taking them through the mountains covered in white snow. In a private car, Shang Wuxin quietly enjoyed her tea, while Xiao Xingyu stood serving her from behind. Xiao Xingyu started a conversation, joking that if she weren't a princess, he would have already put his arm around her shoulders. The princess smiled, asking him to stop joking and take out his treasure. He felt extremely confused and uncomfortable at such an innuendo-filled request. Xiao Xingyu stuttered, not understanding what she wanted him to take out. Shang Wuxian burst out laughing and explained that what she wanted to see was the Imperial Soul Emblem. Realizing the princess was also a member of the organization, Xiao Xingyu asked curiously about the upcoming plan. He pulled the emblem from his pants, making Shang Wuxian blush and cover her face in embarrassment. She seriously communicated the mission: find a traitor among the leadership ranks in Huanyang City. Just then, a special system mission appeared, requiring him to achieve an SSS rank on the midterm exam. Xiao Xingyu thought to himself that this SSS rank mission was more complicated than he imagined, since even the princess was involved. He scratched his head and asked Shangguan why the empress had entrusted such a dangerous imperial soul mission to someone as noble as her, but she coldly replied it was none of his business. Noticing that the princess didn't possess even a trace of dragon power, Xiao Xingyu began to doubt her true identity. Meanwhile, their train had arrived at the final station, Huanyang City. They were taken to a fortified mansion under the starry night sky. There, Lord Chu Sheng, in his resplendent golden armor, toasted to the princess's presence. Shangguan replied humbly that it was she who should thank him for guarding the border for decades. From another table, Vice Captain Li asked about the closeness between Xiao Xingyu and the princess, which made Qin Ranran complain that he had abandoned his big sister for a pretty face. Chu Sheng cheerfully handed a box to Xiao Xingyu, saying it was the demon budflower he had asked him to find. A strange spot of liquid accidentally spilled onto the table right after. Shang Wuxian discreetly reminded Xiao Xingyu not to focus only on the gift and forget the mission. He smiled to reassure her. Chu Sheng proceeded to introduce his officers to the two distinguished guests. He pointed in turn to Vice General Xiao Ming, Vanguard Lu Rouge, and Sun Lang, the head of the assault team. Sun Lang greeted both of them warmly and in a friendly manner. Shangguan secretly evaluated that none of them seemed suspicious. She even began to question Chu Sheng himself. Just as Sun Lang was passing by, Xiao Xingyu suddenly grabbed his wrist tightly. Sun Lang was startled and asked in confusion why Xiao Xingyu was holding him. Xiao Xingyu smiled with disdain and claimed that Sun Lang was actually a humanoid demonic beast using clever camouflage arts. Chu Sheng immediately became enraged, shouting and asking why Xiao Xingyu suddenly suspected his officer. Sun Lang stuttered in terror, saying it was precisely because of humanoid demonic beasts that they needed help in the first place. Would you like me to translate the moment Xiao Xingyu proves Sun Lang's true identity and the chaos that follows? When questioned by the princess about the evidence, Xiao Xingyu admitted he had nothing in his hands. Sun Lang immediately shouted that it was a groundless accusation. Xiao Xingyu challenged him, saying that humanoid demonic beasts cannot summon other beasts, and demanded Sun Lang prove his innocence. Sun Lang's expression became tense and calculating. Chu Sheng suddenly remembered Sun Lang had said his demonic beast was injured, and suspicion began to grow in his heart. Suddenly, a gigantic red rose bloomed over Sun Lang's head, breaking the camouflage layer. He asked in a harsh voice how Xiao Xingyu had been able to see through him. The impostor immediately lunged at Xiao Xingyu to attack him. Xiao Xingyu dodged calmly while the princess ordered everyone to capture the demonic beast. The other officers immediately summoned their demonic beasts, surrounding the enemy on all sides. Faced with the encirclement, thorny vines began to sprout, quickly wrapping around the impostor's body. They formed a solid defensive sphere of vines. The demonic beasts attacked in unison, but could not penetrate the defense. The officers of Huanyang City were stunned by the enemy's power. Xiao Xingyu and the princess also watched the scene in awe. The vine sphere suddenly exploded, throwing thorny fragments everywhere. From the smoke screen, a figure with a feminine silhouette gradually emerged. Its true form was revealed, a poisonous demon vine with a flower as a head. The demonic beast fired sharp spikes from its fingertips toward the soldiers. It mocked them, saying it was too late to unmask her since the city's defense map had been sent and the great army of demonic beasts was about to attack. Immediately, Shangguan summoned the ice soul Qilin. Following its master's order, the imperial demonic beast roared and released its freezing power. A large explosion sent Vice General Xiao Ming flying through the air while the poisonous demon Vine nimbly used its vine arms to block another attack. Chu Sheng roared furiously, swearing to kill whoever had wounded his vice general. He ordered the imperial battle rhino to crush the enemy. Crushed by the rhino's giant foot, the poisonous demon Vine screamed in pain. From afar, Vice Captain Li commented that the beast was weak, but Qin Ranran explained its true goal was unsuspecting beast tamers. In its agony, the poisonous demon Vine cried out the name of its leader, Tianfu, Heavenly Father, begging him to lead the great army to annihilate the enemies. She threw out one last threat, wishing to drag the princess of the Dragon Kingdom to hell with her. With its last strength, the demonic beast fired a burst of spikes toward Shang Wuxian and the others. The princess could only feel horror seeing the spikes flying toward her. Xiao Xingyu shouted and lunged, knocking the princess down to protect her. Witnessing the enemy's reckless action, Chu Sheng roared, ordering them to finish her off. The Imperial Battle Rhino unleashed its full strength, crushing the poisonous demon vine to pieces. Lying on the ground, Shang Wuxian worriedly asked if Xiao Xingyu was hurt. Xiao Xing Yu unexpectedly praised the princess's perfume, which made her blush, and urged him to get up. Qin Ranran appeared with an angry expression, and Xiao Xingyu hurried to clarify he had no bad intentions. She ignored his explanation and urgently demanded that he leave Huanyang City immediately. Shang Wuxian explained the reason, revealing the existence of a powerful enemy named Oldies, a mutated god-class demonic beast known as Tianfu, Heavenly Father. Qin Ranran urgently warned that Huanyang City was about to become a battlefield, but Xiao Xingyu refused to leave. He firmly pushed her hand away, declaring that he would stay to protect the city. Despite the warning about the god-class demonic beast, Xiao Xingyu stated that protecting his homeland was his duty and promised to return alive. Lord Chu Sheng appeared, praising Xiao Xingyu's spirit and stating that protecting Huanyang City was the top priority. Standing next to the Imperial Battle Rhino, he harangued the soldiers, urging them to prepare for the bloody battle ahead. Meanwhile, Shang Wuxian determined that the opponent this time was very strong and that a top-level general would be needed to face him. She decided to call someone named Lu, believing it was the only person who could arrive in time to help. Outside, the sky of Huanyang City was covered in dark clouds and violent thunder, foreshadowing a bad omen in the mansion. Chu Sheng informed the princess that all other students had been evacuated and only Xiao Xingyu remained as a doctor. He explained the defense plan, swearing to resist until General Lu's arrival. Would you like me to translate the arrival of the god-class beast and how Xiao Xingyu prepares his medicine for the coming war? At the same time, Xiao Xingyu had finished preparing the rare ingredients to cultivate the heavenly, soul-bound vine beast seed. Carefully, he dripped each type of essence into the pot, beginning the cultivation process. The ingredients fused, creating a stream of green energy that enveloped the seed. Almost immediately, a silver sprout germinated from the soil, surprising Xiao Xingyu. The sprout grew at an astonishing speed, spreading until it became a thorny vine before his eyes. With a strong lash, the vine shattered the wooden table underneath. It quickly extended and wrapped itself firmly around Xiao Xingyu's arm. Feeling a slight pain, he smiled and gently asked it to calm down. He named his first plant type demonic beast Little Silver, Xiaoyin, and the vine nodded slightly in response. Xiao Xingyu's eyes sparkled, believing that with this ancient demonic beast of mythical lineage, he could shine on the battlefield. Xiao Xingyu examined the detailed information panel of the heavenly soul-bound beast, a magical beast of ancestral mythological lineage. Meanwhile, from a distant cliff, a group of mysterious magical beast commanders was horrified to learn that their spy, the demonic poison vine, had died. A butterfly-shaped magical beast named Rommel confirmed the plan's failure, reporting that he had witnessed the spy's death with his own eyes. The leader, a werewolf-shaped magical beast, quietly swirled a glass of wine in his hand. The Heavenly Father, Oldies, decided not to wait any longer and ordered Rommel to lead the strike force, coordinating an internal and external assault to take the city. Rommel knelt, solemnly swearing he would not fail the Heavenly Father's trust. In Rock Crest City, Xiao Xingyu, Shangguan Wuxian, and Chu Sheng continued to stand guard on the wall under the torrential rain. Xiao Xingyu felt something was wrong, while Chu Sheng noticed his countenance was not good. He explained that this unusual silence was a bad omen, but Shangguan suggested that perhaps the enemy only feared the rain. Suddenly, Xiao Xingyu realized something horrible and exclaimed that the situation was very bad. Shangguan Wuxian asked with concern what he had discovered. He revealed that the demonic poison vine also had the ability to control larvae, making the princess realize with horror that they were digging tunnels following the defense map. Immediately, the ground inside the city began to shake and crack. The cracks spread rapidly, causing a terrifying collapse, countless. Soldiers stationed below screamed in despair as they were swallowed by the earth. From the newly formed abyss, ape warriors mounted on giant earthworms emerged, beginning the massacre. Chu Sheng watched the scene of chaos unfolding inside the city in horror. He immediately turned around, his face showing anger and determination. At the same time, a gigantic army of magical beasts from the outside also began to invade. Realizing they had fallen into a pincer move, Chu Sheng gnashed his teeth, furious at his carelessness. Shangguan Wuxian estimated the enemy had at least 20,000 troops, while Xiao Xingyu feared their 5,000 garrison soldiers would face a battle to the death. Without hesitation, Shangguan Wuxian summoned her powerful magical beast, the Lei Qilin, standing in front of the giant beast. She harangued the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom. Follow me out of the city to face the enemy. Inside the city, the scene was already one of chaos and was shrouded in flames. There, flocks of demonic crows swooped down on the soldiers, savagely pecking at their eyes. Another soldier screamed in pain as he was torn apart by a fierce hyena-like magical beast. Amidst the massacre, a fearsome three-eyed wolf beast prowled the nearby streets. A little girl cried out for her mother, while a gigantic red reptile beast prepared to attack. A spray of blood suddenly shot out, signaling a fleeting intervention. Qin Ranran's three-tail thunder fox sprang into action, launching a flurry of energy slashes against the monster. The reptile beast was immediately cut into pieces by the fox's overwhelming power. Qin Ranran ran toward the terrified girl to ask her, but the little one could only sob, calling for her mother. Seeing the city in flames, she worried for Xiao Xingyu's safety as he faced the elite army outside. On the battlefield, Xiao Xingyu ordered Haya to launch his ultimate skill, Purgatory Fire Chain. The torrent of destructive energy directly impacted the chest of a huge, orc-like magical beast. The monster was thrown back and completely destroyed by the force of the attack. However, Xiao Xingyu realized they were surrounded by an endless army of undead monsters and giants. Shangguan Wuxian asked if he could hold out, and he replied confidently that being a man, of course he could. In response, her Lei Qilin opened its mouth, accumulating a gigantic torrent of blue energy. The beast then released a powerful beam, completely incinerating a goblin monster in its path, a gigantic sand demon. Would you like me to translate the next phase of the battle where Xiao Xingyu unleashes his new plant-type beast, Little Silver? The sand demon was frozen in a block of crystalline ice, its eyes wide with terror. The Lei Qilin easily shattered the ice block. Finishing off the monster with a single blow, Xiao Xingyu clapped, effusively praising the princess's pet beast for defeating a king-class beast with only 2 moves. Shang Wuxian said she needed the crystal core, but that the sand demon's core would be for him, for which Xiao Xingyu thanked her happily. However, she looked with concern at the wounded Lei Qilin and thought it could not continue fighting due to the enemy's ability to reflect 80% of the damage. Just then, Xiao Xingyu stepped forward confidently, activating the skill of Little Silver, which was wrapped around his arm. A torrent of green healing energy enveloped the Lei Qilin, quickly recovering its wounds. In just a moment, the Lei Qilin was fully recovered and regained its majestic form. Shang Wuxian realized with amazement that it might be the heavenly soul-bound beast, and Xiao Xingyu explained that he could support the entire team. Impressed, the princess called him a monster and, in the name of the examiners, declared that his exam score was raised to SSS rank. A system notification panel appeared, confirming that the special mission had been completed and awarding an SSS-grade magical beast energy crystal along with 20,000 points. Xiao Xing Dash. Yu was overjoyed to receive the SSS-grade Purgatory Path energy crystal, an excellent gift for Haya. Suddenly, a large explosion shook the ground, signaling a new attack. Both looked toward the city's north gate, which had been knocked down, and Shangguan Wuxian urged Xiao Xingyu to act together. Meanwhile, Chu Sheng found himself in the middle of chaos, continuously receiving tragic reports of annihilated units and fallen generals. With a look of indignation and determination, the old lord stared directly at the enemy. A gigantic, bone-armored giant, enveloped in green soul flames, stood tall on the battlefield. Chu Sheng did not flinch, despising the monster's fused origin. He roared a forceful oath, invoking the power of the Imperial Battle Rhino, and preparing to sacrifice himself to protect Rawcrest City. Would you like me to translate the final stand of Lord Chu Sheng, or see how Xiao Xingyu intervenes with his new SSS grade power?